don't have to worry about him getting his story straight.
Right. And his energy is coming from passion and love for his son and fear. And that's all it is.
Yeah, and I'll tell you, as someone who's taken behavioral and interview interrogation tactic classes and stuff, I at no point felt at all, and I'm a very skeptical individual, very skeptical. Everybody is suspect in my eyes until proven otherwise. Him, that I ruled him out immediately, and that's not like me.
Yeah.
I would challenge all of us productively to look at every interview Seth has ever done, even far before I got involved, which would have been 2 months before I got involved, and find an interview where he contradicts himself.
Yeah, exactly.
Yeah, absolutely.
You're not
yeah,
going to
look,
find one.
and somebody, look, yeah, when I say he can testify, I'm not saying he can be on the stand. It could be in chambers. But all I'm saying is he can testify, whether it's on the stand, whether it's in chambers, wherever.
Tony, I have to say this. I was actually pretty impressed with him, because I'm going to tell you, if I was in his shoes, I think I would probably be in prison, because that other man would be answering to me, and it wouldn't be through law enforcement.
Yeah, absolutely.
I have to be very careful what I say, but
No,
you and Delta have been, we've talked offline, and I think you guys know me well enough to know that I don't think I'd be waiting for LE.
Right.
Absolutely.
You know, and I watch all of Betty's videos because I really like her as a true crime person and just a human, and I really like her for what she stands for in this case. But she was on one of her lives, and somebody was, now early on, I will tell you that Seth and I did have, just like Randy Harris and I have, we had signals in an interview and very normal type things where if he didn't want to take a question, he would let me know. Or if he wanted me to take the question, he would let me know. So all of that is very, very normal for an innocent grieving father. But somebody made the comment, and she was talking about it in a live, that I was giving him hand signals, and in her long interview, 2.5 hours. And she said she went back through and watched the whole interview and she never saw anything. And she said, I don't know why he would need to do that, because I could hear them texting each other while the interview was going on. Well, I reached out to Betty and I sent her a screenshot, and there was 2 texts that I sent back to back, and it was 1 hour into the interview where he really got emotional. And my only text to that man was, deep breaths, buddy, you're doing great. And that was it. The rest of that was just Seth in the raw, Seth being broken, Seth being emotional, and him being an innocent, grieving father.
Listen, Tony, you don't have to explain to us. I guarantee you, and I'll say this, that any detective that was watching that interview and saw that already knew that it was, it wasn't what you're being, or whatever this individual was saying. I just, a lot of people, and here again, a lot of people, and I'm not bad mouthing anybody, okay? So please don't take this any way. But there's a lot of people out there who think they understand body language. Yeah, you might understand some of the basics, but there's a lot of unspoken and unnatural movement that people make that most people who don't deal in that or have even been trained in that would ever pick up on. But Tony, I think you're doing a great job being the middleman and being clear about, what you do and don't want to speak on. And I respect that.
I appreciate that, buddy. I mean, and I think the other thing that's important for people to understand is there is a difference. I mean, it'd be no different if I was a spokesperson for you or Delta. I can coach you, but it's very unlikely that I'm going to be able to control a grown man that is missing his son. So, I can give him tips, I can coach him through the interview, but I think, one of the things we know and love about Seth is, I may tell him before the interview, hey, no F bombs tonight. And then the interview gets rolling and it's like Hiroshima. It's bomb,
Yeah.
bomb, bomb.
Yeah.
And you know what? I'm not going to cut him off midstream. I'm going to let him show the world that he is angry, he's frustrated, and he's broken.
Yeah, we're talking about raw emotions here. I'll be honest with you. I'd have probably been dropping the F bomb every 5 minutes on that interview if it were my child.
Yeah, I think he's being judged far too harshly.
Well, here's the thing, and I can tell you from somebody who hasn't been there from day one when this happened, there's nothing that man has done that I've seen that even warrants me into even with an inkling of thinking that he had anything to do with this.
No,
Right.
you're right. Nothing. Absolutely not.
And I'll say this too. I think that everybody looks at Bullhorn Betty as to how she got her nickname. I don't think she gets near enough credit for being a highly skilled interviewer.
Oh, absolutely.
Oh, absolutely.
I
That was
have
the
to
best interview.
I have to say this. I was watching some of her interviews, and I've been on a few of her lives. I believe I have. Yeah, I think I have. She conducts herself very well. She's very professional, and she's very to the point, straight to the point. And I agree with you, Tony, totally with her.
You can't hide being a dummy. And she clearly has a high IQ. I mean, she's articulated well. She understood how to get the story out of Seth and still respect him and show love for him. And honestly, I think she did as good of a job as even the mainstream media folks, probably better.
Oh,
I
yeah.
would say
absolutely.
better.
Absolutely.
Yeah, absolutely better.
She did it with no sensationalism. She did it with feeling and heart.
And no drama.
Right. That was a really great interview, and I thought he responded perfectly.
Yeah, she did. Like I said, she did a phenomenal job. She knew exactly. I mean, very, very professional. I tell you, when I was ever in an interview, I wish she was the one that would ask me, because that's how good she is.
Well, she's probably the most professional, unprofessional that I've ever seen. And what I mean by that is someone who's not in directly, like your talk show hosts and stuff like that on TV. She does a very good job.
Well, and the thing that people don't see is that before that interview, we knew that interview was coming for about a week. And 4 or 5 days before that interview, she sent a full itinerary, bullet pointed out, with directions as to how to handle any drama, as to what her mods' capabilities were, and to how to handle if there was a question asked that we didn't like or didn't want to answer. And she gave us a chance to strike any questions on the itinerary well before the interview. And we have not had, that's what I expect from most of these people, but that's not what we get. It's very generalized. It's over the phone. I'm going to ask him questions like this, and this, but I've never gotten it bullet pointed like that.
That's awesome.
Yeah, look, there's platforms up here that know what they're doing, okay, and do it with respect, and they just handle themselves great. Kayla, I'm going to consider you one of them. You keep this platform alive, you keep Sebastian alive, you keep us updated. Tony, again, I give you utmost respect on what you're doing, what you're going through and what Seth's going through. I mean, I pray every night for both of you.
Appreciate it, buddy.
How is he doing?
You know, he was a little wound up today about a few things that were out there in print form on different media sites, but all in all, he's doing okay. I mean, we still got some jokes out of him, and you know, we try to keep him lighthearted. We try to keep him joking and laughing, and you know, there's probably going to be a time in the next 3 or 4 weeks where I'm going to probably go back to Tennessee and probably going to spend a week or two there and just, you know, give him somebody there by his side.
That is so nice of you.
Yeah, that's amazing. That's great, Tony.
How are you doing?
I'm good. I stay good.
You have more energy than I do. I don't know how you do it.
Yeah, you just you got to realize that what your job is. Your job is to take the arrows so your client doesn't have to. And you know, if there's arrows to be taken, it's me that wants to take those. So, you know, people say, well, you've got really thick skin, you've been attacked, you've been this, you've been that. That's just part of the job.
Yes, and let us say that even though you handle it very well, it doesn't mean it doesn't affect you.
You know, I think it affects my wife more than it does me because she is on TikTok and she sees things or whatever. But, you know, I told her, I said, hey, if it gets to the point where it bothers you, just check out, you know, stay off those platforms and let me do what I do and, you know, go on to something else. Somebody asked a question here. How's Randy and Becky doing? Kelly, they're doing well. I mean, Randy and Becky are very plugged into their faith. And you talk about people that are strong. They're as strong as I've ever seen.
Are there any new leads on Caleb?
I don't think there's going to be any new leads that are going to be shared with the public. I think it's just a very, very strong digital investigation. And I think there is mountains and mountains. If you guys can think back to Brian Koberger, where they talked about these hundreds of terabytes,
Mm-hmm.
I think we're looking at something similar to that.
Oh, wow.
Yeah, that doesn't surprise me.
Everybody keeps talking about this body they found in the Cumberland River today.
Yeah, it was a drowning victim.
Yeah,
That's what I've been trying to tell everybody.
yeah, because it was a search and rescue that ended up being
And then a recovery.
a recovery. Correct.
Yeah, absolutely.
Guys, I've got to make a phone call right quick. I'll be back.
Okay.
Well, while he's doing that,
I have to say, I saw. I don't know if I told you, Tony, or.
while he's doing that, let me just tell y'all, I got a screenshot and I'm about to put it up. So give me a second and I'll load it. But I got a screenshot of something fucking hilarious. And you guys are going to think it's hilarious as well. It's somebody in sidebar. Somebody in a Facebook group put up a post, and I believe it was from Crime Lines and Lies. And it says that Seth wants to be paid for his interviews, y'all. Seth wants to be paid for his fucking interviews. You've got to be joking me. You've got to be fucking joking me right now. All right, here we go. I'll push play, but he's not up there yet.
But
Nobody else, not Kayla, not Tony, nobody. Even though we talked about it, Tony never once agreed with us. So we're just thinking outside the box.
Well, we have to think outside the box at this point, don't we?
Yeah, absolutely. Absolutely.
I mean, we've gone in circles long enough.
It's time to expand it. You're right. Absolutely.
Yeah, I feel like that area is no good. It's no good.
Yeah, people, like I said, again, if people with just a little bit of IQ can pick up what we're throwing. Okay, again, we're not here to convince anybody. We're throwing. I mean, look, somebody in the comments earlier said, they had a different theory. Absolutely. Come up, let us know what your theory is.
Right.
Tell me it's not about money without telling me it's about money.
If somebody else got a different theory, please let us know. We could be wrong. You could be right.
That's why it's called a theory.
Our theory is based on our experience in law enforcement and investigations. That's where our theory comes from. Does that mean we're right? No. If that were the case, then every detective in America that was on the force and lawyer we would know it all, and we would be perfect at solving everything that we dealt with.
Oh yeah, they all would be reaching out to us.
It takes different people with different experiences and different avenues to investigate to come to that conclusion. I'll tell you this, and I'm not saying this to brag, it's just something that some people have intuition, some people don't. You can be taught investigative skills, but the one thing you can't be taught is intuition. I was fortunate enough years ago to get the case of an individual that was wanted by the U.S. Marshals that they could not find. And with my theory and my thoughts, with the facts that I had, I was able to take that man into custody after they had been looking for him for 2 years.
Wow.
Damn.
Yeah, and people saying basically, instead of us going over with this story, I'm just going to give you the short version. We believe, again, as far as me and Shane. Okay, I don't know who else I can include in this, but Shane and I came up with the theory that I believe that he's alive. Right, Shane? We believe 50-50.
Yes.
50-50 that he's alive, and we believe he might be on tribal land in Alaska.
And there's a reason that we led up to that conclusion. So it wasn't just like, hey, there's Alaska, there's land. There's facts that lead to this. So that's why we came to that conclusion.
They're not saying that they're right or that they have proof. This is their theory.
No, basically they're throwing out all
Based on the
Seth's
facts
theories,
that
and I'm
they
about
have.
sick of his shit.
Sorry, I had to drop down. My daughter called FaceTime and so she could talk to my grandson.
I figured that's probably what it was.
Yeah,
That's why I couldn't get through to you on the phone.
that's right.
Tony said he'll be back. He had to make a call.
Oh, okay. Anything good happen?
Just tossing, thoughts and facts around, and we talked about Seth. He said he's doing pretty good, except for a few things that he'd read, and otherwise he's doing all right. And
yeah,
Well, that's good to hear.
they said they've been keeping him laughing and trying to keep him in better spirits.
That's good.
Tony did say that here soon he's going to take a week and go down there so he can have someone by his side.
Oh, that's awesome. That would be good for him.
And the body that was found in the Cumberland River was a drowning. It was a rescue turned recovery.
Which means it was not Sebastian.
Correct.
Well, it's a sad situation, no matter which way you look at it. But
It is.
Yeah, absolutely.
Not even the feds. I gotta scroll up and see what Karen said before that. No jurisdiction if he's on tribal land, not even the feds.
Yeah, nobody. That's
That's what we
their
were
own
talking
state. Let's put it this way. That's their own state.
Whether we like it or not, just know this: tribal police can stand there with their middle fingers out, and the federal government can't do nothing.
so then basically it wouldn't do any good to even have flyers in Alaska.
Well, I mean, you got to understand. This is a theory. You know,
Right.
I'm not totally against the fact that he's necessarily staying on tribal land. He could be
Right.
on and off tribal land. If the heat gets thick, it wouldn't be hard to step onto tribal land.
Okay.
Yeah, not to mention, would it hurt? Absolutely not, because who knows? You might say somebody, yeah, hey, he's
Well, yeah. I meant going along with the theory, you know.
yeah, anybody, hey, yeah, he's here. Okay. Guess what? Now everybody's looking at a different direction.
Right.
At least you got another starting point.
Comment Teeny says tribal land, so you all think Nina is involved. CP isn't of Indian descent, is what she said.
I won't go into who I think it is, but
Right. Let's put it this way: there was what did Tony say? The lady was who took a leave of absence.
yeah,
Yeah, we didn't say the name. We've never publicly said the name.
that's
But
why.
yes,
That's
it's a
why I
family
said
member.
yeah.
Yeah,
we did. Well, we know. Was she? What was her profession? If you can remind me. Had something to do with
Psychiatrist.
what is it?
Psychiatrist.
Psychiatrist.
Psychiatrist. Okay.
Nobody has said that Nina is involved.
No, nobody said Nina's name. That's the first I've heard of Nina's name.
I don't even know who Nina is.
No, just someone in the comments mentioned her.
Yes, Seth
And as
went
far
to
as
CrimeCon.
as far as
Yes, Seth went to CrimeCon. From my understanding, he went to CrimeCon and was told to that he spoke to Joe Petito and was told to get paid for his interviews. I said, tell me you're not money hungry without telling me you're not money hungry. This gets fucking crazier by the damn day. I mean, this is absolutely ridiculous. Not only do we have Tony over here not knowing who the hell he's talking about or what the fuck's going on here. Like I said, are we in a different fucking planet? I think we're in a different fucking planet, y'all. I think we're in a different universe, y'all.
I don't think she's involved in any way. She had way too much to lose.
Yeah. Welcome back, Tony.
Well, you got to understand, though. I agree. I mean, I guess I can agree with that, but you know, from this perspective on this side, that everybody's suspect.
Yeah. And another way to look at that too, I mean, how many of us are not from some type of Indian background? I mean, I am, you know, I have a lot of Indian in me. So, I mean, there's too many people out there that have it, at least some in them.
Yes,
Throw that out there.
There's a difference between people who have Indian in them, and then there's a difference between people who still have connections of Indian in them.
right.
Right. I'm just going off of some of these comments.
Oh, he's so cute.
Again, okay, you guys keep going. Again, I
Thank you.
don't know who this Nina is. Or...
Nina is Chris Proudfoot's ex-wife.
Nina's crowd. Okay, I don't know. Well, nobody's
Nina
mentioned.
is the stepdad's ex-wife who is the mother of Faith.
Yeah, again, we never mentioned her here, so
One of several.
one of several.
Jen is KP number 4 or number 5?
KP is number 5. Nina was number 4.
It'd be interesting, just for my curiosity alone, to know who divorced who on each of those.
I know who my money's on.
Right.
Yeah, me too.
Absolutely.
And I would love to hear from the other 3.
Right. That's what I was getting at. I feel like the mom, because I'm not going to say names, but I feel like the mom really needs to open up more.
Yeah, I agree with that. And I've said all along that mom's the weak link in this whole thing.
Yeah. I mean, that's what CP refers to her as, is the mom.
I know you heard that. Wasn't that
Yeah.
insane?
Not my wife, not Sebastian's mom, but the mom.
The mom and her son. The mom's son.
Exactly. But yet he thinks of him as a son. Okay, yeah. In which universe?
The one where his sky is purple.
Yeah.
The one in Alaska.
Yeah. Yeah.
And I think the secret is not just with KP talking, it's the 3-hour phone call.
Absolutely.
Yeah, that was weird to me too, because she said, I was laying on the couch and fell asleep and woke up at midnight to go to bed. Or I've also heard that she was reading a book. I've also heard her say that she was studying.
Uh-huh.
Like, which is it? And why are you on the phone in any of those situations?
I think that phone call was just an open phone call with no speaking involved. That's my theory.
Well, and Shane can tell you guys this. They can try to say that 3-hour phone calls were normal, regardless of what was going on in their marriage. I don't believe that to be true. You're not going to be able to get around when they start combing through those phone records.
Correct.
Right. That's why I think that the phone call was just an open phone call. I think that they did call each other and left that line open for that amount of time, but no one was actually on the phone because he was there. I feel like his phone was in Memphis and he was there.
Well, again, the speculation I'm coming with is again, it's that 911 call. Okay, why would he not call 9? Okay, I could say, let's give mom a little credit and say, okay, she was panicked. She didn't know. She called her boyfriend, husband, whatever the hell he is. She called him. Well, his first response will be, I got you. Let me call 911. He wouldn't call a personal sheriff himself. That just doesn't add up.
Unless you don't want it recorded.
Unless you don't want it pinged at that location.
That's what I said, but also get this, understand this. You wouldn't want the weaker of the two links to be making the conversation of a report when the other one can make the report and stick by it better.
Absolutely.
Absolutely.
Yeah, it's all about controlling the narrative.
Absolutely. It's easier to stick to the narrative when you're the one that's making the narrative.
Yep.
Which also explains why he does all the talking.
Well, and that brings me to a question there. Maybe you can answer, Tone. I haven't heard anything about it. Have any phones been pinged?
I would say we would have to be half delusional to not think that the phones have been pinged. I would also speculate, again, pure speculation, but I've been heavily involved in Caleb's case, and most of these cases where there's a lot of digital evidence, there's geofences that are issued very, very early.
Okay, but there's none that you guys can say yes, 100%.
That wouldn't be shared with us, I don't believe.
Okay.
Yeah, that definitely wouldn't be shared with you.
Okay, that's what I'm kind of wondering.
And for all of the folks or the audience that is not from an LE background, a criminal defense background, or hasn't been involved in one of these cases, if you could comment, does anybody not understand how a geofence works? Because we can certainly discuss that. You understand clearly how that works, right, Shane?
Absolutely.
So there's a lot of people that say they don't understand. Do you want to explain that?
Well, here's the thing. The geophysics, you're talking about the towers and the pinging, correct?
Yeah, the geofence, so to speak.
Well, give me what you mean by the geofence.
So what they do is they have the fence is obviously a figurative term, not a literal term. What they do is, let's say they have a point of interest at 3:00 in the morning, like they do in Caleb's case. They will pull an area based on the triangulation of the tower, and they'll be able to tell you every phone number
Absolutely.
that was active in that area at that time, and it's highly, highly effective.
Yes, and they're able to do that at different times. So that basically, in essence, if that number at any point rang, or I should say not just rang, but was answered and or made a call, it would show.
Yeah, exactly. And they're very specific with those pings on the geofence. I mean, I'm talking
Yes.
within 30 feet or so.
Almost down. Oh, yeah, it's almost. I forget what it is. It's actually, I think it's almost less than that.
Yeah,
so
it's if you look at again, different stuff, but if you take Letitia's James, remember you heard her trial where they pinged his phone at her house.
that's correct. And so, like, for the folks in the audience that were commenting, if Shane and Delta and I, if there was a crime that was committed at an intersection of a 7-Eleven at 2:30 in the morning, they could put a geofence over that area, and they would clearly be able to see that the three of us were in the parking lot of that 7-Eleven. It's crazy.
Yeah.
It's very effective. Now, understand something. If they were able to pick it up, now let's say that the phone rang and it was with this location that they were checking. If there's no talking, that's how they can connect you to it. So if you're talking and it hits on that phone, then we know without a doubt that's where you were at. Now, we can only assume and speculate and say the phone was answered and nobody's talking. Then we can only assume that you were there. But we know without a doubt that your phone was there. So we're able to check to, that's how they would align you up with, whether you were at a location or not, for sure.
Yeah, absolutely.
Yeah, and then that's what people got. Yeah, it'll triangulate your phone, not your personal body, but your phone.
So let's just play through this. You've got so many things, right? And one of you guys made the comment that there's just no perfect crime. I had a long conversation with Jennifer Coffindaffer, who both of you guys know, and she told me that in today's time, she's not sure that she could get away with the crime, and she knows how to do it. So you start looking at ring doorbell cams, traffic cams, cell phone pings, geofencing. It makes it virtually impossible to move around any sort of a neighborhood or city without being caught somewhere.
Oh, absolutely. Absolutely. It's just a matter of understand that an investigation also is only as good as the detective that is working it as well.
Yeah, absolutely. Now, again,
Not only the talent of that detective, but the lack of pride that would allow him to be able to use all of the resources available.
Absolutely.
yeah, the only perfect crimes I've ever seen, and look, I mean, you got the mob involved. That's a different story now, because there's things they can do we can't. But yeah, they're to me, just because crimes haven't been solved doesn't mean, oh, it's a perfect crime. No, no. A perfect crime is where you don't even hear about it.
Yeah, and I've said time and time again, you would be amazed as to what your vehicle's black box is recording.
Oh,
Yeah, absolutely.
That's why I think that the motorcycle was involved instead of his truck.
Could be. Low in the chat is asking, so in that same thought, how did Sebastian walk out and not be detected anywhere? Low feels that's impossible.
It goes right back. Well, you're correct, but it goes right back. Not all crimes are perfect, but at the same time, that's why my opinion. I don't know about everybody else's, but my opinion was the only way that child got out of that house was through that garage, which leads me to a vehicle.
Yeah, absolutely, 100% behind you.
Yeah, that's why the dogs, in my opinion, that's why the dogs didn't hit off the front porch.
Absolutely.
Yep.
There was a
The
comment
dogs never
here.
went to the porch, correct?
Correct.
That was my point, early on. So that's why the other reason that my conclusion was the garage and a vehicle.
Well, and for the people that, and that could be all of us that get these feelings day to day, that they just don't have a clue what happened. I'll go back to a statement I made early on, which is, if you understand how these prosecutions work, or these searches work, or these missing children's cases work, when the DA gets involved, that is one of the most powerful bits of evidence that's out there that nobody is paying attention to.
Yeah. Absolutely. I've saw, again, we talked about that. A DA would get involved only, again, if it's a missing person, does the DA usually get involved? No.
Kathy wants to know if we know for sure the dogs went to the garage.
Yes.
Well, I said that once before, that that's based on facts that I've been told. I wasn't there, so I can't say factually for anything on this case because I wasn't there. But I would say from the facts that we have received, yes.
Yes, that's what we heard. That's where they lost the scent.
Yeah, and the DA is very important. One, because they don't get involved unless they believe there's a crime that's been committed. But the other role that they play that's very important is they coach the investigative team through how to build their case.
Absolutely.
Yes, and that's what I was saying. When you're in a missing, the DA only gets involved if the detective bureau hands you a case. They'll look it over and say, yeah, hey, I got enough to indict. Or they'll say, no, guess what? You got something good here, but I don't think I got enough to indict. Try to get me some more.
Yeah, I think a lot of people don't give the DA credit in the Idaho 4 case, but one of the real MVPs, that police chief, was just spectacular. I mean, he handled pressure like a boss, but you know, the DA in that case is the real MVP.
Oh yeah, absolutely.
Monica in the chat has an opinion. Her opinion is that Ellie should have treated it as a crime scene from the beginning. They could have missed evidence.
No, there was
No,
no
they can't
probable
do
cause.
that. There was no probable cause, exactly.
Now, do we all agree that there should have been a forensics team in that house early? Absolutely.
Mm-hmm.
Well,
I mean, shouldn't they have looked at any angle though, instead of only treating it as a runaway?
Well, here's the thing, and I know what Shane's getting ready to say. I mean, you know, you could find anything in that house with plausible deniability that, yeah, I mean, of course you found A, B, and C. He lived here.
Absolutely.
absolutely.
That's why I would say maybe the
Tony?
garage outside.
Tony, I think you're a psychic.
Stop.
Well, and I mean, you know, we found blood here. Yeah, you found blood because 3 weeks ago he cut his finger.
Yeah.
Absolutely. Wait, we're talking about a child. What child hasn't cut themselves in their home?
Yeah, DNA would be all over that house. And then we were talking about that earlier when somebody asked about the search dogs. Bringing search dogs into that house. That'd be useless. They'd be hitting on DNA everywhere. Well, my kid lives here. Well, yeah, if it's a large amount of blood, but you know what? If I'm not mistaken, correct me, Tony. Didn't a police officer do a walk around of the house when he first arrived?
Yeah, they've been all through that house.
Yeah,
I mean,
so
they
if they've
came
been
out.
if there would have been a pool of blood, they would have noticed it.
Yeah.
And that right there. Now that right there could have given probable cause.
Absolutely.
I think they said they went into the closets, they went into the crawl spaces, the attics. I mean, they've been through the house.
Tony, do you know if they've been through her car?
I don't know that. I saw a statement that they released talking about how they'd been all through the house. I can't speak to the car.
Oh, got you.
I
Okay.
mean, I think it would be, you know, everybody's talking about the camper. And again, I mean, the problem with a case like this, to CP's point, that it's, you know, something that people might want to study. I mean, what are they, outside of looking for him or his body, what are they looking for in a camper? It's the same situation as the house.
Right.
Yeah.
Yeah, the only thing I would say in the car would be a little bit of forensic saying, okay, what did he sleep in at night? And then do you find that same material in the car?
Yeah, and the plausible deniability there is that, well, that was his normal sleep stuff. And
Exactly. That's
there's a lot of times
the issue you'd have. Does he wear that often? No, but that's what he wore last night. Well, that's a different story.
Right. Yeah, we used to go all the time in his pajamas up to get ice cream. you know?
Well, look at the situation with his shoes that got brought up.
Yeah.
And they specifically said that he goes nowhere without his shoes.
Again, and I believe, you know, look, I think Tony said it also. When you're a DA, you want to have solid evidence to present in front of a jury, okay? Because you represent this evidence, whether it's for whatever, and the jury comes back with a not guilty verdict. Now they're protected under double jeopardy.
Well, let's also say, Delta, you know, law enforcement had to treat this at face value for what it was until they get evidence that proves otherwise. This case was opened as a missing child. Do they suspect that there's foul play? Absolutely. But you can't just assume that and do it. You know, I think you're guilty. Let's just charge you. It doesn't work like that. And anything that law enforcement says and does after they've stepped foot onto that property and took that report is susceptible to any attorney that defends them or in court for whether they were involved or not, that whether they walk or they get or they end up in prison. They've got to be careful on what they say and do.
Yep. And again, Spartan dude, you say DAs don't like to. Actually, nobody likes to lose in court. Not even great attorneys. I mean, yeah, nobody likes to lose.
I mean, come on, Delta. Let's play devil's advocate here. You're a defense attorney. I mean, the first thing you're going to do is see what evidence we have, and then you're going to see what evidence you can get thrown out.
We'll do that during discovery. Absolutely.
And all that. Let's look at the and I don't want to compare it to this, but it's the one case that everybody probably knows about. Look at the situation with the OJ Simpson trial. They had quite a bit of evidence, but they also had a bunch of evidence that got thrown out because of the way things were done.
Right. The way it was handled.
Yes.
And the very checkered background of one of the detectives.
Yes.
Right.
Yes. And I want you guys to know that that was a personal friend of mine that I actually knew, Detective Mark Furman. He lives up there in Idaho. When I was living in Washington, I used to travel, but he was somebody, we weren't best friends. We weren't great friends. We were associates. We knew each other. And I want you to know that, yes, he had a checkered background, but understand that he's actually a very, very damn good detective. And it wasn't because he was corrupt. He just didn't do things perfect. Like, you get comfortable when you're working as many cases as you can imagine, that he was working in Los Angeles. And are mistakes made? Absolutely. Do other people of law enforcement come in on crime scenes and mess up? Absolutely. But guess who's going to look bad? It's always going to be the detective that's working the case that's really going to look bad.
Yeah, and if I can, Shane, and correct me if I'm wrong here, guys. A detective, if he's a great detective, he's a great detective. Could he have been a racist? That's got nothing to do as far as just work skills.
And I'll tell you factually that case in itself, not to get off of this case, I will just leave it at this, that there was no case in history then and since then that had more evidence that not just pointed to the suspect, but actually implemented the suspect than the OJ Simpson trial case.
Yes.
I agree. Well, and to your point, Delta, it wasn't his detective work, because I've heard multiple times that he was a great detective. It was a great defense attorney that took a few of his statements and turned him into something that created reasonable doubt.
Oh yeah, absolutely.
Yes, and I'll tell you this too. I don't believe you could have had all the evidence in the world, up to pictures of him at that crime scene, and I guarantee you, at the time when everything was going on, because of that situation with the LA riots and the Rodney King and stuff like that was going on, they were headhunting, and Detective Mark Furman was the one they were hunting.
Yeah, that Rodney King situation was just as much responsible for OJ getting off as anything else.
Absolutely.
Absolutely.
I think one juror even came out and said so.
Yes, they did. And, I mean, it is what it is.
And that's something about a jury. If you found him not guilty, but then come out after and say, yeah, I think he did it. Well, you know what? You got to live with that for the rest of your life, because you let that man free.
Well, look at what OJ did before he, passed away. I mean, look at the book he wrote, If I Did It. Now, damn well he didn't have to.
That was his confession.
That was absolutely his confession.
Yeah. But then again, he knew he was protected by double jeopardy.
Exactly. Of course. But he knew he could make money off that book. So why not do it?
Sure.
Well,
But I'll tell you this, and I will leave it at that if you were one of those ones out there that just didn't want OJ convicted, even though with all the evidence there, because of some stupid situation with other individuals that happened in totally different incidences, then you're just as much as trash as anybody else, that OJ himself.
Yes.
I agree. And
Tell us how you really feel.
Kelly Robin, you asked me to squash a rumor for you, and your question is, did Seth? I mean, this, and I'm not talking about you, sister, because I know you're just asking a question. You've got the eyes rolled because you don't believe this, but the biggest problem we've got out here in these social media streets is people just pulling stuff out of their ass. And the question is, did Seth attend CrimeCon and meet John Walsh and ask for money for an interview? And I actually have had several messages regarding that. First off, he didn't attend CrimeCon at all. We had a member of our team there. Seth was not there at all. Let me tell you my take on CrimeCon. So we had an invite from News Nation, from myself, and for Randy Harris in the Caleb Harris case. Fly us in, put us in VIP, all this baloney. We also had an invitation with Seth and I to do the same thing with Court TV. And I advised both of those fathers to not go anywhere near CrimeCon, simply for the fact that they are in active cases, and the way people twist things, if they were to see a father in an active case who claims to be out searching for his child at a crime convention, I can only imagine how people would have taken that and run with it.
Yeah, I agree.
So I told both of those guys it's not something we should do, and neither father was there. What they do, and there's no reason for me to believe that they wouldn't have treated both of these fathers with respect. They would have done their best to keep them isolated, but there's still pictures and whatnot that could have been taken. And I just don't believe it's a place. Now, a Joe Petito, where he can be a resource and he can be on a panel and he can talk about his experience and help other fathers, I think that's great. But I just don't, I don't believe it's a place for a father with an active case at all. And what they do, just so you guys understand, is they sell tickets to these panels. So they're using, in a roundabout way, they're using these fathers and their children missing to bolster their, call it what you want to call it, ticket sales.
That's horrible.
And I couldn't wrap my brain around why that would be a good idea.
No, look, Tony, again, you were hired for a reason. You got plenty of knowledge. You're advising your client to what you feel is best for him.
Yeah, and I mean, can you imagine if one of these YouTubers or whatever would have, got a camera on him or caught him on the way, from the parking lot or whatever? I mean, can you imagine how Seth would react to that?
Oh, absolutely.
The sad thing is it doesn't matter what Seth does or does not do. He can't win for losing.
Right. Somebody will find fault.
In no matter what it is.
Yep.
Same for Tony. No matter what Tony says or does, he's damned if he does and damned if he doesn't.
Yep.
Yeah,
Has been since before he actually signed on.
Right.
Well, and if I'm on TikTok all the time, because it's a platform I prefer, having case discussion, creating networks of people that are actually helping, that run a good, clean platform. Now I'm TikTok Tony. Well, if I'm not out there accessible, now I'm a jerk for not being accessible to people. So
Yeah, they're never happy.
That's right.
you're just not.
Yeah. You can please everyone.
No.
I do find going back to the shoe comment, though. I mean,
Yeah, you can never.
Am I the only one that finds the comment odd where he never leaves home without shoes, and then we're led to believe that he walked out of the house on his own with no shoes?
No, not at all. And I think my theory on that is I feel like they planned everything out to a T. And that is the one detail they forgot to include in their plan. So when they were asked, what was he wearing? It was a, oh crap moment that we forgot about shoes.
Yep.
So now we got to say he went barefoot.
Yeah, but let's back up. Let's back up. I thought of that too when I heard that. What I find interesting is that they could have easily said, "Oh yeah, he had a pair of shoes on," because nobody would have really known any different. And I would
but they would, because he had just went through that growth spurt. So Seth knew what shoes had just been purchased for him. That's the only thing about that.
Yeah, but here's my theory on that. And the thing is that Seth can say that all he wants coming from his house. But what goes on at my house doesn't necessarily mean he knows exactly what's going on.
Well, apparently they had just had a conversation about it because Seth had just bought him a pair of boots. And she had, I guess, told him that he only had 2 pairs of shoes at the time. And then so Seth bought him another pair. So I guess.
Okay.
Yeah.
Well, see, that's something I was not aware of. So yeah, okay.
Right.
And
did
she? I'm sure she told the police, that he's barefoot, and I'm sure he would have been asked, okay, how do you know he's barefoot? She said all shoes are accounted for.
Right.
Yeah.
And she could have easily just said, I bought him a pair of shoes the day before and they're missing. But like I said, I think it was a oh crap moment that they were kind of backed into a corner.
Well, yeah,
they forgot to plan that one.
Because they already had their story mapped out. Yes.
Right.
That makes sense. Reading through the comments here.
Yeah, because nothing else about that makes sense to me, just like what Shane was saying. So that's the only thing plausible in my mind that would be the reason why they said he didn't have shoes on.
Now let me ask 2 questions here. One, how big was Sebastian? Did any of the parents still ever pick Sebastian up?
He was 5'5" and about 120 pounds.
Okay.
Size 10 and a half shoe.
That would be no then. Because my next question was going to be, how many times has a mother picked their child up, picked them up out of a sleep with no shoes and left in a hurry? But that would make sense because that's set in stone. They're not going to pick that child up and carry him out.
DJ wants to know, did they ever say if Sebastian had socks on?
I've never heard that said.
Saying what?
I've never heard them say if he had socks on or not.
Oh, yeah, I never heard that.
I mean, that question has even been asked of Seth, were all of the socks at Katie's home accounted for, and he didn't know the answer to that.
Someone made a good point. Judy Short said the mom couldn't carry him, and don't you think the stepdad could?
What's that?
Yeah, I think he could, but I also think she could have.
You do?
She was in the Navy now.
I think she was in the Navy, and it's alleged that she was in martial arts. So I think she could.
Well, my question would be though, why would you think that she wouldn't just normally, if she was going to leave with him, she wouldn't just wake him up and say, let's go? Why would she pick him up?
And again, correct me, Ken, Jay, Kayla, and if I'm wrong. Okay, the question is no, but if both CP and KP were both home, I don't think the stepfather was home. It was just mom.
That's what they say, but he slipped up a couple of times and said we.
I was going to say that's the story that they're telling.
Right.
Well, let's just say when law enforcement showed up, she was the only one there.
Right. At that point. But he slipped up in an interview. They were talking about the window and, if he could have gone out a window. And they said the screens were on the window and that he would have stepped onto mulch and bushes if he had climbed out of his window. And CP made this statement that we would have heard him.
Right.
And think of this, guys. You know, I think that the reason they're saying that he was there and then he was just poof gone.
Yeah.
That's a story that you could stick to that you wouldn't have to really think about.
Mm-hmm.
Whereas when
Very
you start
true.
getting detailed in your lies, you got to be real careful.
Yeah. Yeah, he did slip up a couple of times, Spartan.
Yeah, there's a lot of theories now. You know, was he home? Could they both carry him to the car? She drove halfway. He took him out of the vehicle. She headed back home. Had to make that phone call. Like you said, K-Jen, an open phone call.
Mm-hmm.
Jennifer says that CP said on Nancy Grace that he had not been home the whole month of February.
But then a neighbor or someone, I can't remember who, had said that he was home for like the first weekend or something of February.
Yeah, and people bringing up he was on a call with Facebook. You know, I can be on Facebook and my better half can be in the other room, right?
Right.
Again, that's a possibility. You know, past he was, past in Alaska and all that. Yeah, absolutely. Again, but that's a theory. But look, and it's like Shane said. I believe you said this, Shane. The theory we're giving you, I'm sure law enforcement has thought about that too. I should say, I would be shocked if they did.
One of the things that would come to mind for me is, you know, when the parents were painting a story that this child was just gone, one of the questions would definitely be brought up is, could he have run away? And with that being said, the first thing that I would ask is, where do all the family members live? I would want to know everywhere the family lives. And is it a possibility that he ran away to one of these family members? So these are things that would be looked at, not necessarily, but they would be questioned.
What is that?
Somebody bragging, I would know. But do you know if he had a backpack that he used?
I think they said the backpack was still home.
Yeah, my understanding is that the backpack was still at the home.
The only thing that I remember her saying that was unaccounted for was a flashlight.
Which would make no sense to me that he would have a flashlight, not his shoes.
Yeah, but wouldn't
Exactly.
that flashlight would have been caught on that ring cam though? I mean, at least
With her knowing surveillance and stuff, she probably would have suspected that a light would have shown up at some point, and maybe that's why. Or maybe she knew of a light that was going to be shining at a certain point. So
I'd
she
like
had
to
to say
know-
that he had that.
I'd like to know from neighbors if it was always natural and normal for them to not have their outside lights on, or if it was just at night.
Oh, I guarantee the
Okay,
law
is
enforcement
TikTok Tony
canvass
done?
the neighborhood and ask questions.
Is TikTok Tony done? If he's done, we're done listening to this shit. Did he have to take a phone call or what? Because, I mean, we're going to end this shit if he's done.
questions.
A little bit with Peyton Pickard, and it's totally you can't compare.
Because we don't really give a fuck what these people think or what they got to say. Honestly. I mean, let's just keep it real.
You can't.
Yeah, I agree, DM. I mean, I feel like if he had ran away, he would have taken his phone. He would have taken a bag of clothes. He would have taken some food. Yeah, his switch. Yeah.
Well, no, I wouldn't see, and I look into it a little different. The reason being is because I've experienced where we dealt with runaways where they left with what was on their back, and these individuals were found, but they absolutely didn't have extra clothing with them. They didn't have all that.
Okay, so let me ask you this then. On those cases, were all of those just runaways like going nowhere, or did they have someone that they ran to?
Well, they didn't really. Now, a couple of them they ran away to a friend where they were going to stay. However, I remember one specifically. He had nowhere to go, and he didn't take anything. All he took was a skateboard.
And why do you think the skateboard?
When they canvassed the area, it took them a while, but they found him hiding. But he had left a note saying that he was going to run away. And basically that was it. And you would have expected him to have taken more than what he took, but he didn't. He took the clothes on his back and his skateboard, and that was it.
Right. So, like DM said, do you think that was because it was a favorite possession?
Yeah, probably, most likely.
Okay. So, with a child like Sebastian, who, you know, his whole life pretty much would be based around routine, would you think that it would be possible for him to just run off without taking something with him? I mean, I know your answer. I'm just
I mean, you know, that's subject to debate with each and every one of us are different, you know. And I would say that, you know, my opinion with everything that's going on, I don't think he's a runaway. That's why.
Right.
I just don't.
And I don't either. Sometimes I just ask these questions because I see the comments and, you know, I already know the answer and I already know what I feel on it, but.
Sure.
Well, let me ask you this, Shane. What would be the difference between a regular runaway and a person with autism that's running away?
Well, I want to say this, you know, we understand this. When I first heard it, I felt automatically it wasn't a runaway,
right,
with the fact that he had autism, but because he's a high functioning autistic child, you know, now there are situations where I've heard of this with high functioning children. However, they still didn't quite have the mental, what's the word I'm looking for? They didn't have quite the mental
capacity.
Yeah, to be able to think far enough ahead to make it a plausible and actual, what I would consider an escape. It was more of a, well, I'm just going to run, you know, I'm going to run over here and do this, or I'm going to go to my favorite spot. Whereas some of your other children have a tendency to run off with a friend. So I don't feel that he had the force. I'm still thinking of the words. I don't think he could foresee too far enough into the future that he could think it out that well.
Right.
Yeah,
and you know, and somebody in the comment, Jess, yeah, you're right. Could all parents be innocent? Again, nobody's been convicted, so
they could, but they're not making themselves look innocent.
It's not looking good for them.
Right.
Well, let's just say, let's look at the evidence. I'm not looking at the parents. I could care less their name, who they are, or where they came from. I'm looking at the evidence, and
Okay, so I did a poll here, you guys. What do y'all think? Because I mean, I don't know if Tony's not on here. I don't really care to keep listening to this, but here's this right here. We have worked so hard for the missing this week, and unfortunately, we couldn't do much for Sebastian. Joe Petito spoke to him, and Seth wants money for appearances. John Ramsey wanted to have coffee with Seth, but he refused. I promise, we all tried. Now, see, I think that's a bunch of bullshit. John Ramsey, why the fuck would John Ramsey want to have coffee with Seth? Get the fuck out of here. And why the fuck does Seth find it credible he should be at CrimeCon? No, that's not. Wow. Here's the other post right here and some comments to go with it. But I'm not. Oh my God. I guess I'm not shocked, but I'm just disgusted. I don't understand why you would even tell me it's about money without telling me it's about money. Like, cut it the fuck out. I've never heard Chris and Katie ask for money to be on a panel. I've never asked them for money to do an interview. I've not seen them hopping all over. Seth was every other weekend or once a month dad. I'm not sure why the fuck he's getting all this attention, all this money, and all this. I don't understand. I get attention is currency, and I'm sure Karma's a motherfucking bitch, though. I'll tell you that. So we reap what we sow, though, don't we?
Her to,
Well,
but she could
volunteering.
choose to.
No, because now when spousal rights work both ways.
Right, but if she wanted to come forward and
She
say
can come
something,
forward, but not in court.
right?
Not in court.
Right. Yeah, right.
She can go to the police department all
She
day
can-
long. Yeah, absolutely.
She can
So
sit.
then anything she says wouldn't stick then?
No, but it can help them. It would help the DA dig deeper, look at a different angle. Look
Holy
at
crap.
stuff that they're,
Well,
look at
let's-
stuff. They're basically looking at stuff now.
That's good to know. So somebody's lying. He was not at CrimeCon. That's good to know, Pecan Pie. Thank you for letting us know. Thank you. So is Brooks lying from Crime Lines and Lies, or is that somebody making a post? I'm not really sure which one, but it seems to be like they're fucking lying, one or the other. So if he wasn't at CrimeCon, then obviously he didn't run into anybody to be asking for money. So, seems pretty crazy.
Well, there's nothing to throw out. They can use her whatever she says in an investigation.
Yes,
and if
they're
that
not.
investigation leads to evidence that leads to, then yeah, they can connect the dot, but they got to connect the dot in an end around.
Right.
So, which, I mean, I don't think this is going to happen, but let's just say, what if they were to get a divorce? Could she testify then? And could
Yes.
that be used in court?
Yes. No. Yeah,
Absolutely.
spousal privilege. is
Even
not-
though they were married at the time it happened?
yes, spousal privilege does not apply in access.
Okay. Even though they're
Yep.
married at the time. Okay.
Yep.
Okay.
Yep. Once you get divorced, the spousal privilege ends.
Yes.
He's not going to let her ever, he's not going to ever give her a divorce then.
Well, that's if we're speculating that he did have anything to do with it.
I mean, come on.
Right. No, I'm just saying.
We know he's not covering for her.
I understand. I'm just saying, devil's advocate, it wouldn't be the first time that the mother was totally, the boyfriend or the husband didn't want something to do with an ex child and did something behind his back. Even if he knew after the fact that she had something to do with it, but it wouldn't be the first time.
Right. No, I know. I'm just saying in this case, with his family and his reputation, I don't feel like there is any chance whatsoever that they would ever cover for her.
Right.
I think they would cover anything for him.
Right.
Yeah, the DA, like I said, they're intelligent. They're smart. They know how to do an end around to anybody, that's got privilege. They know. They can click the dots. They can make a case. Again, I've seen cases been tried without a body.
Right.
Yeah.
That would be a lot harder to do.
Yeah, it's a little harder, but if you can connect the dots, and you got forensic and pathology and all that, if you can connect the dots to it, it works.
Yeah. You can make
So
a
then
case. If you can make a case and the jury take it, you're good.
Absolutely.
So if she's sang like a bird and they still investigated based off of that and found nothing, then they couldn't do anything about it?
No.
That's messed up. Is that in every state though?
Yep.
Yeah, it's different when somebody's singing like a canary and then, all of a sudden, wow, okay, everything came together and we were able to solve this. But if, let's say, she starts talking and talking and talking and then their investigation leads to nothing, then it goes back to, well, it's hearsay. She didn't tell us nothing.
Right. Then again, you got to, when it comes to, I guess, how would I say that? A wife coming up, or even a husband coming up to the DA and saying, "Hey, I want to, how can you help me? I want to tell you what happened." Okay. Now, what if she's telling you a bunch of bullshit?
Well, come on, Delta. You know as well as I do. There's been instances where the suspect that did all the dirty deeds decided to go confront law enforcement and tell them their side of the story, which painted it in the light of how they wanted law enforcement to take it. And they were pointing their finger at the other one, and come to find out it wasn't them.
Right. Now, here's a way, an end around what they can do. If she comes up with facts and they found the body and she says, yes, he was involved, they can do a plea deal with her. Say, okay, you admit to this crime, set crime. You get charged X amount of time. Okay, now can they use her testimony? Which is different.
Right.
Right.
DJ
Okay, there's
says,
a question. Oh, go ahead.
DJ says Tennessee Code Title 24, spousal privilege does not always apply.
Again, the word always.
Another question DM Cosby had. Hypothetically, could KP say that CP's mom has Sebastian and CP set it up and she had to go along with it?
Why? I mean, yeah, it could definitely, which would play
Well,
right into mine and Delta's theory.
but she's saying, would KP get off of it if she said that she was forced to go along with it or something?
No. Not. I mean, they may cut her a deal. Am I correct, Delta?
Sorry, it wasn't responding to Jade.
Oh, my bad.
I missed it. No, you're good. What was that?
Ask that question again.
Okay, so someone asked, could CP say that? No, sorry. Could KP say that CP's mom has Sebastian and that CP set it up and that she was forced to go along with it? So could she be charged with it still, or could she take like a plea deal or something?
Well, she still would be charged with accessory, because right now, if she would have said that right off the bat, it's one thing. But as long as she keeps playing it.
But what if she said that? What if she said she was being threatened or her life was in danger or whatever?
They would have put her in protective custody.
I'm talking about now. If she came out and said that now.
That's what Seth said before. Seth said that on Webslueths interview, and Tony left. Obviously, he's not. You know what I'm saying? We're about done sharing this though, because I mean, do we honestly give two fucks what these people have to say? Because I really don't. I mean, they're randos on TikTok. Do we care or not? I mean, I guess if we care, I can put it back on, but Tony's not on here, so it's really kind of pointless to, you know. You guys want it back on? I mean, we can turn it back on. Doesn't really matter. I guess we can watch it if y'all want to watch it. I really don't give a fuck, but Tony's not on there, so. I mean, these people are just basically telling us what their thoughts are, and it's a bunch of bullshit. I mean, I still think it's a bunch of bullshit. I think what Tony said is a bunch of bullshit. There's the link if anybody wants it. And I don't know who a Shane is, but whoever Shane is, he seems like he knows it all. So that was enough slander, grifting, and racism for me, Burnt Toast says. Yeah, I mean, it's pretty cringe if you ask me. And then we got Tone Bone up there sticking up for folks he don't even fucking know will rock his world when they get into it. What's up, baby? What's happening, Cheesy?
Hi.
How are you,
I
ladies?
sent you-
What y'all think about that interview there?
Oh my God.
I
don't even know what to say.
I found the photo of
Yeah.
Steph. Check your messages. I sent it to you, and I sent you the link with the timestamp where she
I
was.
got it. I
actually-
checked it. It's her. It's her for sure. I knew when I seen that hat and glasses, it was her.
Fucking A.
She showed herself today when she had her camera on. If you go back in my live stream, I said you don't have to turn your camera on, Betty Boop. That was her. She had the hat on, the glasses on. I knew from the very first picture that I seen.
It was that Steph?
Yeah, that one. That one. The voice sounds fucking identical.
Here, we'll go pull it up real quick.
That's what I thought.
Yep.
She's a freaking loon.
And dude, what the hell? I know why Tony likes TikTok, because the stuff goes away and there's no ramifications for putting your bullshit out.
Yep. Because yes, that's exactly right.
Same bullshit every night.
Yeah, she is. Oh, and you know what? Who's this right here? Because this person right here Steph.
That's her too. That's her too.
Yeah, that's her, Steph. That's the fake dog handler. That's the Betty Boop that was up here today. That is her. Same one. KDK gifted 10 memberships. Thank you, baby, so much. I appreciate you supporting the channel. Thank you, love. If y'all got one, make sure you tell her thank you. That's definitely her. Like I said, she put her picture on earlier today when she came up here. She fucked up and put her camera on, and this is what she looked like when she put her fucking camera on. Bam, that's what she looked like. Hat, glasses, and she had long hair down her back. There's her long hair right there to the side. And here,
earlier today. Do you want works in plastic surgery? Do you want to see what I have on? Do you want pictures of me getting, Botox earlier today?
Yeah, same. That's the same voice, everything. Yes, that is her. That
Damn
is the fake dog handler, Steph. She goes by the name Betty Boop and tried to come up here today to tell us that she flew out there to search. She's a fucking liar.
She's a freaking loon.
Yeah, she really is.
I knew.
She really is.
I dug all afternoon to find that shit. Oh my God, I dug all afternoon to find that.
Yeah, that is her. Yes, that is her. I can tell you right now, that is her. Hat, glasses, everything to a motherfucking T. She had that long ass ponytail down her back. Yep, Show did. That is her for sure.
Stop lying to us over here, Betty. Betty Boop. You definitely. Don't come over here playing like that.
Yeah, clarify because we got too many Bettys going around.
Betty Boop, Bleeding Heart, whatever the hell. Steph.
I was going to say Betty Boop, Bleeding Heart, Steph. I mean, fuck, you got 25 accounts. We know you be creeping out here like a weird ass. Under alts and shit, you weirdo. Talking about you got dogs by the name of Whiskey and this, that, and the other.
Whiskey, tequila, Jack.
Stole the dogs off of Chewy.com. Like, seriously, you know this is the internet. They will bust your ass.
Yeah, how stupid do people think we are? This is the true crime community. Hello.
Yeah, I mean, come on now.
I mean, we're not detectives, but we are smarter than that.
Some fuck shit like that. You really thought she was going to get away with that? Shit. People were looking into Julia more than they were looking into Steph too, though. Ain't that funny? They were like, hey, she's a fake dog handler. We all thought she was fake as hell. Because Steph went up there whatever, Betty Boop, Steph, whatever the hell she is today, went up there, Bleeding Heart, Steph.
Well, we didn't so much think Julia was a fake dog handler. She's just unprofessional, and she's against Chris and Katie, so
she's super messy and looks good on paper, but in person, like, whoa.
And supposedly Tony said that Seth did not go to CrimeCon. So if he did not go to CrimeCon, that means obviously Crime Lines and Lies is lying or someone else is. Not sure who that post is or whatever, but somebody's lying somewhere along the lines because they said Seth did not go to CrimeCon. Well, Tony did. So I don't know how credible that is either.
Okay, they said that the part of their team went. So is she part of their team, or did she talk to part of their team and the team told them no, he won't take them without paying for an interview?
Dude,
I don't know. I don't know what happened.
If Tony's a PR person, he's really doing a crappy ass job. Like some of the things that those TikTokers stated.
That's because Tony's an attention person. That's PR my ass.
Some of those things that those TikTokers stated, he's like, well, dude, it's pretty. And who was the detective over there that promoting Mark Furman?
Right. He was a good detective.
Oh, yeah. Just because he might have been racist, that didn't affect him doing his job at all. Really?
Oh, really? Okay. Yeah, okay.
And aren't we, okay, I don't mean this racist, but aren't we not supposed to use the word Indian anymore? We're supposed to call them indigenous?
Indigenous peoples.
Yes.
I was going to say, I know a lot of people do. I don't think that it's like, like, you know, Burnt Toast, I don't think she'd be upset or angry if somebody used it in like like a sentence not talking it, but to use it to be ignorant with it. Yes, that's very you know what I'm saying, disrespectful and that's not cool.
I'm sorry, sometimes it's hard to keep up with all the words we're supposed to use. I don't mean that in a bad way. Right. I really honestly try to keep up.
So like if somebody says an Indian reservation instead of like an indigenous reservation or something like that, I'm sure she's not going to be upset or be angry or whatever. You know what I mean? Like, it's not like it's a horrible word that people, that nobody's supposed to use, like, disrespectful. But I'm saying if they use it in a disrespectful way, then absolutely. You know what I'm saying? But there's I
was just trying to clarify because, like I said, I have a hard time keeping up, but I don't mean that in a bad way. I'm just,
Well, yeah, I know you're asking.
I'm the older generation. I'm sorry.
Yes, I know you're not. You're not like that. No. You're not like that.
context matters, and you had it right.
That too.
For them
That
to sit there and say that supposedly they believe that Sebastian's in Alaska, and they're not going to say why, and they're not going to say with who, but they believe he's there.
Yeah.
That came from Seth during the interview on Webslueths. We know that where that came from.
Do they not think law enforcement didn't look into something like that? That's the one thing. Do you think law enforcement didn't go through all the
I'm
vehicles?
more apt to think somebody from the jail that he fucked with or didn't like had something to do with this than his parents.
Right?
I mean, I'm just saying, you know.
Yeah, and they're like, oh, he's on a reservation. What? Please can't touch him there. And the Proudfoots, I don't even think they are indigenous, are they? I think they're, what did Bert Toast say they are? Polish or?
Scottish.
No, not Polish. Scottish, thank you.
I don't even.
So he's up there on the reservation wearing a skirt or what? I'm sorry.
I'm like, do you not think law enforcement didn't check that out?
Yeah.
Law enforcement has come out and said there has been no foul play suspected on the part of the parents. They're suspects because they're the parents. I mean, that's kind of where it ends. Not kind of, but that's where it ends. I mean,
they're just ridiculous.
If you're a PR person, wouldn't you be concerned with the accurate information being out there?
And did they say that Delta guy's a defense attorney? Did I hear that right?
Bike, no way.
He's an idiot. Because the other day when he was talking, he said, oh, well, they got to have probable cause and blah, 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 blah. They couldn't just go on their property and look and da-da-da-da-da, which is true. But the parents let the law enforcement come on their property. Chris says, as long as you have a badge, you're welcome to come here. So you don't need to have probable cause to search when the homeowner says, come on in. You're welcome to look at anything. Cops love it when homeowners do that, because then they don't have to get a judge to approve anything. Or
Jamie said, my family's okay with being called Native if you're referencing them without their name. That's good to know. Thank you, love.
Thank you. We're all about education on his channel.
I mean, I don't know. I guess, to be fair, like I said, if Sebastian went missing while he was at Seth's house or anything to do with that, can you imagine how the tables would be turned? Can you imagine how horrible he'd be treated and how he would want people to stick up for him?
And he wouldn't be taking it so gracefully as the Proudfoots are.
I don't think he would be making any sort of allowances. Allowances are being right and center for him.
Toasty, what you doing, baby?
Hey, what's up? I just wanted to clarify a couple things. So, like Indigenous people, like Native people, we're not a monolith. So all of us have different views about what to say and what we call each other and things like that. For me, it wasn't about the word Indian, okay? We don't even say Indian anyway. We say Indian. Anyway, that's not like the word wasn't the issue. It was the fact that they were, one, trying to say that Chris's family was Native when they are not. They're Scottish. And God, it's so stupid. And then on top of that, regardless of whether his family is or is not, they were trying to somehow blame tribal people in Alaska, and then being like, oh, well, it's essentially the Wild Wild West out there. And if they took them there, then they can't do anything. Almost like saying that we're like in the habit of stealing white kids. Like, get the fuck out of here with that.
Right. And thank you for clarifying, by the way.
Sebastian is not biological child of Chris. So regardless of what Chris's family is or is not, and again, that's a Scottish last name. I don't know why people that's so bizarre to me. But he's Scottish. But regardless, Sebastian is not biologically his child. So Sebastian
Exactly.
white. So some white lady, let's just go with their theory. Some white lady, so Sebastian's mom, a white lady, taking her son, a white child, and running to quote unquote tribal lands in Alaska, and they think that they're just going to be able to let's just walk in there.
Yeah, you can bring your child, your missing child, and come over here and hide him, which is a felony if you get caught harboring a runaway child or a kid. You know what I mean?
There's checkpoints to get between here and Alaska. You got to go through Canada.
Well, the thing is also is like the rules and the laws pertaining to whether the feds can come in or like all of that stuff, it's completely different depending on which tribe you're talking about. There are like over 200 federally recognized tribes in Alaska alone. So it's ignorant to say that all of a sudden, they know all the laws for all those 200 plus federally recognized tribes in that state alone, because each tribe will have a different almost like relationship with the federal government, depending on past treaties and past things that they have, their relationship with the government. So it's just like, it may be one way with one tribe and one way with something else. So like, they are just incredibly ignorant about so many things. It's like layers and layers of bullshit and ignorance here. Right. And the idea that they would even like get to the point where this is the speculation now, like it is just it's insanity to me.
It's stupidity.
Yeah. But it's just like it wasn't the word. Okay, because that didn't necessarily bother me. It was the fact that they were making us seem like that we're like villains, or that we're lawless, or that somehow these are the same people that are, if you ask them, they'll probably say, oh, I bet you they don't pay taxes. We pay our fucking taxes. Okay,
yeah,
we pay taxes.
Don't forget your big old check you get every month, right?
Which I don't ever get. That's not it's more most of the time that's not a thing. No, I don't get a check. I wish I did, but no, I don't. But it was the way that they were like, it was just the whole conversation. It was, in my opinion, it was racist as fuck. It was ignorant as fuck. It does nothing but hurt Sebastian's case. And it does nothing but make all of these people want to look toward probably the side of the continent that Sebastian is not.
Right. The chances of him being all the way in Alaska is probably slim to none.
Right.
And especially on a reservation.
Yeah,
or tribal lands, whatever you want to call it.
Right.
Do you know
and
there's only one recognized reservation in Alaska. It's in the southeast.
Mm-hmm. Right.
Yeah.
But there's like 200 and something.
Yeah, I think it's 227. I Googled it. Yeah.
Yeah, it's a lot. It's a lot. So like they just don't, there's so much bullshit that they just don't understand.
And the Proudfoots went up to Alaska for a job. The stepfather was going up there as a job. And that's Chris's stepfather, I think the Proudfoots are. So isn't it? No, Chris Proudfoot. No, that's no.
Yeah.
No,
I don't know.
I'm wrong.
I just know it's a Scottish name.
Yeah. Sorry, he said it was his mom and his stepdad, and it was a work thing that had been scheduled. It was a work trip scheduled several months out.
There's a lot of people that go to Alaska for jobs, and it's seasonal. I mean, that's always been a thing.
Yeah. Most everything in Alaska is seasonal.
I mean, right?
I have a friend who lives up in Alaska.
The shit they come up with is ridiculous. And the way Tony was talking about Betty, I said, "Oh my God." To like today. Do you know today she went off today. Lord, she went off today. Did you watch her little live stream about going to
Yeah,
court?
I had a bunch of people send me a
I'm
clip.
going to take you guys back to court because they won't stop talking about me. You can't take people to court for talking about you, Betty.
No, is she going to sue the entire internet? Like,
well, I mean,
that
she's
is
already,
not.
she's like, they said I was going to be laughed at within the first month. No, we said you were going to be laughed out of the courthouse, and you were, and your shit was dismissed, and you're trying to refile again while you're trying to save face for your fucking goddamn, new subs of your channel who don't know you. They soon will, though.
Yeah, nobody said that there was literally people that are going to be sitting there laughing and pointing like a Homer Simpson episode. That's not what people meant when they said she was going to be laughed at,
Right.
But,
Now what they're doing in their behind the scenes, they might be laughing. But
they talked about me. They hurt my feelings on the internet. So I'm going to sue them again.
We didn't talk about her. We talked about
she seriously thinks that because she has a contract with Google and has a YouTube channel that I have a contract with Google and have a YouTube channel that we have to be nice, that we have an obligation to be nice to her.
In other words, she wants a safe space.
Yeah, no, you don't get a fucking safe space. This is the internet, baby. This is not a safe space. You want this, you better log off. That's not it. This is not a safe space.
No. And we weren't even talking really about her per se. Yeah. We were talking more about the interview with Sebastian. I actually said she did a great interview because Seth showed his ass on that interview. So I thought it was a great interview. We actually got to see the side of Seth that we need to see.
Right.
He's an asshole.
Wonderlust did a 499 thing, said this is a joker. Yes, Tony is a joker. I'll tell you that. Debbie Nelson says here, Queen, you've worked hard today with this all day show. Yeah, I didn't realize he was going to get back up here on TikTok. I should have known he was. As soon as my phone dinged off, I'm like, oh God, here he goes. She needs a hug box. She ain't getting one on the internet. And I don't have any obligation through YouTube or through Google to be nice to her because we don't have any contract together. You don't sign a contract with people.
Right.
They don't have to be nice to you. They don't have to like you. It's not how the internet works, Betty.
Nope. In fact, YouTube's like how YouTube started was reaction videos.
Absolutely.
People reacting to other, and I wasn't around for this, but like I know people who have been here like from like YouTube's inception, and they said that back in the day they used to actually have a reaction button underneath everyone's stream, and so you could click on that button and it would directly tag your next stream and it would tie it to that so people could see the progression of reactions back and forth. And they replace that now with handles and hashtags.
Yeah, that's like one of the top subjects on YouTube is reactions.
Yeah, it's one of the commentary, parodies, reactions, reviews. All those are like the top category to this day of types of channels on this platform. Yeah, mystery. It all depends. Like, there's no like straight answer as far as what you were asking, as far as like Ellie and tribal police working together. It all depends on that particular tribe's relationship with the federal government. I mean, I don't have an answer other than it's just going to depend. But there's no reason whatsoever for a non-tribal member child to be just like hidden on a like that's not a thing.
Right. I don't think that they would I want to say this the right way without being offensive. I don't think that they would take the chance of fighting the US government over a white child.
Completely agree with you.
Rather than an indigenous child. You know what I mean? I'm not trying to be offensive, but you know what I'm saying?
You're completely correct though. They don't want that smoke. They don't want that shit. There's already enough bullshit happening.
Like, to them it might be worth it if they had somebody that was a member of their tribe, a child that was a member of their tribe, it might be worth fighting the US government for, but not for a white kid. You know,
Well, right.
I
Well,
mean,
there's laws in place, like the
that
Indian
has no
Welfare
bloodline.
Act. Yeah. So there's like
Yeah.
already laws in place that dictate how tribal children are supposed to be like adopted out and stuff like that, which is ironically what I'm actually going to be talking about tomorrow night, because the person that I'm reviewing was also getting some shit wrong. So that's weird that this is the conversation tonight. But yeah, there's already laws in place pertaining to the relationship as far as like dealing with kids, like welfare and adoption and foster care between tribal members and the federal government. So that is already like, and you can Google it, like there's already a thing for that. So, and it's completely separate than all the other kids. That is, so just to be clear, that
Illuminati just went up on
let me finish what I'm saying and I'll tell you. Because you're gonna talk about shit I say about the Proudfoots. They ain't even nowhere near as bad as the things you say about Seth. And then gonna sit there and come at me about somebody called her Lady LaDude. And then she's gonna call me a freaking transphobe. But you say the F word, and it's just like, I don't know if people are scared of you or what, but you can't.
Or they're not snowflakes, maybe.
Well, then why are they going to be snowflakes about me?
I don't know. Maybe because you are one. You can't even come. Hold on. Let me explain what I mean. Okay. Sometimes people need a little schooling. You can't even come to me with a problem you got about me. You got to go on nonsense talking about something I did.
Look, did you not hear what I've been saying? I don't give a. That's not my fucking standards. I'm not a snowflake. If it was just me, I wouldn't give a fuck. It's the fact that they're coming to me about this shit, trying to cause me all kind of fucking problems while supporting somebody else that does worse. Do you see what I'm saying? If it was just me, I wouldn't give a fuck about you saying. I don't care.
Yeah.
I don't worry about what other people are doing on a normal basis. I wouldn't even be calling that shit out if it wasn't for how she is a hypocrite.
Hold on. You don't worry about what other people do on a normal basis, but yet you're worried about a word that came out of my mouth. Bro, the math ain't mathing.
I just told you what I said, because this bitch has been coming at me, Glue, for 2 months over some dumb shit, but then she's going to promote you, which is way worse.
So again, I'm going to ask, why is that my problem? How is this my problem? But then when you get on her channel, you don't even use her as an example. You got to bring my name in it.
Because I'm showing her how she's a hypocrite.
Oh.
I don't know how you can't see what I'm saying. She'll promote you, okay? But then she's going to come and try to take me, like destroy my everything about me because I did something that ain't even as bad. I'm sick of that shit. Like I said, it's not even, it's like I don't even know you like that.
Well, I've been saying the same thing for like a month or so, but yet everybody keeps coming to me talking about Brittany J over there running her mouth about you. What that hoe got to say? I don't know her. I don't know nothing about her. I don't watch your show. Quite honestly, your voice works my nerves. I can't do it.
Well, then, okay then. So first, one thing you got to learn about YouTube too is these stupid people will come tell you things that ain't even happening to cause problems. I don't be talking about you like that. I brought you up as an example a couple times. I don't know you. I don't got beef with you.
I'm just going to say again, bro. You got to have somebody for an example. Why is my name in your mouth? Like, that shit is crazy, bro. That is crazy. That's crazy as hell. I'm the onlyest creator on YouTube that you could use for an example. No, but yet I'm the same one, the only one you apparently feel like you mean you.
Girl. Y'all, you better tell her. Granny's watching. It comes out of my mouth way more than you. It's you and her. It's the two people that nonsense.
Lady, I'm trying to tell you, lady, calm down. I'm trying to tell you something. The other day when you was on Nonsense panel, I heard you say Granny's watching name one time, and then it was all, I think the way you said it was, let me get it right. Let me quote you right. Illuminati. English people learn it. Then it was Cluminati. Well, she said the F word. Oh, she calling Seth a pedophile. Motherfucker, I can do math. It is what it is. If Seth is not okay with that, hey, go get you some therapy, bro. Get some therapy. Do what you got to do. Well, but I'm trying to tell you right now, this dude, okay, came out talking about his girl got rid of some things that was growing in her abdomen, and then she had Sebastian. She had Sebastian, got pregnant at 18. Bro, if you have that going on before then, you obviously wasn't legal. Not to mention the age you met, then what you said to her at 14, bro. Common sense is common sense. Some people just don't have it. I can't help everybody. I cannot help all of y'all.
That? Where's the proof that he did that with her?
I'm sorry. Okay, so now when people speak, we just not gonna believe what they say. He's making that up, y'all. He is making up what he said to that little girl. He is making up them abortions for what? What is the point? Why would somebody do that? Yeah, let me come on the internet and look like a bad dude.
I'm not saying that he's making those up, but I'm saying in the time that was before she was 18.
Yeah, Brittany J, do math. She would have gotten pregnant at 18 with Sebastian. I'm just saying, it's simple math, bro. It is simple. And you tell a 14-year-old that one day you're going to be together. Yeah. And your ass is 23. What the hell would you consider that? Because let me ask you, got kids? You got daughters? Would you let your 14-year-old date a 23-year-old?
No, I would not.
Well, why not? Because to you, that's not inappropriate. To you,
my God.
What I'm saying about this man is off kilter. It's wrong that I look at him this way, but you just sat here and said that you wouldn't be okay with it.
No, I wouldn't, but that don't mean that I'm going to sit there and go off and degrade somebody that's child's missing. I mean, come on.
So you mean to tell me right now that you ain't never said nothing out of your mouth sideways about Chris or Katie?
Nothing like that. That's
not what I said, lady.
That.
Nope, you're not going to put Moses up to Jesus. I'm not talking about if one is bigger, more worse than the other. I'm talking about anything at all. Have you come out of your mouth and said anything about Chris or Katie?
Not demeaning, not like that. I don't know. Don't ask me right off the tip. Not that I can recall. Not like that. I wouldn't. So you go over some.
I'm not talking about like that. I'm talking about at all, because it doesn't matter. You gonna talk shit about somebody, you're talking shit about somebody. It don't matter if it's a little bitty shit or a great big, you clogged the toilet, bro. Their child is missing too.
Right.
So why would you say anything negative towards them?
The only thing that I say is when I call out the stuff with them that don't seem right. Like
but you can't.
Said,
but you don't never.
No. I do. I was just calling him out earlier. It's going around that he's asking for money for interviews. That shit don't fly with me. I was just saying something about that today.
Well, why not? True. Why would you degrade a man whose child is missing?
Oh my God, no! You come on.
What? It ain't nothing wrong with that. No, it's not different. That's the problem.
That's saying that's something that's morally wrong. Okay, I'm calling out something.
Oh, okay. So you're right. You're right. I'm sorry. I do apologize for that. I am so sorry that a 23-year-old trying to literally groom a 14-year-old isn't morally wrong. My bad. I forgot. This is the dark side of YouTube. You guys are okay with that shit.
Are you serious?
Apparently. Because if asking for money for an interview is morally wrong, I don't know how in the hell in that messed up head of yours you don't understand that.
I can't. I tried. I can't. I'm not doing this. I can't. There ain't nothing that I'm gonna say that she's gonna get through to her. I just don't want to play her shit.
She dropped her.
Wow.
Yep.
Okay, I got some questions. How old was Katie when she had Sebastian?
18.
Okay.
She met Seth when she was 14 and Seth was 23.
When did they start dating?
I don't know, somewhere around there.
I do not have that answer exactly, Toasty.
So who said that she had had several abortions prior to Sebastian?
Seth.
Seth said that.
Oh yes, ma'am. That's amongst. Plus he violated Sebastian's privacy.
Yes.
This man outs everything, dude.
What the actual fuck?
And I just
Oh,
want
yeah,
to
it's-
clarify. Yesterday, when I said that there was nothing wrong with this, I didn't realize she was 14. By the way.
Oh, I lied. Okay, so here, daddy's baby girl. She was 12 when they met, dating after 14, married at 18. They met at 12, making him 21.
Shit, Clue was taking her ass to church, baby.
And he's also outed a lot of stuff about Katie's personal stuff too. Besides just that.
I did catch that, yeah, in one of the lives, which is also fucked up. And that's such a violation. Wow.
10 years older than her. Okay. It's still, listen, in my state, 16 will get you 20. And that's just, you just don't do that kind of stuff.
Right.
Wow. So has it been confirmed that what Seth said is true as far as like when he met her and the abortions and stuff?
We just heard from Clue that the pregnancy is not brought to term. That's not true.
And Clue talks to Chris and Katie on the phone all the time.
Right.
She's friends now with them.
Okay, so there were no abortions?
As far as we know, that's just
I just don't understand why would Seth say that there was.
Why has he been saying anything?
Honey,
Yeah,
why don't you ask?
a lot of horrible stuff about Katie, saying she's a drunk.
Oh, yeah.
That she was abusive.
That's where BHP got her accusation at.
Yeah, right. I heard her say that. I thought that was pretty ironic. I'll just leave it at that.
Yep.
But wow.
This case is a whole mess, Toasty. You don't even know.
See, I'm not trying to be mean, but this is why I do not do true crime content right here. It's just
right. And when Brittany J was saying, "Oh, what you're saying about Seth isn't as bad as what we're saying about Chris and Katie," what you saying that they offed their kid, that a mother offed her child? That's not saying worse stuff than what you're saying about Seth. I mean, come on.
Brittany J can go fuck herself. That's how I feel about it.
Right.
That's all she argues in is whataboutisms. It's always been like that.
When she put herself in the category, like, everybody's so mean to Betty, JLR, and me. I'm like, what? What?
You're not even the same league as them.
Wait, you're a pimp, you're a tragedy pimp, like in training here. They're pros. You ain't up there yet. Don't put yourself up there with them yet.
Were you around earlier when we had the lady come up and just talk about flying someplace?
I did. I was listening to that, and the second that she started talking, I was like, okay.
Well, I don't know why people get up here and lie like that when they're going to get caught. You know what I'm saying? And she made herself sound so stupid.
Yeah. Well, the second that you guys started asking her questions, like basic stuff, like I think it was Cappy or You Voices or somebody was like, well, where did you go? Where did you meet? Where were you headed? And she couldn't even say, like Cappy said, she couldn't even say, oh yeah, I forgot the name of the restaurant, but we were going to the restaurant. She couldn't even say that. And so the second that she was like not wanting to be nailed down on a specific type of place, even, I was like, she's lying.
Well, she said she couldn't tell us because she was at her grandma's.
Yeah.
Sorry,
but she'll spend money and fly across the country.
Right.
Yeah.
To go meet up with somebody that she doesn't even know if they're there. And then when they got there, they weren't there, and she just turned around and left.
So she's going to spend all that money without calling ahead of time or like having a conversation just to confirm. She's going to spend all that money
Yeah.
and spend
Yeah, she
all
just
that
said what
time.
Pascal said. That's all.
From California to Tennessee, girl, shut the fuck up. Like, that's
Well,
no.
the last time it was her and her husband spent money on private planes to come to Tennessee with their dogs, their search
Right.
dogs, Whiskey, Jack, and Tequila, and whatever.
So
Jen,
she's rich. Does
Maybe
she
Jose, I don't
understand
know,
how
I
much,
can't remember. Huh?
like, private planes, like,
Yeah,
private planes are like $50,000, $80,000.
Yeah.
I'm sorry, but no, I X for doubt again.
Well, she said they paid for a private plane, so I'm assuming a pilot to fly them in a private plane. But
Don't
yeah, with
believe
her dogs and her husband, and yeah, it's like, and then they got here, and what was the reason she couldn't search? She couldn't find anybody, or they told her she couldn't, or something like that. I don't remember, but yeah, it was like, so it was a wasted trip then too. And it was like, why would you fly your dogs and your husband and you on a private plane all the way to Tennessee without getting verification that you were going to be able to search?
How many dogs?
4 dogs, I think.
Which means 4 crates.
Right.
And a plane.
The capper was they found the dogs on Chewy.com. They were
yeah.
They were
Oh my
totally
God.
stolen.
Hi. What I loved about that whole story was how she had money, and so they had this private plane, you know, that they did all these things in. But then later on, she was going to have to sleep in her car, and then she couldn't wait to go to Graceland again. That was your big adventure, going to Graceland.
Oh, yeah.
You're balling, girl.
Well, if you have all this money for a private jet, why are you sleeping in your car?
Right. But her husband is a police officer who works I don't remember Rico Investigations, and he's met El Chapo and everything, and he has a software company. They have a software company. Oh, and she was an ER nurse.
Of course.
Oh, yeah.
Yeah. But she had to sleep in her car.
You know, all the things.
And we don't have a lot of money. Well, if you have a software company, you're an ER nurse, and he's some kind of RICO agent, you got money, girl.
Yeah.
You got money coming out your ears. Because what does a nurse make? Like $45 an hour or something like that?
Well,
I mean,
she had some big walkers.
we ain't balling like that now. We ain't balling like that. No, we ain't balling. We ain't balling that big now. Don't give us that much credit.
4 bloodhounds are expensive to feed now, you guys.
But yeah,
That's
Chewy.com. Love it, girl. Love it. Yeah.
It's like they're not even trying. Like they're just making shit up on the fly. Be like, hey, this will be fun.
And I need to clarify something. In the previous live, I sent a super chat, and I went back and I thought, I shouldn't have said that. When she was up there, I sent a super chat and said, did she call TBI? I was being a smart ass, you know, like she's a TBI caller, like the other one that we, you know, played on here, you know, that called the TBI about, you know, her speculation on the case and wasting resources. And that's what she reminded me of. Not saying, oh my God, I believe her. They didn't do the search. Call the TBI girl. So I need to be careful when I'm, you know, I was trolling her, but I ended up trolling other people, so I apologize for that. But no, I never believed her. Sorry. And I'm not sorry for telling her to shut up either. So there's that.
Yeah, the woman Rowena's talking about Toasty. She's like, if I was going to hide a body, I would hide it here. She's calling the TBI, telling them that. Yeah. Well, let's see. They were just red flagged your number.
Yeah, and she said, I don't mean to brag, but I lived in such and such area. What? Girl, what? What? Yeah, she goes, I don't mean to brag, but I lived in such and such Tennessee.
Millersville or something?
Yeah, something like that.
Yeah.
I was like,
I don't know what the fuck that is.
Yeah, I was like, girl, I didn't recognize where she was talking about, but I know the area and stop it, girl. Just stop it.
Oh my God.
Illuminati said it was nowhere to brag about.
These people that answer their phones for TBI, they deserve raises and parties monthly.
Can you imagine going home and it's like I can't explain YouTube to my husband, much less like my real life job of the nuts on YouTube, calling my real life job
about an investigation of a real life missing boy and the nut jobs that I have to deal with. I mean, seriously.
Hold on 1 second. We have Amy. Amy, it says device is not connected, baby. So I don't know what's going on. I was trying to let you in, but it keeps popping. It keeps going back and forth, and it says device is not connected. So I'm not sure what's going on, but it won't let you up here, baby doll.
Well, y'all, I just wanted to let you know that Mason told me after listening to all of this, he told me that he is a certified search dog. He is going to start throwing his hat in the ring. So we have a Shih Tzu on board. Stress on the word shit, and we're going to emphasize zoo that goes with it. So we'll see what happens.
Congrats.
Yeah.
No, yeah, that was pure sarcasm.
Look what
No,
Sticky said. She had time to Google the airport and make up a lie, but didn't. She just kept fumbling.
Yeah.
That's what I'm saying. Like, they didn't even put effort into
What's
it.
the airport?
Yeah,
you
she didn't even
went to?
try.
Forget the address. Forget it was a restaurant. Forget the name of it. What's the airport that you bought your ticket to land, or you hired your private?
Well, I'm not trying to start a YouTube channel. Julie, are you here? Julie, I didn't say that. Julie, are you here? I'm like, what the fuck? What are you talking about,
I
weirdo?
apologize to chat. They were saying stuff, but I wasn't watching chat. You know, when I'm going in on somebody, I can't read chat and think about what they're trying to say because I'm paying attention to them. So, yeah, I wasn't reading chat, so I didn't see it until afterwards, and then I was like, who knows? You know, I don't know. But I do remember the weirdo dog story. I just didn't put her voice together. Didn't put that piece of the puzzle. You know, should have. But she'll be a diver.
That's
She'll have a
definitely
boat.
her. That's definitely her for sure.
Yeah, she'll be moving her yacht to Tennessee. You know, from California and doing a search out there on water. You know, in a pond.
It's called the American Ocean. It just goes right through the whole country.
There you go.
Can't miss it.
Right.
It's I swear. You know, me and Ellie say this all the time. Seriously, is this like a social experiment? Like, seriously, like, are they?
Yeah.
It's so weird. It's just the weirdest.
Sometimes I'm like, are these real people? Like, are you real?
And you know what's scary is I sit there and I listen. Like, I was sitting here and I was listening to that panel just now, and I thought, you know, let's see, where did I go today? I went to Walmart. I went and grabbed a bite of dinner with my husband. These weirdos could have been right next to me. Like, there could be as big of weirdos right next to me, and I have no idea. It's like kind of wakes me out a little bit, you know. And I've got that vibe from people. Look, Hobby Lobby, y'all. I'm telling y'all, Hobby Lobby. Look, I've gotten some weird vibes off some folks in Hobby Lobby now.
Oh my god!
I'm just saying. I'm like, are you a weirdo? Because I think you might be a little weirdo. But, yeah.
What you need that glue for? Tell me.
Exactly. Glitter, bitch. What are you glittering? Hand me the glitter. Give it to me right now.
Glitter doesn't come up ever.
That's right. Are you making glitter dick bombs? Are you making glitter dick bombs? I need to know all the things.
Well, like I said before, I had a channel in another community, and it was smaller than the one I have now. And I've had people say, hey, I know you. You know, I've had somebody staring at me. I was like, hi. And they're asking me questions. And I'm like, how do you know this about me? You know? And all of a sudden she's like, I just love your YouTube channel. You're the reason why I moved here. And I was like, what?
Oh my God.
You know? And yeah. And I had a smaller channel than what I have now. So, and these kind of things happen to me actually about 3 or 4 times. And yeah, it's scary because these people know you, but you don't know them, you know? Yeah.
The merry band of weirdos. Yes, I totally said the merry band of weirdos.
And that's no lie. That's, it freaked me out. That's why I got rid of that channel. I don't frequent it anymore because that freaks me out. That's why I'm not anonymous on here right now.
Well, I'm really Adele, and I just use a voice changer. I'm from the south of France, so there you go.
I have confession to make. I'm not really a piece of bread.
Uh-oh.
No.
I feel duped.
I knew you were a bagel.
That's
you're fry bread.
Yes.
Oh God.
Yes.
If you
There,
tell
now
me
you
you
know my
don't have
secret.
croutons, I'm gonna be devastated. If you've lied about your croutons, that's just it. I'm gonna have to
I
cancel my
have
membership.
croutons. I do have
No.
croutons.
Okay. It's been a weird day, y'all.
Yeah.
It has been a weird day.
I want fry bread now. Damn it. It's far too late to start that nonsense.
Look at what Pineapple Icicle said. If you tell me you're not toasted either, I'm leaving YouTube for life.
I'm a sham.
Tell me you're not soft. Are you soft? Please tell me you're toasted.
Buttery soft in the middle.
There you go.
Yeah.
Me too, girl.
Whereas if that woman who saw me and said that she moved here because, well, she wouldn't have told me that, I wouldn't have been as creeped out. But if she would have said something right away rather than just staring at me and asking me weird questions, like I was like, how do you know this about me? I probably wouldn't have been as creeped out if somebody would have came up, hey, I love your channel, blah, 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 right away.
Yeah,
Then it would have been, hey, how you doing? Because I've had people who did that before. And I mean, yeah, they were great people, and whatever. I enjoyed that. But yeah, it's the creeps that.
I just don't understand why you would move to a state just to be in the same state as a YouTuber that you liked.
Right.
I don't know.
Right.
Yeah.
That's creepy to me.
Oh, I'm a pretty amazing person, if you know.
Well, I mean,
you are the cheese, so there you go.
I am the cheese. I must be the big cheese.
You just lost your cracker. That's a good thing. I think the cracker's the problem most of the time. The cheese is okay. The cheese runs from the cracker.
There's a lot of weirdos out there. And that's the thing. I'm not scared of the people in the chat. It's the people you don't see that's freak out.
Yeah. Right. Yeah. It's the ones that are watching that you don't know are there watching.
Right.
Well, like with my accent, seriously, like me and Kodo thought about going to CrimeCon, and I thought, well, I'd have to do like sign language because I wouldn't be able to talk. I mean, people be like, I know who you are, and I'd be wigged out. I mean, no.
Right.
No.
Okay, so last night, Toasty, we decided that we were going to go get the Hive together and we're going to go on the CrimeCon cruise.
Okay.
We're so going.
I still think it's going to be just a bad idea because we're all going to be trapped on the cruise with all these other YouTubers that go. I'm relatively sure that I'm either going to be murdered or left behind on the island.
Yeah, I would fare better. I would just jump off and hope a shark ate me.
Right.
See,
or you
y'all
might be the one going to jail.
Y'all are giving people too much power. Nobody's
I would not. I don't want to be in the same airspace as those people.
Oh, some of them, I'd love to just sit back. I'd have to do sign language again. I need to take classes. Somebody send me a link to some classes for November or October, whenever this thing is, because, I'm not going to be able to speak. And whoever goes is going to have to learn sign language, too, so I can talk to you and you'll know exactly what I'm saying. It's going to be a Hive thing.
Well, you know what? Maybe we could sit next to one another. We could just wear masks on our heads. Like the masked singer. We can just be the masked guests.
Yeah, but my voice, they'd still be like, I know who you are.
We can text back and forth.
There you go. There you go. I tried to tell my husband a little bit about today, and he just looked at me like I had 10 heads and 8 noses. Like, what? I'm like, yeah. Kia said she'll go undercover. There you go.
Did you see one of our people just posted something on Twitter? Truth Hurts. Said it was from Granny's watching, got the information.
You just cut out, baby.
You cut out.
Sorry, I'm on my phone. Anyways, Truth Hurts, one of our people in the chat, just posted on Twitter that Seth Rogers' actual title is Corrections Officer.
Not sheriff.
Yeah, we got the paperwork. We looked it up yesterday. I didn't post it because I didn't want to put it out there like that, but Yeah, that's why I didn't say anything, because I just didn't want to, you know what I mean?
Oh.
I didn't want to put it out on my tab or put it out like that, but I didn't know you were going to blurt it out, so I would have said something, but
That was the big cheese that did that. That was not Roro. Big cheese did that.
Sorry, my cheese fell off my cracker. Sorry. Well, it's on
Maybe-
Twitter now, so.
All right, well, I'm going to hop down. I'm losing battery. You know, it's like watching my utility bill go blah, 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 this time of year. So, but yeah, but all the things. I want to, I can't wait to see if we hear Betty Boop, the weirdo dog handler / probably yacht owner, hop up on that TikTok panel. Yeah. She'll call into Betty's too, so there's that.
That'd be hilarious.
Girl. And no, I don't apologize for telling her to shut up either, so, or calling her a weirdo.
Me neither.
Can't deal with lying. But I would like to, I really did want to talk to her like, okay, you know that we busted you out. Why do you do this? Because there has to be some kind of, not money, but there has to be some kind of satisfaction. That's what kind of intrigues me about these weirdos. I mean, it makes me mad, but it's also like, I want to know why you do this. Like, why? Okay, you've been busted out as a dog handler, and now you come up here and now you're talking smack on a sir. You know, why? What makes you tick? I guess I don't know.
I've seen like documentaries of people who catfish people and they like lie and make up stories and pretend to be people that they're not, and even falsify things to pretend to be people. And most of the time it's they're lonely and they want attention and they want to create a tornado so they can be the center of it.
Yeah. And all the chaos around it, you know, and the, you know, it's just, I don't know. It's just so weird to me. I like peace, man. I don't know.
I look at people who lie and it's like, how do you keep up with it all? I would never be able to keep up with it all. Huh?
Eventually they don't.
Yeah.
And that's how they get caught.
Yeah.
Got to be an exhausting life trying to keep up with all the lies.
Yeah, I can't.
I'm a terrible liar, so I would never be able to do it.
Oh, and one more thing, little Brittany J, bless your little victim heart, honey. Bless her. Lord, mercy.
Is that Southern for fuck you?
Yeah, it is.
I
It
figured.
totally is. Yes, it
Yes,
is.
ma'am.
I figured.
Yeah, it is. I told somebody the other day, I said, every year that I get older, I just welcome it, because old Southern women, we can say whatever we want and just, you know, and it's just fine. People just look at you in public and go, bless her, she's Southern, look at her, she's just old.
Okay, real quick before I forget, I'm gonna play these two things real fast. This is what this is Seth mad as hell, and he comes up or whatever and does his little mic drop bullshit where he thinks he's supposedly behind the panel, but he knows he's really not on the panel. He's like, "Oh, I thought we were behind the panel." Smiley. He knew he wasn't behind the panel talking to her because she was on the fucking live. Anyhow, though, this is his little rant about Chloe, who is right here. This is Chloe on the bottom, and mind you, this is where this is the interview where they're coming. Supposedly, they come up with this. He comes out and blurts out with the shit that supposedly Chris's parents took Sebastian to Alaska. This is the interview that's set in. We're going to go to that next, but first we're going to play this because he's talking about Chloe up there, and this, fast forward a couple weeks, this is when they fell out.
There's no sound, Queen.
Yeah, I'm not hearing it.
There's no audio.
I don't know why this keeps fucking with me. StreamYard has been a bitch.
Yeah, it was giving me issues last week too.
Yes, I don't know. Because like I said, I thought it was at first. I thought it was the laptop. And I was like, there's no fucking way. So then I checked it and I was like, there's no fucking way. And yeah, it's got to be StreamYard or YouTube because it's happened for the last 2 days now. Let me pop it back up real fast again. What are we on here? Oh, we're okay. Smiley is the one we need. Okay.
I call her Smelly, but there's that.
Yeah, it's pretty much the thing.
Oh, and Burnt Toast, did you know that this chick's the one that called before she had a channel, when she was just a sub of Weirdo Channels, that she's the one that called Don Will's dad that has dementia. Yeah, that's who Smelly is.
Oh.
Yeah.
Okay, let's see. Can we hear this one?
All these fucking people.
I know.
Can you hear this?
No.
You gotta hit start. Hit play. Nope, no audio. Still no audio. StreamYard, get it together.
Yeah, this is gonna piss me right the fuck off. I just closed it all out. We'll try it one more time. If it doesn't work, then oh fucking well. Son of a bitch.
Post, did you see last night's live at the Hive? Did you happen to catch that on replay?
You talking about me?
Yeah.
I think I saw like the first 30 minutes and then I had to go do something.
And it's very interesting, how you might want to get this.
Okay.
Yeah.
Does it have sound now?
It's not playing yet.
Oh no, I played it. I just didn't know if you guys heard it.
Lie to my face.
Now,
yeah, there's sound.
It's good.
A lie to begin with. And now he want to go out there whenever I'm in a podcast or whatnot, and nothing about Sebastian. No, nothing about my son. All about Chloe and her little clique. When I asked her to step back, she took almost all the searchers with them. And now people are like, oh, it was like a slap to my face. They don't know why I asked her to step back. But I asked her to step back because she's a private investigator trying to be a SAR person. You need to get out of the field and get back to.
So he goes on and on and on and on and on.
Now, Burnt Toast, Chloe is the one.
Trader says, didn't he were telling me he went MIA like 40 minutes ago. Yeah, he dropped off like 45 minutes ago. We stopped watching. We turned it off. But now they're believing that Scottish Native Americans are hiding Sebastian. Yeah, they basically think that he's in Alaska. And that came from the interview on Webslueths with Seth when he started that rumor. So that's what we were going to go back to watching. But this is where he starts yelling at Chloe and Trevor. Chloe is the one. That is who was that's the PI. That's who was him and her and Trevor were, really close with Seth. So
who is this Trevor Lee person? I see them on the screen. I've heard Betty say his name a couple times, other people. Who is he?
So he's the one that did the interview with Chris Proudfoot's ex-wife, Nina. He also came from Summer Wells. He actually did
friends with JLR.
Oh, okay.
Yep. He did do something really good in getting helping get a law passed in Tennessee for, I want to say, victims' rights, but it's kind of...
He was heavily involved in the Summer Wells case.
Yeah.
Mm-hmm.
That's
heavily involved.
He's local to that area.
And everybody says he's a good guy, but he's been aligning himself with Smelly, with Justin, with Josh, with all the bad people. So I don't know if he's good or not. I don't know.
When people say this, the kid just doesn't disappear. The mother knows something. When kids do disappear and people say that, there's a lot of mothers who have absolutely nothing to do with their child's disappearance. Yeah. They already feel like absolute fucking shit, the lowest of the low, and beat the hell out of themselves daily. And then they got people like you that come out here and say shit like that.
Mm-hmm.
There's a lot of moms that, had nothing to do with their children's disappearance, and the child is found later, and they did a full investigation and found that they either ran away or somebody lured them or it was somebody else. And
yeah, we have
many times. Yeah.
Girl Harley Dilly, Alicia Navarro, Cleo got taken out of a tent with both her parents there.
Yeah.
Snatched out of a fucking tent while both her parents laid sleeping there.
And then there's a case of the mom, some teenage kid in a gang, I think, broke into a house and stole a kid right out of their crib.
Yes, that was the.
Yep.
Yes.
But Count Dracula, I'll tell you one thing I bet money on, and I would bet a lot of money, that if you were standing in front of Katie, you wouldn't say that to her face. Bet you money on that.
Hell no, they're in here under an alt anyway.
Yeah, but I mean, I'm just saying, yeah.
Look at poor Brandy Neal, Michael Vaughn.
Yeah.
Yep.
And look how Seth treats Trevor. Trevor's been there from day one. Trevor helped get this case out here. Trevor's the one who called JLR, hooked JLR and Seth up. Seth called JLR, begged JLR to come down there and record him while he searched. Got his name out there, put his cash app out there. JLR don't put nobody's fucking cash app out there. He put Seth's out there, though. And look, it came back and bit him all in the ass. Watch how he talks to Trevor Lee.
Doing private investigation, which she wasn't doing. She wanted to vet everybody. Like everybody. Like, I want to know, what size foot they were when they were born. And it's like, I will accept help from anybody to find my.
He said, I'll accept help from anybody to find my son. This is when Tony came into play. When Tony came into play, he asked Chloe to step down. When Chloe stepped down, she took her team with her. Why she wouldn't take her team with her, I don't know why he wouldn't understand why she would take her team with her, but okay.
Makes sense to me. I mean,
yeah, you're asking this girl to step back. When you asked her to step back, you asked her and her entire team to step back. It wasn't just her. You don't just say, oh, hey, I'm going to keep your team of friends, but I want you to step back. No, it don't work that way. You ask the team leader to step back, her team's going to go right with her.
My son. And people are taking my good-hearted nature and just trampling all.
So this right here is where someone tried to come up, and it's the same set of trees that's in this one here that Seth turns around and says, here, I'm at my son's school. And they come up under Chris's name. See, it says Chris right there.
Yeah.
People are pretty convinced that this was Tony doing this right here.
Because Tony and Seth were together getting ready for the vigil, the motorcycle vigil. They were out. They were out looking. They were together. He goes on screen in a minute. That they were together looking at places to go search, but he hasn't searched since Easter.
And you know what that says? That says that he has used StreamYard in the past using Chris as a name.
Right.
Yeah.
Right.
Yeah.
Because that's what that means.
Yeah.
Yep.
Wow.
And then he realizes that he's doing it and pops right back down.
Yeah, no face is shown, no nothing. They just pop right off.
Bring out the negative part of me that don't give a flying. Smile around and find out.
You're pushing away everybody that's trying to help you.
Oh, I'm sorry. Is that him himself? You know where I'm at, Trevor. Why don't you just go ahead and step out of Chloe's house and come on over, boy? And I'll show you what a man does.
Oh,
what the fuck?
Hey, why you sitting there changing your face? Hey, what? Can't spend the time looking for summer no more, right? Want to see where I'm at? You see where I'm at. You don't know what I'm doing.
What are you doing? What are you doing?
What are you doing? Why are you on this panel right now?
Why don't you go ahead and tell
Don't you ever, and I will let this be publicly known. You, Chloe, your whole team does not have my blessing to use my name or my son's name to ask people to search on their property. Like you have a contract with me. Trevor, you need to go home, boy. This is out of your league.
But he'll take anybody to go search for his son.
Yeah, but he'll take anybody. He'll
take anybody. And Tony
That shit's wild.
Yeah, and Tony
said
just
that. Wait, this ain't even the best part of it. Hold on.
Oh, yeah.
Because if I recall, I didn't ask you to respond. I told you to get off the panel, boy. This is my son, not yours. My son, not yours. My son. This is Sebastian Wayne Drake Rogers. I named him. I named him Sebastian. I named him Drake. I named him Wayne. I named him Rogers. That's my last name. Take your Trevor Lee ass and fuck off, dude. You want to literally? This is my goddamn son.
Seth.
Lovely. Yeah.
Eileen.
I stand on what I've said.
Hi, Seth.
See? Right here in front of Beach High School. In front of my son's high school. Of course, it's me. Trevor Lee, you slimy little slime ball.
Ho, 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 ho. Seth, what's going on?
Chloe, I asked her to step back because she was leaking stuff. I know you don't got me in the show yet, but she was leaking information.
You are in the show.
Oh, I am in the show. My bad.
You are in the show. You are in the show.
Wait. I got okay.
Yeah.
How was he reading fucking chat if he was not?
Exactly.
Stop.
He knew he was in the motherfucking show.
Oh,
he knew
okay.
damn the fuck well he was in the show.
No.
He's sitting there lying his ass off.
Yep.
And then she's like, "What's going on, Seth?" And he's like, "Chloe, Chloe."
Mm-hmm. Yeah. All the
Out of
things.
here with that bullshit.
Wow, what a mess.
And then he was mad at Chloe because Chloe wanted to vet everybody before they searched. And it's like, well, that's a good idea.
Isn't that her job,
Like
though?
Chloe wanted to vet Tony, and when she told him, like, "Hey, this is what's going on. This is who Tony is. This is who Tony's partners are, Nina and Josh Crabtree or whatever the fuck, Shane Crabtree, something Crabtree, whatever the fuck that Crabtree's name is. He has a team of these people that are ridiculous." So anyhow, this is Chloe right here on the bottom. This interview was done on 2 weeks before that happened, a week and a half, 2 weeks before that happened, and he sat there and said Chloe was the one leaking stuff. This girl right here, he said Chloe was the one leaking stuff, right? Come to find out, no, it was not Chloe leaking stuff. It was Seth leaking shit. Seth gave an interview, a phone call or whatever the fuck it was, to the lab and told the lab that he could leak it on a specific day at a specific time, which was the day that Chris Proudfoot had custody court with his child. And guess who the fuck went to that? Trevor Lee went to the court date, fucking life, went to Chris Proudfoot's fucking court date.
Damn.
Don't even know who this Nina is, doesn't know who Chris is, doesn't know who fucking Katie is, has no idea who these people are.
And was going to have to be called as a witness and had to sit there for 4 hours on a Zoom.
Yes, 4 fucking hours on a goddamn Zoom for a person he doesn't know.
Has no clue what kind of mother she is.
Yeah.
I don't understand. Like, man, I got questions.
I think what's so bad about this case is we've seen some horrible things happen to families, but I think this is the first time we've seen horrible things directed at 2 people from another family member. You know, I mean, look, Don did some wild stuff on YouTube. You know what I mean? I mean, you know, okay, but nothing like this. And it started way before this. I mean, when he put out Sebastian,
Oh, did she drop out from?
Her phone might have died, or she might have went out. I don't know.
Can you hear me now?
Yeah.
Okay. When he put out his son's history, oh crap, they're drag racing. Okay, I'm gonna hop down. They're drag racing. All right. It's gone nuts here. Okay, maybe they stopped. But yeah, that's when yeah, I had issues.
Yeah, that's wow.
So I think this is the first time we've seen an actual.
I think she dropped again.
Yeah, it could be your phone or it could be your service. I'm not sure. StreamYard's been acting up too. But anyhow, I'm going to play a few minutes of this. This is Chloe, the PI right here that was working for him. And then Seth comes up and so does Chris, as a matter of fact. But I'm going to play a few minutes of this.
Sebastian was seen by people other than family members. It's my understanding it would have been the people at Texas Roadhouse.
Which was Sunday.
Yes, Sunday.
See, I thought
early
it was
evening.
Saturday. I thought it was Saturday night that he was last seen.
No,
but no,
Saturday he was at
Yeah,
Costco, and we confirmed that with that receipt. And then Sunday was a day full of activities.
Right.
Yeah. So the last place he went before he went home was Texas Roadhouse.
Okay, and so that's the last confirmed sighting that we have where it was people, the people that weren't related
Right.
to Sebastian.
Right.
Okay, and again, everybody, he has just vanished. I'm just stunned because he's on camera apparently taking some garbage out, and there's cameras all over that neighborhood.
Yes.
But nobody has seen him leave.
No.
Now, if you have been following this case, you have seen Chris Proudfoot and Katie Proudfoot. Katie is Sebastian's mom,
Mm-hmm.
and Seth is Sebastian's father. Chris Proudfoot is his stepfather.
Right.
What can you tell us about his, I guess, alibi, you would call it? When was Chris seen last? He was out of town. Can you run that down for us, please?
I don't know when Chris was seen last, besides the source that tells us he was at
Yes.
the job site at 5:15 a.m. on the 26th, which was about a little less than an hour before Sebastian was reported missing.
Mm-hmm. He was where? A little less than an hour before he was reported missing?
He was at his job site at St. Jude's in Memphis. He's
February 26th, okay.
He's a crane operator.
Right.
When he was last seen, though, before that was 8 p.m. His vehicle was seen after that at his RV, but him physically being seen was 8 p.m. the night before.
But the police have never indicated in any way, shape, or form that they thought Chris had driven home or there was anything nefarious, correct?
They haven't indicated much of anything. Honestly,
Okay.
they've said that the family's been cooperative, and that's it. They dodge questions about timelines and alibis and things like that.
You mean the police do?
Yes.
The police do. So you can't really be sure of anything. And Sherry Berry, what Chloe is going on is a vetted source.
Yeah. So anyhow, long story short, Chloe's the one right here that she's the one that was their, their PI or whatever. So long story short, it comes up. Have you stuck with Nina?
Do you know of any other, I just lost it, missing 401 cases in the area? Okay. Do you want to go back there? Are you trying to go back there?
Not to my knowledge.
Okay. SP Mama, this is a great question. Do you know of any other, I just lost it, missing 401 cases in the area?
Oh, man. Missing in Sumner.
And everybody can do something, and that's just get Seth's picture out. Did you email me that insightful one?
Yes, I did.
All right, somebody's coming up. I don't know if it's Seth or who it is or Heather. Somebody's coming up there.
Trish.
Platform.
You have me, Chris.
Okay.
Hi, Chris Proudfoot.
So Chris hears Chloe talking and comes up. So he's pretty upset, and I don't blame him. I'll let this play for a second. This is Chris, and he's talking to Chloe, who's the PI on the case at this point. She's not working directly with Chris and Katie, I don't think, at this point. I think she's only working with Seth.
I really appreciate you coming here. I'm going to change the banner really quickly so everybody knows it's you. But I don't know how long you've been listening.
Long enough.
Okay, you sound angry. Talk to me.
Oh, I'm very.
Talk to me. We don't want to get you. The last thing we want to do, Chris, is cause problems between you and Seth. I swear to God.
Well,
So
I understand that, but let me help you with something.
Okay.
Okay, a lot of the information that I've been listening to on your show, coming from Chloe, the questions that are coming through people, it's very sickening and disgusting, to be personally honest with you.
Okay, let's talk about it.
So let me go ahead and address a few things and help y'all out.
Okay.
Because Chloe, you're the PI. I haven't had a chance to talk to you. You haven't even called me. You ain't done anything. First off,
Heather has been in
is the
communication.
only one. Heather is the only one who has reached out to me or to my wife.
I
So for you
actually
to sit
reached
on this
out to
show
you
and sit here
month or
and give
so ago.
information that you have, that you don't have all the answers to, is a problem.
Okay, well, Chris, help us understand, because I know Chloe, and Chloe wants to help. And the last thing Chloe would do is want to put out misinformation. And the problem is...
I understand that. So let me just smash something real quick.
Okay.
Okay, first and foremost, anything that goes on between me and my wife is not a damn bit of anybody's personal business. I don't care what you think. I don't care what y'all got.
And I agree with that. What goes on between him and Katie is no one's fucking business. That's his wife, their husband and wife. That's between them.
Yeah.
That's no one's fucking business, period.
And it has nothing to do with finding Sebastian.
Absolutely nothing to do. And it doesn't have anything to do with the internet either.
That'd be like me splashing all your business out to the world.
Okay.
It does not matter what goes on in my house. We're looking for my son. That's real simple.
Your stepson, right.
It doesn't matter. Stepson, my son. All the kids are treated as if they're your own. There is no title, a stepson, a son. It does not matter. That boy is loved by me just like he is my own. Just like he's my own.
Okay, Chris, may I ask you something?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay. I've been doing this for a long time, and let me tell you why people are asking personal questions about you and your wife. Okay, it's because of the situation in which Sebastian has gone missing, and they're wondering if whatever happened between you and your wife, does it have something to do with Sebastian going missing? I swear to you, it's not to be nosy. It's not to be rude. It's just trying to figure out what happened to Sebastian. And
okay, so let me make this even crystal clear for you.
Okay.
And everybody out there that's got all these negativity, disgusting comments and questions that y'all think you know anything about, when honestly you don't know a damn thing. And that's the problem. You assume, you speculate, all this crap. You have no idea what me, my family, my wife, everybody involved is going through, to include Seth, his mom, and everybody else.
Okay.
Because it's the vile, disgusting crap that comes out of people's mouth. Yes, I'm a very pissed off stepfather to this whole situation.
Okay, and I understand, and I hear what you're saying. But again,
so let me help y'all with something.
Okay.
Y'all said some shit that's really, it's really none of your damn business. But since you brought it up, I'm gonna clear it.
Okay.
My parents didn't go to Alaska 2 days after he went missing.
I don't think any.
So this is why he's upset. One of the many reasons. Also, I like Trisha. I like Webslueths. Please do be respectful of her and be respectful of this interview. If you don't like it or you think she's biased, that's fine. You're fine and welcome to have your opinion. Just be respectful about it.
My parents went to Alaska because my stepfather went for work.
Okay, nobody said they went 2 days after he went missing.
Oh no, it's out there. Trust me, because I have.
Okay, I did not say that.
Nobody
said
that
you.
there. Okay.
I said people.
Okay.
Now I have terabytes of videos of Seth on here saying some vile stuff. I've got videos of everybody and their comments out here.
But
trust me, what I'm bringing to you is not that I'm just pulling stuff out of the air.
I understand. No, and Chris, I'm glad you cleared that up. That's a good.
And by the way, they didn't go for a month.
Okay.
They went for 2 weeks. My stepdad went on business. My mom went with him, but it's really nobody's business.
Well, but Chris, let me, and please understand. I swear to God, I'm coming from a place of understanding because I've been doing this for years. Okay. Here's the thing. When you ask the public for help, they're going to look at everything. and try and figure out what happened to Sebastian. And let me tell, from an outsider looking in, it's okay. His parents left town shortly after. Was there a reason? Did they take Sebastian with him? It is speculation that I am sorry it's hurtful to you, and I understand it. And that's why it's important that you clear it up. Just clear it up. Nobody's trying to be hurtful or mean. I promise you, we've all been asked to help find Sebastian. And this is what we do. We try and think outside the box. We try and ask questions and think outside the box and figure out what has gone on.
But
It is
your
not
problem with
meant.
thinking outside of the box
Mhm.
does nothing but cause speculation. And it causes people to call in tips that don't mean anything, that you're taking sources away from the investigation because Joe Schmo down the street thinks that my family owns a cemetery. We own a funeral home. Like, where in the hell do you get up with this stuff? And not
Okay.
you. I'm saying the public.
And so that, Chris,
which if you all recall, we just played a motherfucking phone call of a creator that called TBI to give them some fucking tip that she thought that if she was going to bury somebody, this is where it would be. And wasted fucking resources to call and tell these guys about just that kind of shit right there.
Well, I mean, like, if one of these people on the screen, aside from Chris, had an SA situation in their background and people were
that's coming. Just wait.
outing that publicly, and
That's
then
coming. That's coming.
I mean,
She
they would
outs
be
it
just
publicly.
as angry.
Yes.
You know?
She outs it publicly. They put out a dog whistle pretty much about the bullshit about what happened with Katie. Katie was SA. They put it out. He's mad as fuck, and people can't seem to understand why the fuck he's mad that they put his wife's business out there.
Yeah.
Oh, yeah. I would be madder than fuck too.
Right. And if he didn't get mad, they would blame him and say that he's being weird because he wasn't sticking up for his wife. So I'm just saying, like, anybody who has that kind of thing outed publicly as sort of a gotcha in a situation like this, when it has nothing to do with finding Sebastian, yeah, I completely understand why he was so angry.
Yeah. Super, super upset. I would be upset too. And I'm not sure what's going on with the Cash App, baby, but I just got it. You heard it pop in. So thank you. I appreciate that. Okay, here we go.
that's why it is great that you're here, because we want to clear this up and help you get it out. And
I believe this is the other PI, Heather, and she's coming up now, which Heather and Chris had a conversation together. That's the conversation that was recorded. That conversation was then given to the lab. The lab then played this conversation where he was extremely upset. Chris was fucking pissed.
Yeah, I heard the recording.
Yes. And so they put the recording out the day Chris had court for his custody case. And
that
guess who gave that
sounds
to the lab? Seth did. And the lab said, Seth, you gave me this. You told me I could have it. And you told me when to put it out.
Wow.
Dirty ass shit like that is going on behind the fucking scenes.
And I'm going to tell you something, Chris, when it comes to the general public, they're always going to be calling in crazy tips and doing crappy things. And all we can do is say, that's not us. We are not doing that.
Well,
But
it doesn't
And
matter,
I
though.
did want to clear
That
it
does
up.
not matter.
I
Doesn't
did want
matter
to clear it
one
up,
iota.
Chris. I did reach out to you on March 17th, publicly and privately. You responded to me publicly. You asked me to ask my question publicly. I did. You didn't respond. I reached out to you privately again. So I have reached out to you.
Where in the public? Where?
I reached out to you on Facebook. I reached out to you on Facebook Messenger privately. You've never read my message.
Well, don't take this the wrong way, but a lot of the bullshit that I get in Facebook.
No, that's fine. That's
I'm
fine.
not-
I just want to make it clear that
Can I explain to you?
yeah.
You send me messages along with thousands of other people.
I understand that. And that's why I took it public. And you did respond to me and ask me to ask my question publicly because you wanted whatever answer you were going to give to be public to clear it up.
What was the question that you asked me? Since I neglected your question,
And that's not what
was
I'm
your question?
saying. That's not what I'm saying. I want to make it clear that I haven't not tried to reach out to you.
And Chris, I know you're mad. God, I can feel it. I can hear it, and I understand it. You've got to believe me when I tell you this. Please, if you can dial it back a bit and get us some of these answers and let us help you clear up this bull so it doesn't interfere anymore. And like I said, you're always going to have crazy people interfering and coming up with rumors, and it's so maddening and frustrating, and I hate it. It pisses me off more than anything, and anybody that knows me knows
It
that.
pisses you off? You're not in our shoes.
I know.
You haven't been in our shoes.
Okay, well, you don't know that, but I haven't been in your shoes and missing a child, no. But believe me, I can understand what you're going through, and what I'm saying is we can help you, Chris. We can help you, all right? Anybody here in this chat that asked about a cemetery, it's because somebody else brought it up. Just tell us.
Exactly. And my question comes back to, where do these people come up with this crazy crap?
That's $1 million question. I don't know.
Yeah, online.
Let's clear it up. Let's clear it up for you. Let us help you.
You're saying, I believe, Chloe, you're saying online. Is that what you're saying?
No, I'm sorry. I said that. There's a lot of
Stacy.
crazy people online. And just to let you know, I understand you get a lot of messages. I reached out to you when Sebastian first went missing too, to see if we could help in any way. Oh.
Yeah, but Chris, I understand your anger, but I'm telling you, please let us help you, okay? We're not here to point fingers at you or whatever, but the problem is, and this is what we were talking about earlier, Chris, when the public is asked to help and then no information is provided, then people, because of social media, and social media is here to stay, unfortunately, this never used to be a problem, never. Until social media, and it's terrible. I will be the first one to admit it's terrible. But let us help you clear it up, okay? So you don't own a cemetery and you don't own a funeral home, is that right?
Yeah.
Okay, so, everybody stop with that bullshit, all right?
Here, let me add this to the thing. We don't own a private plane. We don't own 78 pieces of property.
Mm-hmm.
We don't own a private yacht. What else do you guys want to come up saying that we own? Like we're millionaires or something, like we've got this money growing off trees, which, by the way, it'd be great if we did, because I guarantee we wouldn't need anybody's help because he'd have been home by now.
Right. No, I understand. No, I completely understand. Okay. But understand, when the public is asked to help with social media, this is what social media does.
Y'all hear the phone going off?
I was going to ask, the cats and the phone. What the fuck?
Yeah, the cat's going nuts. I don't know what the fuck. Sounds like it's in heat. I don't know what the fuck's going on. But anyhow, she gets up and finally throws him out or does something. I don't know what the hell. Throws him into the other room or something, like to puts him there or something. I don't know what the fuck. Anyhow, the phone ringing is fucking Seth calling in. Just fucking, of course, because he hears Chris up here, and so he's got to jump in.
Can I just say something?
It can be your.
Like this is fucked up. Just think about this for a second. Somebody outs your family member's SA situation, which was incredibly traumatic for them. And then you go up to defend that family member. And then you have a content creator that's like gaslighting the fuck out of you, saying, calm down. Now, if you just explain it, then it will make it go away. Well, like, why was it even talked about to begin with? Like, this is a fucking disaster.
And that's how this is pretty much all rolled through.
So here comes Seth, and he comes in hot.
Or
worst nightmare.
Or your best friend.
Yes.
And let us help it. And I can give you examples. I can have you talk to people that have said, yes, the people at Webslueths, they've helped us. They've been great. Okay. Yes. But hey guys,
Gray Hughes comes up. I forgot about him. I'm not sure. I think Seth calls in again. Maybe.
I understand why Chris is angry, because it's coming 24 hours a day, 7 days a week. Horrible crap about him, okay, and his family. I get the anger. So we're going to help you. The first thing I'm going to do is I'm going to let my cat out before she drives everybody crazy.
Yes,
so I
she is.
apologize. So hang on. Chloe, is there
the message I sent you? This was March 17th. Good afternoon, Chris. I wrote this in a chat you're involved with, but I'm worried it may be lost because there's so much chatter. First, let me say I'm a Tennessee private investigator and have been praying and actively bringing awareness to Sebastian from day one. His case is near and dear to my heart. I had a question. I know Sebastian went to his dad's every other weekend or so. Did you come home on those weekends? Not a specific date, but just in general. Or did Katie come and stay with you?
So there we go. Seth only had Sebastian every other weekend. Why he's being made out to be the dad of the year, like he had Sebastian every single day, and people are, I mean, this is crazy as fuck to me.
Are you
And
often gone during the week?
Bertos,
Just
Chloe
curious
is the
about
one that
Sebastian.
worked with SF Investigates on the Jennifer Santinello case.
Oh,
Or
really?
Yes.
was it? It's not Jennifer Santinello. Excuse me.
Layla.
Layla Santinello. Thank you, Santinello.
And we also learned that oh shit, it was something else.
I
you were
believe
just-
that's another reason why someone else got involved, if you know what I mean.
I was thinking that would explain the animosity there.
Yeah.
Yeah, I wanted to let you know that.
Day-to-day dynamic with his parents. And then I messaged you again after I posted that question publicly. You asked me to post it publicly, and I did, and then I wasn't answered. And I said, hey, Chris, just messaging again. So it'll be at the top. I know you said you get a ton of messages.
So, and again, we understand that you get a ton of messages. We absolutely understand that. Is there somebody else in our chat room? I can't see it.
Heather.
Heather, do you want to come up? I guess she does.
I'm here.
Oh, she is? Okay. Oh, hi, Heather. I didn't see you there.
Hi.
Okay.
There was a lot of talk. I didn't really have a chance to say hello.
And this Heather is the other private investigator.
Yeah, I know who Heather is.
Okay. Heather, would you like to say anything?
Well, so I spoke with them earlier today, and obviously, as you know, Mr. Proudfoot did message me and ask for a number so he could come in. And I think that it is past due. I think that it's a good thing for Mr. Proudfoot to address some of the allegations that are being made. I would like to have the opportunity, like I said to him earlier today, it's good for us, Chloe and I, to have access to them, to be able to, when we get this information, instead of having to go around them to other sources to try to get the answers to those questions, to actually be able to come to him for those answers and try to clear them up directly. So I'm glad he's here. I really am. Even though he's
I am too. I'm thrilled. I'm
even though he's
absolutely thrilled.
angry, I'm glad he's here, and I've spoken to him before, and he's been very upset with me before. But once he calms down, I think maybe we can get somewhere. Maybe we can get somewhere.
Yeah. Okay, so let's address something real quick.
Oh,
yeah, you can tell they've already had animosity. There's already animosity there.
Heather's the one that
That's the one who recorded his phone call when he was talking to her. Yes.
Yep.
And she said she gave it to 5 people.
Yeah, I was going to say I saw that video.
Right.
Either way, she gave it to Seth. Seth gave it to the lab. The lab put it out. So
messy.
He already said that's how it went down. He already said, well, Seth, you're the one that gave it to me. He's like, well, she didn't try and keep that conversation private.
We hear views who say I'm drunk and belligerent. No, I'm just a pissed off dad. So let's get that real clear.
Hey, everybody, mods.
So if you want to keep your comments and that's how your audience wants to play this game, then no, I'm not going to clear up anything or turn the chat off. If you want to clear this up, let's get it right. And let's take all the stupid people out of this equation and answer the deals.
Okay, Chris, hang on. Mods, if anybody says anything rude about any of our guests, I want you to ban them. Kick them out. Okay?
It's like this. If you ain't got nothing factual about me to say, keep your mouth shut.
Well, okay, but Chris, they don't know if it's factual.
Exactly.
Okay.
So that's the best recommendation I can give them.
Well, but they want to ask questions, and let me tell you why.
Questions are one thing, not a statement where I'm belligerent and I'm drunk, because guess what, folks? I could read the comments that you post.
I know. And I'm telling everybody, if anybody says anything rude, they're booted from chat. Mods, if you could boot them. Stacy, could you get Ping over here to help us? Anybody?
And the other part of this is if it's nothing in regards to Sebastian, I really don't give a shit, people.
No, and I agree, Chris. And I mean, I don't know if you heard, I didn't want to discuss.
Oh, I asked a lot of questions and she wouldn't discuss it. Absolutely.
I think it's semantics at this point. He's been missing for 2 months, and I don't know how his bathroom habits are going to help me find him.
Exactly. Mind you that children with autism do have bladder and bowel movement issues to control themselves, but I'm not really worried that people can't read and do their own.
Well, but Chris, let me
read
tell
stuff.
you.
I mean, I'm not going to sit here and care about that either.
Let me tell you why that was brought up. Okay, it's because of what Seth said. Seth said at his house he didn't
Yes,
need
you are correct. No, you are correct. You just hit the nail on the head.
Mm-hmm.
You just hit the nail on the head. Seth has opened his mouth.
And we're back to Seth said. Every fucking time it goes back to Seth said. Seth said. Seth said this. Seth said that. Seth said this.
And I don't know if you ever heard when he was on with us, Burnt Toast, but he has always been a perfect gentleman with us.
Yeah, I did watch those mostly on the replay, and yeah, it was interesting to juxtapose the things that the information they were giving about Sebastian versus the times where I've seen Seth on people's channels, and he takes the time to jab his ex-wife constantly.
Right.
And it's like, okay, like, can you put that aside for like 2 seconds and talk about your son?
Yeah, and that's
He
all
has said
Chris
a lot of
wants to
things he
talk
probably
about.
shouldn't. And he needs to learn how to close it, because quite honestly, none of that has anything to do with finding Sebastian.
Right, and you know what? But Chris, let's keep it that way, because Seth has said he is not going to do that anymore, and he hasn't.
Bullshit. Let me explain to you why. That Sunday when I went to that vigil and spoke to Seth, very calmly, very respectfully, we were having a good conversation while everybody stood behind me and would snap them little pictures and stuff. Heather came up in the conversation. She saw us. It was not a aggressive conversation. It was actually a good one.
Mm-hmm.
But see, it wasn't 3 hours later. Seth was on YouTube on somebody else's show, sitting there. He's blaming Katie, my wife, for Sebastian's disappearance.
Mm-hmm.
Now, unless you got cold hard facts, which you don't open your mouth. Because all you're doing is making an ass out of yourself because you're assuming.
Say that everybody is grieving and handling the situation differently. I won't comment on if I agree with any of the ways that people are acting at this point. I do think, in the last week we've been trying to build a bridge, and I know it's difficult and it's not going to be just clean and perfect, but I think if we can all just refocus and try to not focus on the other things people have done that make you angry.
So here, let me explain to y'all something that y'all don't get a chance to see, because unfortunately
The PI's name's Heather Cohen. She's very popular. It's not a dox. That's what she goes by. That is her name. Her name is Heather Cohen, PI. She just became a PI. According to, she does modeling and some other shit too. There's all kinds of shit she does. If you fucking Google her name, you'll see.
Meeting on a very bad circumstance.
Mm-hmm.
Okay, but Seth can contest to this. So Seth comes to Tennessee. He gets his job in the security force. He wants to be law enforcement. He has had a dream of being law enforcement since I have known him.
Okay.
There was a chance for something that came up, and I called him.
Oh, fuck. See, there we go. That explains a lot. Seth has dreamed.
Oh my God, this makes so much more sense now.
Yep.
Yeah. That right there just clicked.
Him and said, look, I think you should apply for this. I think you'd be great at it, which is the job he currently has.
Okay.
Now, he gets accepted. He's excited. He calls me and says, thank you, man. I really appreciate you helping me. That I have been a supporter and a cheerleader for him this whole time.
Okay.
But y'all don't get to see that. And Seth's not going to tell you that. During the middle of the training, Seth decided one day he wants to call me and tell me he doesn't think he's going to complete it. But I told him, I said, look, you're going to sit there and you're going to go back in there and you're going to complete this training because your son thinks you hang the moon and the sun. So you need to go in there and prove to your son that dreams and goals can be met.
Mm-hmm.
I have been very, very supportive of him trying to do these things. I have told him on Sunday, I supported him then, I would support him now. But I will not stand by and watch somebody be straight up disrespectful and accuse people and say things that have absolutely no bearing. Absolutely nothing.
Okay, well, again, I just, if I could just
Yeah,
step in.
I mean, Chris, I would love for us to refocus and talk about not necessarily the investigation that we can't talk about, but you know, what you know has been done, what you understand about dog tracks, what you understand about the circumstances. You know, I mean, we could go on and on all night, and I know we have a lot of really big feelings that are valid. But I think Heather would agree. We would just really love to redirect this back to Sebastian, because the anger doesn't solve anything.
It's not truly all anger. It's disappointment.
No, and I'm not saying that. And I mean, I'm not saying you're wrong. I'm just saying, at this point, it's just
not helping find Sebastian.
Yeah, and it's like an energy vampire.
Can I say
you
something
know?
real
And
quick?
we're all tired. And I mean, I can't imagine how tired you are. I know how tired I am. So I would love to redirect back to what you know and what you think.
And then I have some questions that I hope you can answer that will help clear things up.
I'll answer questions unless it's something I have been told by law enforcement that I cannot answer. I've said
Understood.
that from day one, and I'm telling you now, it has not changed. So ask your questions.
Did you pass the polygraph?
Yes, I sure did with
I
flying
might
colors.
not have heard
And
you.
it was TBI that gave it to you?
Yes, TBI gave it to me along with another agency.
Okay.
No, that was kept quiet because it's nobody. We kept it all quiet.
Well, no, I mean, I think it's great that you're telling us now.
Right. And, you know, Seth knew about it the day on that Tuesday when I took it, passed it. They called and told him that I passed it.
And okay, well, maybe he was told he couldn't say anything.
No, he was told he could say something. They told him so he would try to keep his rhetoric down. That's why they told him. And I have the text message where they asked me if they could tell him. And I said, I've listened to y'all from the beginning. I'm listening to you now. So please do what you feel is best.
Okay. So you passed the polygraph with flying colors. Let me ask you this. People in chat are asking, did you tear down any posters of Sebastian? You or anyone you know?
That is a straight up no. And I can't believe people would think I would tear down flyers or posters of my missing stepson.
Okay,
which,
again,
you know, another thing, which is
will-
kind of funny that you bring this up, because some people, and yes, they are pertinent to the investigation, have said that there's a video floating around of me tearing these things down. If you got it, post it. Because
I
if you
agree.
ain't got it, shut up.
And I mean, I'll say on record from myself, I have never seen that.
And I also
Exactly,
wanna
because
say-
it doesn't exist.
I'm sure it doesn't.
And I want to say on record that in my conversation earlier with Chris and Katie said she had one request of me, and that was that when I do these interviews, that I, at some point in the interview, remind people to hand out the flyers and put them up everywhere.
Please, we're begging. I don't know how to beg you even more. I don't know what it's going to take for America, the world, whoever, to understand. We are begging you to hang posters, talk to whomever, spread the words, keep your eyes open. And when you find something, don't wait 2 weeks to make a report. Because let me tell you something, that's what's been going on. Some of the leads that are coming in are 2 and 3 weeks old.
Why do you
Instead
think
of when
that
you
is?
see something, you pick up the phone immediately and you call the cops.
Yeah.
Don't call your best friend and say, hey, I think I've seen this kid. Don't call these investigators. No offense, Chloe and Heather. You don't call them first. You don't call Seth. You don't call anybody but law enforcement only, and make your report immediately.
I will say, you know, we've received tips that maybe haven't been called into law enforcement, but we call them in. And we also received tips that have been called into law enforcement, but the person that called the tip in didn't get any feedback when they were told they were going to be called back. And so they were worried that maybe it didn't get looked into enough. So I don't think
for the record,
passing
right.
tips
So
to law
for the record, I think what folks need to understand, because no, y'all don't have all the information that Katie and I and some of the information that Seth has. You don't. And I understand that. And I'm sorry that we can't give you every single thing under the sun. I wish we truly could, but unfortunately we can't.
Right.
But when you do make a report and you give them a name and a number, you tell them the location, you tell them a very detailed description and everything. You don't expect to get a call back from law enforcement, period. Don't. Because I'm sorry, but they don't have the time to stop and answer every single callback when they're looking for missing children, not just ours, but there's so many children out there that are missing.
Right.
So
I'm sorry that some of y'all feel that you deserve an answer, but it's not. And I'm sorry, it's just going to sound rude when I say this, but you don't deserve an answer. You'll get the answer when we get the answer. The family gets the answer on a missing boy, not strangers. They're not calling y'all to tell you.
Chris, this is what I have to tell when I talk to law enforcement, and it's difficult to accept, and I still have trouble with it too. This is the way it is. I'm not saying it's right. I'm not saying it's wrong. But again, when you ask the public for help, people are going to start looking, and they look at the last place that Sebastian was known to be. And then it just goes from there. And I'm sorry, it shouldn't, but that's how it does. And we can clear a lot up tonight. And I'm so
let's
glad.
do this.
Okay, VW says, Chris, are you frustrated with law enforcement, or do you feel like you're getting adequate information from them?
I'm not upset with law enforcement. I'm going to tell you right now, the agencies that are involved have thrown every asset that they have at this. What people don't understand, this has actually probably been one of the largest searches for a missing child in Sumner County history, period, and probably in the state with the number of assets. Do I think they're doing everything they can? You bet your sweet hell I am. You can bet on it. I don't think, I mean, just short of making everybody in this United States go hand in hand, start on one side of the country and sweep through hand in hand, that's probably about, I mean, I don't know what else to tell you. I mean, I'm very happy with what they've done. I know there are some other folks that don't feel that way, and I'm sorry because they are not in the know. But you do have to remember one thing. They're not going to expend every single asset, every single minute of the day on one child.
Of course.
You have to keep in mind how many children are missing, and it has to be equally dissolved among everybody. And I'm not going to lie to you. It hurt. It hurt the day that they came in on day 8 and told us that they have to pull back. I mean, it ain't nothing. There was more of a gut punch to take than being told that. I mean, it
I can imagine. I mean, that's because you're not expecting them to say that. You're not expecting them to say, yeah, we're going to pull back and put less.
I do expect that, but here's the thing. I'm also a realistic person. I would love for them to expend every aspect and every asset of every single second of the day finding Sebastian. That's not realistic.
Yeah.
It's not.
I want to read you a comment, and I like this comment from Brittany Cole. It says, sometimes you have to block out the noise, Chris. The public will do what they do, and that's the truth. A lot of us are just trying to offer help. It's the bad ones that you remember, and not all the much bigger crowd of good people who are not doing this.
And I mean, weeks ago, somebody asked me what I thought, and I had some information from court documents that could have been a lot of quote unquote tea for the internet to have. And I refused to release it because
What documents on, let me ask you this, on who? Me, Seth, Katie?
Katie.
Okay.
I refused to release it because, number one, I didn't think it would help find Sebastian. Number two, it was a deeply personal thing. And also,
you said it.
Yes.
Okay, so let me.
She did.
But she just.
There it is.
Oh, fuck. I can't. That. She fucked up with that.
Yep, there it is. It's a deeply personal thing about Katie.
Knowing that all these motherfuckers on here
are now
going to go search.
Out of that. So they're going to go look for Katie's past, and they're going to go look through it to see what they can find. And of course, that's what they found.
Wow.
They found out about her mom. They found out that what the traumatic things that happened, and fuck them and fuck her for that.
And then they want to know why, after re-traumatizing and re-victimizing a victim.
Knowing Katie's listening. Knowing she's listening to that.
And then after that, be like, well, I don't understand why Katie isn't on here showing more emotion. Well, why do you think that is?
Doing interviews. Why isn't she searching? Why doesn't she want to be around everybody that's calling her names and talking shit about her? And gee, I wonder why.
That is so fucked up.
She did it on purpose. It was a total dog whistle, in my opinion.
It does seem absolutely on purpose.
This whole show seemed like an attack.
Yeah, because the whole time they're like saying shit like that, And then he gets upset to defend his wife. And then they're like, calm down. It's okay. I'm just like, what the fuck?
Well, and Chris, this is what social media does when you go to the public for your help. No, that's not what social media does. He didn't go to the public for help. He asked the public to hang flyers. Listen to what his words were. It wasn't grill him like it's the Spanish Inquisition. We are not law enforcement. We are not trained interrogators.
When she said it's quote unquote tea for the internet, and I wasn't going to drop it, but and he says, is it about me, Katie, or Chris? And she says, Katie. The first thing these motherfucking people did was go straight to look for Katie's past, look in her stuff, see what's going on, who's her parents, who's her mom, who's her dad, what are they arrested for? Then they got in to see what her mom was arrested for, found out what her mom was arrested for, then found out what her sister was arrested for, and decided they were going to talk shit about her, and wondered why in the fuck Chris got pissed.
This is so fucking disgusting.
It is. And at the end, you'll see how compassionate he is towards Seth. It's amazing. And everybody attacked Chris for this.
We've talked to Chris and Katie. Well, we've talked to Katie once and Chris twice, burnt toast. And in that time, Chris has made an exception and an allowance. And then as we've gone back and re-listened to everything on our own or together, I have heard in every interview, he has made an exception for Seth and Seth's behavior. He doesn't like it. No, they don't approve of it. No, they're not okay with it. But he's also not going to put restraints on a other that's grieving. He's just not.
So what were you guys mentioning earlier when you were like, oh my God, I had not heard that before? What were you guys referencing?
That Chris got him the job and that he had always wanted to be in law enforcement. And then
Seth always, he said one of Seth's lifelong dreams was to be a law enforcement officer.
Yep.
Just like Betty's lifelong dream was to be a lawyer.
Wow.
And then you add that with he told everybody that he's a deputy sheriff, but his actually his title is corrections officer.
And I referred to the Michael Vaughn case, where his parents got completely slaughtered.
Yes, they did.
By the public for a very long time. And they didn't do anything to that boy. I do not believe.
They didn't.
Now they have proof. But they just got slaughtered. And if people can say without a shadow of a doubt that they just know what somebody did, and they don't. Well, if you know, take it to the police and let's solve this.
Yeah. Tell all the Sherlock Holmes and Watsons out there, since they have their PhDs in criminal justice and forensics and all this, since they've got it, by all means, we welcome you to the case. We welcome you to come in here and show us and show these law enforcement officers that have so many years of experience that they don't know anything. We'd love you to do it.
Chris, this isn't helping.
I know it's not helping, but this goes back
get the
to
public
what's
on
being
your
asked.
side. Let's get people
But
on
he's
your
speaking
side,
the truth.
and then we can all work together. Because I
But
know
that's just the thing. This isn't about sides. This is not about sides.
Exactly. And that's
This is not.
that's what we're
This is
trying
about
to do.
Sebastian.
It is. But
are you
if we're
team
not,
this? I'm Team Sebastian. I was brought in to do one thing.
Same.
okay, guys, let me just say, coming from the other side, you want the public's help. You need the public's help. Let's not insult the public. There are asses out there. And believe me, we fight against them all the time, don't we, Stacey? Constantly. These jerks out there that pull all this crap just to get clicks. We don't have advertising on this channel. We don't ask for money. We do it because we want to help. But it doesn't help.
So can I ask you a question on your show?
Yes.
I'm gonna ask you the same question I ask everybody else when we went on their shows. So I'm on your show and I'm sure it is blown up. So the more people that come on, the more money the show makes.
No, I make no money.
We
off
don't
it.
make money. We're
We
not
make zero
monetized.
money.
It's not
And we
monetized.
don't
Not a
get
monetary
donations.
show.
No, they don't monetize.
No.
We do not
Right, okay.
monetize. We do not monetize. It costs me money to do this.
Yeah, and
Webslueths
So
that's
the
why
reason why I
completely
asked
show I
that,
will go on.
Yep.
Yeah.
It's completely free,
well,
and the website is as well.
No
right.
advertising.
So the
on our
reason
website,
why
nothing.
I'm asking that question, okay,
Mhm.
is because if people are true to what they say in their heart,
Mhm.
especially those, and they know who I'm talking about, the clickers,
Yeah.
the shows that make this money.
Yep.
I would love for you to make a public announcement for every dollar you've made. If you truly do this for the goodness of your heart, every dollar that you have made, you should donate it to the cause, not to your personal gain.
Right.
Well, yeah, we don't. Like I
But-
said, we make
Yeah,
zero
we don't
money. It
make
costs
any.
us money to
And
do
I
that.
appreciate it and I respect
Yeah.
that. Thank y'all ladies for that. I will give you that.
So, but no, I understand what you're saying. But again, it's just like with, Nancy Grace or with news media, they report the news. Unfortunately, this is social media. And I agree. There's people out there, and I'm not going to even say their names, but they know who they are. They do this crap to get clickbait so they can make more money, and it's disgusting.
Oh,
Absolutely.
very much so. Very much so.
And I want to add something to that. Like I told Chris earlier, everybody that's involved in this case is under a microscope. I've been ripped to shreds. They've been ripped to shreds. Seth has been ripped to shreds. I mean, like the public gets a hold of somebody in the spotlight and they dig into them and they pull up anything that they can about them. And some of it's true and some of it's not. It doesn't help find Sebastian. And that's where we all need to get on the same page and regroup and just make the decision right here, right now, to ignore the rumors, to clear up misinformation, and just to get on track so that we can start trying to find Sebastian.
Now,
Right. If we can keep parties involved in this investigation focused on that and staying off of YouTube and other aspects of social media and playing the game, okay,
Yes.
I'm sure we would all benefit greatly, and this would completely change narratives and the direction, and it would straight focus completely on Sebastian.
Well, let's do this. This podcast or Webslueths podcast that we're on right now, we can make a pact right now. That's what we're doing right here, right?
But here's the other thing. I appreciate you want to make that pact, but you know exactly who I'm referring to. That needs to be done publicly as well then.
well, all we can do is what we can do here tonight. So, but Chris, there's a couple of questions, and then there is somebody. Well, there is somebody that wants to come on the panel, and I don't know if you want them on here, but let me ask you these questions first, okay? Everybody wants to know, what do you think happened to Sebastian? What do you think happened?
I don't know. For the love of God, I wished I had an answer. I wished we had something to go off of,
So,
but we
Chris,
don't.
I asked Seth this a few weeks ago, and so just no
I'm
thought
gonna hear you out.
in your gut, spit it out. Doesn't matter if it sounds completely off the wall. What is your knee-jerk reaction to what happened?
Sebastian walked out of the house, stepped off the porch, and has vanished into thin air. That is what I think, because that is what I know.
But what do you mean you know?
I've been part of the investigation since day one.
Okay.
And if anybody else out there that's got some information in regards to where Sebastian has went, because last time I checked, there's not one shred of evidence.
You know he walked off the porch is what I'm asking.
I'm telling you, unless this kid is just in the thin air on my front porch, he sure had to go somewhere, so he had to walk off the front porch. Now, if you're trying to insinuate somebody was in my house or somebody's taking that child outside of my house, say
I'm not
that.
insinuating anything. I'm asking, do you know that he walked out your front door? Do you know?
That he went out the front door?
Or any door?
Is that what you're asking?
Do you know?
Yeah, that's what we're asking.
Okay, thank you. I just need a confirmation. I don't play games here. So just to make this real crystal clear, there's a back door. Every door in the house, when Katie got up that morning, was locked.
Okay.
Since it's already out there, there's a keypad on the front door. You don't need a key to unlock and lock my front door.
Mm-hmm.
But you need a key to lock every other door. And every other door was locked, folks.
So
did Katie do that?
Do
Can he
what?
walk out, did Katie make sure all the other doors were locked, and could have Sebastian just walked out? Could he have walked out the front door?
Every door was locked.
So what you're saying is that the only possibility is the front door. Is that what you're saying?
I am saying the most
Oh my
conceivable way possible that this makes sense is that he
This
walked
is
out
so
the front door.
Okay.
That's what I'm saying.
Okay.
Did he walk out without his shoes on? Is that what you believe?
My statement earlier is real simple. Sebastian walked out of the house not wearing any shoes.
Could he have been running and scared of something?
Don't know. He could. It's a young boy. It's dark outside. God only knows.
Okay. Now, there is somebody that has been asking to come on, and Gray Hughes, he would like to talk to you. Would you like
You can
him?
bring that man on board because I've talked to him. I respect him, and I will talk to him.
Gray, I just sent you the Facebook link, so jump on up. Okay, Gray? I just sent it to your Facebook.
I agree, Donna.
So he'll be jumping on here shortly. Stacy, can you keep an eye out because I can't see because of my stupid computer.
Hey, in the meantime, I would like to, since Chris is here and this has become very public, I would like to mention something that we spoke about earlier. Chris and Katie did actually confirm that the clothes that he was wearing at Texas Roadhouse that night were accounted for, and I believe they were the articles of clothing that were used for the scent dog. Am I correct when I say that, Chris?
Yes, those clothes are in the possession of law enforcement.
Great. And so do we know what Sebastian was wearing when he left?
From the house that night?
Yes.
The description is still the same. It hasn't changed from 60 days ago. However, I will say this much. Some of the information that's out on some of these posters and flyers, we have actually requested to have some of that changed, but it hasn't happened. So I'll walk you through what the description actually should be. Sebastian was wearing long black pants. Think of the 1970s style Adidas style pants. You know, had that white stripes down the side. That style of pants on. He had a long sleeve shirt, not a sweatshirt, not a hoodie, a long sleeve shirt. On the front of that shirt is probably one of three depictions: Halloween, Star Wars, or Minecraft.
Okay.
So Chris, I know that Sebastian didn't have very many pairs of shoes because his feet were growing and Katie would toss them out pretty quickly after he grew out of them. But is there a reason we can't confirm which shirt if it's just one of three?
I didn't say one of three. I said one of three depictions on a shirt.
Okay, so that's three different shirts, right?
Oh my God.
So I don't know if we're saying the same thing or something different, but are you saying there's three different possible shirts he was wearing? Like he had three different black long sleeve shirts. One had Halloween on it. One had Minecraft
I'm
on
telling
it.
you, no, it's not what I'm saying.
Okay.
I said he had a long sleeve black shirt on, and on that shirt had one of three depictions. I didn't say he had three. I didn't say anything. I just said one.
Okay.
Right, but I'm just confused by how have you not been able to identify which of those three depictions is missing?
Can I ask you a quick question?
Yeah.
Can you tell me every single shirt in your closet right now and everything that's on your
No,
shirt?
but if I had
Okay,
to
then.
choose between
Right, but
three
wait a
of
minute,
them, if I
hold on a
had
minute.
between three of them, I could.
You're saying three of them. But I'm telling
Well,
you,
you listed three things. I'm just confused.
I listed what could possibly be on the shirt.
Okay, can I jump in and try to interpret a little bit here? Okay, so are you saying that all three of those shirts are not accounted for, or are you saying you don't remember which depiction it was that was on that shirt? Does that make sense? Is that a little bit clearer?
Badgering, Your Honor.
Oh, okay, I'm sorry. Okay, so are you saying that you don't remember what the depiction was? It was one of those three things, or are you saying there are three different shirts with those depictions and all three of those shirts are unaccounted for?
How
I'm not
fucking
saying he had
ridiculous
three
is
different depictions on.
the
That's not what I'm
PI
saying.
is just.
I'm telling you, I don't know what exactly was on the front of the shirt. is what I'm telling you.
Okay, so
It's like they're
Sebastian's clothes
trying to
mostly
get him
consist
to
of,
say
if it has
something
a
so they
picture
can
on
say,
it,
gotcha.
I
know?
knew you was lying. Yeah, like trying to
Right?
catch him up on something. I don't know what the fuck they're trying to do, but
Because like every kid has like a couple of things that they're super, super into. And so they'll want to have like if
right.
his
What he's saying is basically, he does video games. He's got like 3 or 4 different fucking shirts with the different designs on them and shit. You know what I'm
Right.
saying? But
Right.
he might have 3 shirts with the same design on it. 3 other shirts with a different design on it. 3 or 4 other shirts with a different design on them. You know what I'm saying? But one of them shirts are missing, and it's got one of them fucking designs on it. I don't know which one. I mean, I wouldn't be able to tell either. With all I got, what I'm saying, girls. I mean, what the fuck?
Yeah, and it's just like either they're really fucking stupid or they were purposely playing dumb to try to get him to trip up, or like they were just this is just so fucking disgusting to me.
If these were PIs, why would you do this on a public platform? Because now everything that
Wait
you're
till Seth
learning,
comes up. It gets even fucking worse when Seth comes up there. Him and Seth, oh man.
See, in my opinion, Webslueths or whatever, I don't know her, but that was a bad move because there's no reason why you would have want Seth and Chris on the same panel, knowing it's going to be a shit show, unless you wanted the views.
Well,
I'm just
Seth
saying
calls
that's
in
my
and
view.
demands to come up. That's the thing. Which I mean, she does ask.
And
him,
I would
do
say,
you want him to come up here or not? She asked Chris if it's okay, just like she did with Gray. But she knew. I think she kind of knew that things were going to go sideways because you can tell how upset Chris is right now. He's fucking pissed. I wouldn't have let him right there either. I would have said, hey, you know, can you wait and come up when he's done?
Right. That's all I'm saying is that I would have put Chris behind backstage, or be like, hey, let Chris say his piece, let him leave, and then have Seth come up afterwards.
See, and you know what else though too? Seth calls in on the phone. He calls in on the phone and she does it on speakerphone, I believe, and Chris calls in on the panel. You know what I'm saying? So it's kind of like he calls in and interrupts her interview. Basically, I feel like this isn't just my opinion, just because I've watched Seth this whole time. It's almost like they were having an interview with Chris and he was getting either jealous or getting pissed, and he decided he needed to come up there too. So he called in until she answered and he could interrupt. You know, that's kind of how I felt. But
y'all, I just thought of something that was said tonight. Thinking back to when things changed about a month ago in the beginning of May, or even just a couple weeks ago, like when we heard earlier in the beginning that Seth first went to JLR. I'm sorry, this also supports the Seth wanting to be paid for interviews. Tony said tonight that Betty sent over a whole list of questions and what to do and how to handle and all of that, bullet by bullet by bullet. What do you want to bet that paperwork in their head about getting paid for interviews? Again, it's just thoughts rolling through my brain.
Mm. When this interview was going on, I felt like they were giving Seth more leeway because he was able to jump in over Chris. And then when Chris would try to answer right away or go over him, they would say, oh, Seth is trying to talk, so they kept giving him the talking stick pretty much. And they wouldn't give Chris the leeway to talk. It was just, this whole interview was sickening. I hated it.
It's definitely very biased.
Yeah, and I'm not trying to say anything against Webslueths because I know everybody likes her, but this interview was terrible. I think it was really bad decision making on her part.
You guys can have your opinions too. It's just because I like her doesn't mean she did a great interview. I mean, you know what I'm saying?
No, and I'm not saying anything against her. She's done okay earlier on in other cases, but I'm just saying this interview here, this was horrible. She had really poor.
Come out and say she was pretty upset with Chris over the belt situation because he doesn't thank Sebastian with the belt, and that really upset her. She was really upset by that. But I almost think that now that things have come out about Seth and the things that he's done to Sebastian, and Sebastian went to school and told him that his dad beat him, and he come home, and then so when he got home or whatever, he sat him down and put Mortal Kombat on Blood Edition and made him watch it and told him, watch this, and was showing him a Mortal Kombat beatdown to explain to him what a beatdown was when he was like 5 or 6 years old. Sebastian also went to his mom, told his mom that his dad smacked him across the face, and there was pictures of welts across his face and red marks across his face. Katie filed for, I think, an order of protection at that point and divorce. And he's like, yeah, she's the reason why I had to sleep in my car. No, you're the reason you had to sleep in your car. But then let him tell it. And he's like, oh, Sebastian he was like slipping and falling, and he was going to hit his head on the doorway. So I just put my hand out to catch his fall. And he told his mom that I smacked him when I didn't. Now that sounds like some manipulation ass bullshit.
Wow.
Seth is a real piece of work.
Yeah, and with him wanting to be a police officer and that being one of his biggest dreams, and him being upset because Katie and Chris are, veterans, and that veterans are drunks, and he was talking all kinds of shit about veterans. I was like, are you kidding me right now?
Oof.
That blew the fuck out of me when he was talking about veterans being drunks and alcoholics, and I'm like, wow, you really offended a whole lot of people when you start talking like that.
Yeah.
All right.
Hey, I'm going to have to listen from chat. I got to get up early and get this dog home. So thanks for having me. Good to hang out with you guys. Bye, guys.
We'll talk to you later, love. So yeah, I was going to say, I think this actually is where Seth will be coming up anytime. He calls in.
One of the three things. Those are his 3 favorite things.
Okay, so
Halloween,
what you're saying is he has,
Minecraft.
multiple Minecraft shirts, multiple Star Wars shirts, multiple Halloween shirts. So it's likely he had a shirt that had one of those things on, but there's not just 3 of those shirts.
I'm telling you that he had a long sleeve shirt on with one of the 3 depictions on it. That's it.
Okay.
I'm not telling you any more shirts. I'm not telling. So
I'm not
I know what you're asking.
I'm just trying to understand.
I understand that, but you're asking me if he had 3 different long sleeve shirts with 3 different depictions on it. And
No, I
I'm
think I
telling
understand
you,
what you're explaining. Like, so Sebastian had multiple shirts that had a Minecraft graphic on it. Sebastian had multiple shirts that had Halloween. Sebastian had multiple shirts that had Star Wars. I guess maybe several of them were long sleeve and black. So you can't identify.
Here, let's just make this very simple.
Okay.
He had a long sleeve black shirt on with a picture on the front of it. There you go.
And that obviously is what you got from Katie, correct?
Yes.
Okay. Everybody, Gray Hughes is here, and people are saying, why is Gray here? I will tell you, Gray, I consider Gray someone that I like. Gray helped me in the beginning. When I started this, he was very kind to me. I know it's a shock, but he was very sweet. I asked, he knows I'm kidding him. And I asked Chris, is it okay if Gray Hughes comes up? And Chris said yes. So Gray, I'm going to turn it over to you now, please, sir.
Yeah, I just want to say I've talked to Chris, and the way he's sounding right now is exactly how I think I would sound, or anybody else would sound, given the attacks being leveled. When I talked to him on the phone, we talked on the phone, we've messaged back and forth, but we talked for like an hour one time, and literally went over detail by detail on where the light video was taken. The flashlights. Exactly where that was filmed. We went over where the dog scented, and I kept sending him the map, and he would show me the route and everything. And it was like, to me, he seems like somebody who's literally out there trying to figure something out. I know my opinion isn't like all the rest of the people out there. I've never seen anything like this. It kind of reminds me of like remember the Chloe, was it Chloe? Yeah, Chloe Smith in Australia, the 2 parents that were sitting there and they just didn't look quite right. And everybody blamed them for the abduction out of a tent. And it turns out it was literally somebody abducted the child out of the tent.
Right.
There's just so many cases like this. And all I'm saying is when I've talked to Chris Proudfoot, I have never seen anything that he said in any of the interviews where I went, wow, this guy, he must have something to do with it. I actually look at him and think, man, I would feel the same way if from day one, the entire community hated me and I never got the same love that Seth got. Seth was absolutely admired by everybody like he was God or something.
Let me explain why. And I agree. I think that's exactly how you.
And that's what I don't understand. Why the fuck he was treated like a goddamn god when he sees his son every other day or every other weekend. And Katie is a full-time mom. You know what I'm saying? She's a full-time parent.
Mhm.
Chris is a full-time parent to him. Like they see him, you know what I'm saying? Every day, every night.
Because he put out the thing that he was searching every single day and he was so tired and Chris and Katie weren't doing nothing.
Yeah. Yeah, they really made it out to be like they were just like the worst parents in the entire world. And he was just, the absolute best parent out there. But like I said, I don't understand. That's exactly, Gray said it right there and hit the nail on the nose right there.
Yeah. So somebody said earlier in the chat that Chloe posted on her Twitter account recently that she now believes Sebastian ran away. And does anybody know what Chloe's Twitter account is? Because I'm interested to
Chloe,
like Chloe DXM.
DXM, yeah.
Chloe DXM. And like I said, she used to work with SF Investigates.
Why is it not coming up for me?
CHLOE DXM or _ DXM might be something like that.
Okay, let me check that.
Okay. I'll link it.
I found it.
Okay.
Just curious to see if she actually did say that.
Yeah. It'd be interesting to know because she's been searching.
Yeah, she started on this case right away. I don't think anybody really hired her. I think she just started doing it. And then Heather is the one Seth hired.
After this interview is when, shortly after this interview was when Seth decided he no longer wanted her or Heather on the team when Tony was hired or whatever, brought on. He was upset because she wanted to vet everybody. And he said he doesn't give a shit who it is. He just wants them to help find his son, which, you know, that's why
wow.
Tony's on here. And, you
Okay.
know, shit's kind of hitting the fan the way it is. You know what I mean? And because he just does not give two shits. But he basically told Chloe that he wanted her
Wow.
to lay back or sit or fall back.
Oh
And
my God.
What?
She does. Oh, I found it. So on May 29th, so just a couple of days ago,
Right.
she did a post about Sebastian Rogers. She even pinned it to her Twitter account. There's a couple of paragraphs, but one of them says, she says, quote, "Through all the details I have received and the investigation myself and others continue, I believe he walked away from home. I do not believe he was assisted in doing so. I do believe he may have been struggling with some emotional turmoil in his life." Wow. So she's now saying, or she has the conclusion that a lot of people have now.
Yeah.
Yep.
Interesting. Wow.
And there was a news conference, a press conference with TBI and the Sumner County officers. And the Sumner County guy said, the detective, that's the lead detective, I can't remember his name. He said that they do not suspect foul play on the parents.
Right. I put the link to her Twitter post in the private chat.
Okay. So you can put it in the public chat too if you want to, baby. You're a mod.
Okay. Yeah, sure. Let me grab that.
Yeah, that way it's in there. You know what I mean? I'm going to play this or fast forward to this because Seth should be coming on. But I believe Gray right there. I believe he hit it right there on the nose. Everything.
You would sound.
You know? But Seth, I believe he calls in like it's somewhere right in here. He calls in because they start. I believe Gray's even still there when it happens. So
Gray, exactly. There's no question. But let me explain why. Okay. Again, social media is here to stay. We need to learn this. When anybody comes on and they are aggressive and insulting, it blows up like wildfire. And you're asking public for help, but you are condemning the public because of a handful of jerks, and that causes problems. I haven't
Well, for the record, ma'am, I have not in the past gone onto a show and been a jerk and ridiculed the public and said a bunch of hateful things and inappropriate things. I have not done that. So I'm sorry that folks are upset that day one, Katie and I were not on TV or on YouTube expressing everything. Well, you say that, but as you said, social media is here to stay.
Absolutely.
So with that being in mind, you're one, and there are millions out there that think otherwise.
I would never expect you to come on.
But I think the way he was just talking a minute ago, to me, it sounded normal, given the fact that the 90% of the chat is just trashing him.
No, that's not true. That is not true. We are kicking people out.
I can see it right now. No, I know you're kicking him out, but I keep seeing comment after comment after comment after comment that are really suspicious and like,
yeah, great. Just close the chat. I'm not even.
Yeah, like you had somebody in the chat that literally asked the question: was Katie arrested at 19 for an incident? Like, I'm sorry, but once again, this goes right back to none of that has anything to do with Sebastian.
Okay.
Yeah.
No, I'm not trying to create anything.
I know you're not, Gray.
I'm just trying to say that I absolutely understand how he's feeling, and I know out there they go, "Oh, look, he's soothing Chris's ego." I listen. I've talked to him late night on a phone. He's just a normal dude trying to figure something out. That's how he sounds like. Now he's on here with. I've seen him on shows. Remember at the beginning, him and his wife would go on shows, and they were totally calm, talking, and they were normal. But everybody dissected every single word that they said, and everybody came up with a negative meaning for every single thing they
let
said.
me tell you what happened. I can explain now. Let me tell you, Chris, when you went on and talked about hitting Sebastian with a belt and kind of, just chuckling about it and how the social services or child protective services came to your door and apologized to you, that got people upset. It got people.
Right. Let's clear that real quick.
Okay.
That needs to be cleared up because what was said and what people heard are two totally different things.
I heard you
Because
say
it-
you hit him with a belt.
Okay, so let me finish, because that's the problem. When I go to make the statement, people want to interrupt and try to say, well, this and that. No, you wanted the answer. I'm giving you the answer. Now, when I answered that question, I told people Sebastian got a spanking. He got one lick on his butt outside of his clothes. If somebody can tell me how that's abuse to a child, explain to me.
Can you confirm when that happened?
I don't. That was years ago.
I got spanked by a belt and wooden spoon by my mom for years.
So, but let's not sidetrack. Let's stay on board. Okay. So the question about the CPS thing that came up to play that everybody wants to tie to this belt is not what it was.
Okay.
Well, I think it was confusing because when you initially talked about it, you referred to him as an embarrassed 15-year-old. So
Yes, you did.
Like it was years ago.
We thought it was like right recently.
Well, instead of
So let's
asking
clear it
more
up.
clarification,
Let's clear it
that
up.
should have been. So, as it stands, Sebastian went to school one day. He made a statement to a teacher. The teacher reports it to CPS. CPS comes to the house. That case has nothing to do with Sebastian getting spanked. That had everything to do with Sebastian didn't like being in trouble. So he thought by reporting it to a teacher, they were going to come to the house and they're going to take me out of the house and do this and do that. That is what the CPS case was about. And yes, I laughed at it because when I explained to Sebastian, very detailed, what happened, he thought it was a joke. When the CPS lady shows up and looks at him and says, Sebastian, you can't false report. That will get people in trouble and you can get in trouble. And then she explained to him what happens.
What did he say you did to him?
Can I ask you, what does that have to do with the price of eggs in China when it comes to the disappearance of Sebastian?
Because I'll tell you why. Because you're wondering why people are coming at you. And it's
because
he was in your home last. That was the last place he was seen.
Yes,
so
he was.
When we hear these things, it's like, okay, let's just clear it up and see what happened. Because I'll tell you why. Because people, I'm not saying me, but I've seen people say, hey, he was hitting his child. He reported it to his teacher. Did something happen? Was there an explosive incident that happened?
No, absolutely nothing of that nature.
Okay.
And for people to not understand, when you discipline a child, there's a difference in discipline and abuse. There truly is a difference.
But I think hitting anybody with a belt is abuse. I'm sorry, I do. And a lot of people agree with me, and that's the problem.
And
So
guess
we have a
what?
difference
That's
of
the
opinion.
great thing. That's the great thing about having your opinion.
Yes.
That's an opinion. That's not a fact. That's opinion.
Okay. I think a belt is abuse, but that's my again.
Well,
that is my
if I was leaving bruises and marks on a child, that's abuse.
That was
That would be
inappropriate to
considered
say
abuse.
on that panel.
Yeah. I mean,
So by definition,
that's weird.
That's what I'm trying to get y'all to understand. You can say your opinion.
I'm sorry, I missed that last part. You said what was inappropriate, baby?
Trisha was saying, well, if you hit him with the belt, well, I think that's abuse. And there was so many rumors that were started and so much bullshit that came because people were on this panel saying, oh, well, use a belt, that's abuse or whatever. And it's just like, I feel like that it was highly inappropriate for her to add that in there because then that started another set of rumors.
Yeah,
And
her
there's
opinion of it, you mean? Like
nothing wrong with her having that opinion. You know what I'm saying? Whether you agree or disagree, that's her opinion. That's fine. But for her to chime in and to say that at this point, in my opinion, was irresponsible.
Absolutely.
Because then that added fuel and ammo and fodder to everybody else who were just looking for anything to go at Chris and Katie for instead of actually focusing on Sebastian.
Yeah. Yeah. Yeah, Motor City Dog says it's crazy how this has come to this point when Ellie has not released any evidence to the public at all. All the craziness has come from the bio dad and stepdad and a little from the mom. See, I don't think the mom and dad have really been back and forth with the drama. I mean, I think a lot of it has come from Seth's bullshit that he put out. That's just my opinion, though. You know what I'm saying? Like, we all got different opinions, and that's okay. You're allowed to have them. I don't,
Yeah, I don't believe any of the dramas come from Chris and Katie. It's all come from Seth. And it's Seth believing the YouTubers is
I
what
would
it
say
is.
a
The
lot
YouTubers,
of the drama comes from the YouTubers, and Seth doesn't realize he's feeding into it because he's
Right.
not really, familiar with YouTube like that. So he doesn't understand that every time he goes on a panel and every time he talks to somebody, or what I'm saying, like the T-Rev shit, like even if he did, let's just say he did make the comment. So let's just say he did not ask T-Rev to buy it. T-Rev basically just turned it onto that because he was getting backlash from the shit he pulled. So let's just say, they were sitting there talking and he's like, damn, man, you made 18 stacks. You know what I'm saying? If you're going to, and he was like, oh yeah, I'm going to buy this, this, and this. I'm going to do this, this, and that, because T-Rev tries to be gangster. In my opinion, I can see T-Rev saying, yeah, I'm going to buy one of these cicadas. So I'm going to get this pistol. And he said, well, if you got all that money, buy me one too. Seth. Now I could see that conversation going down that way.
I could too.
I think that eventually Seth is going to look back with a lot of regret.
I think so too.
Yeah.
I think so too.
And that is
It's
fine.
truth.
But you have to back it up and say, what I'm stating is just an opinion. There's no fact to it. When you don't say that, you leave it open to interpretation for a lot of people to take it and run with it. That was a lot of the problems with this.
And there will be people, I can get people from CPS that will say hitting a child with a belt is an abuse. But here's the thing, you're right. That doesn't have anything to do necessarily with Sebastian and his disappearance. But what it does is it creates a narrative in people's minds that we need to clear up and change, Chris. We need to clear it up and change it. Okay? So let's do that.
So we just did.
Okay. If now you did go on Nancy Grace and say that CPS has never been called. And
No, that's not. No. Nope.
Okay, that's what I heard. What did you say?
She asked the question about a situation, and she asked me if I had ever had CPS called on me. I believe is what the question was. I'm going to tell you right now, I don't exactly know what the question was without hearing it again. So I'm not going to answer you with something without having it in front of you.
Okay, that's fair. That's very fair. Very fair. And so let's move on. Okay, so nothing came of that from you hitting him with the belt. Has there ever been any, and people are going to ask, has there ever been any violence in your home as far as Sebastian is concerned?
No.
Okay, now Gray asked, why is Seth being treated so different? Because of how Chris came on and became so angry and did what you did tonight, Chris. You've done this before, and I think that's why, and Seth didn't. And I think that's the difference.
Right, because I don't feed out of people's hands. I don't feed into what people think. I don't, and once again, that's the difference.
But how about just saying thank you to the people that want to help you?
Okay, well, that's simple. There's a difference in me saying thank you to everyone, which if you go back and listen to every single interview I have done, I have told everybody, thank you for everything that you have done. There's not enough thank you in this world. We can't begin to describe how much we appreciate it. I have said this.
Mm-hmm.
Go back to one video and show me where I haven't. I've also said that our family prays for everybody else, and we love you all, regardless of what you think. But you know what? Once again,
yeah, I think his first interview, you got to admit, his first few interviews were really calm. The one on, can't remember the names of their channels, but he was on multiple channels, calmly talking. Both of them were, and yet the public was already angry with him before he became angry on a show because that was definitely later. You got to admit, like his first 3 or 4, both of them.
And I can tell you why. Because he said he hit Sebastian with a belt. That made people angry.
Which interview was that?
It was the very first one I heard.
Okay.
With I can't remember.
Smiley stories. I can try to pull up a transcript at some point.
Yes, it was on the Smiley story. Yes,
that one.
Okay,
but
I mean, but here's the thing: there is a perception. See, look at.
There you go.
I just want to say this. When I was growing up, my mom spanked me with a belt, wooden spoon, everything, and she was the greatest mom I've ever. I mean, like, just awesome. There was I didn't ever feel like it was abuse. Things have changed though over time. Like nowadays, it's considered abuse, and maybe that sort of is affecting how our society has changed quite a bit. But but the thing is it used to be totally normal, and it is still sort of normal in some families. As long if you're not sitting there just wailing away for hours, like creating the bruises, like Chris was saying, it's just sort of. I mean, I think it's sort of normal for a lot of people in society. It might not be for some people, but I think I don't know. I think if you took a poll and people were off, not in this particular chat right here, it wouldn't be as high as you might think. It's not going to be 99% of the people. It would be like 50-50 on whether or not
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, I mean, I think that's a little bit anecdotal.
But once again,
we
this
talk
is
about
So are there opinions?
the thud that Katie heard.
Yes, that's a good one. Let's talk about that. And I apologize. I had your name spelled wrong. Everybody that knows me, Chris, knows I'm the worst speller in the world. And I thought I put Proudfoot,
I'm
and I
not upset
didn't.
about spelling.
So I
I'm not the
apologize.
best speller either. So
I do apologize for that, sir. Yeah,
I put proud food one time when I wrote it.
yeah.
So that's,
Oh, I've been called Bradford, Proud Food, Brown Foot, all kinds
I'm
of stuff.
so sorry.
Really,
I
it
thought I
just
put
don't
Proudfoot.
matter.
Let's talk about the thud. I want to know about that. Chris, please tell us.
Okay, what do you want to know?
Well, tell us the whole story. What did Katie tell you about the thud? What is the story behind that?
If Katie's there, maybe she could tell us.
Does she want to come on?
No.
Okay,
Can't
that's
go on
fine.
that route.
Okay, that's absolutely fine.
Because it's like this, people. It's enough as it is. I'm not putting her through this. And I'm sure that right there is going to cause a big stir and say, well, I'm controlling. No, I'm not controlling. I'm a husband who protects his wife.
Well, you will only get polite questions here.
Let's go back to the Sebastian deal.
Okay.
Okay. Katie reported she heard a thud. And that's it.
But didn't she ask?
Her off and go to bed.
I've seen different reports of she heard a thud. She said, I don't know what you're doing in there, but you need to go to bed. I've seen other reports that Sebastian responded back to her. If he did respond back to her, do you know what he said?
Yeah, he replied, yes, ma'am.
Okay.
I mean,
no, I mean, we're clearing things up.
Right.
That's all this is. Let's just clear it up, you know?
There was a noise. Katie heard it. She responded. Sebastian answered.
Okay. And see, people out there, they want to help. And it feels like that you just are like, that pissed you off that we even asked that. You know,
what pisses me off is when the statement is out there. There was a thud. She asked him what, he responded back and moving on.
And around what time was that?
I'm not going to give you details as far as.
I mean, Katie gave details, but I just.
Well, guess what? That is Katie. I'm not giving you those kind of details.
No, she gave details publicly.
That is fine. Okay. Katie can give you that. I am not giving you that information. I will tell you this. It was between the time we were on the phone to the time we got off the phone. That's what I'll give you. That's it.
Has Sebastian ever left the house barefoot that you know of?
Has Sebastian gone outside of the house barefooted? Yes. Before, has he ran off? No.
Okay.
I'm not sure if that's how you were asking it, but
no, I'm glad that's perfect. No, that's great. And again, I swear to you, Chris, we're not trying to be hostile. In fact, I've spoken on this live channel before and said, if Chris ever came here, we would treat him with total respect and honesty. And I really am trying to help because I want people to get behind you and Katie, Chris, because I want people to help find Sebastian. And it's just such a bizarre thing. I mean,
the bizarre case, yes, it very much so is.
And so Sebastian leaves, but he's not on anybody's camera. Is that what the police have said? Or are you allowed to say?
I can't go into details on that, but here's what I will tell you that's public. Our subdivision is very dark.
Mm-hmm.
There's no streetlights in the subdivision whatsoever. If you go online, Google it, whatever, you'll see that there's absolutely no streetlights in the subdivision. None.
Right.
If is there a possibility that some cameras may not pick up somebody walking in front of them because of how dark it is? Yes.
Okay. That would be the only thing that would make sense, really.
Right. So,
well, he even told me, I remember when he told me that, like, even some detectives didn't show up on the cameras.
Correct.
Yeah.
Well, there you go. Yeah. That makes perfect sense then. Because that's been driving everybody crazy. But if it's so dark.
And I know, and it's hard for it, trust me, for everyone out there that, cameras will pick up and all this. No, I promise you, not all cameras have the best quality as, the stuff that you see on TV and,
mm-hmm.
You see a demo of a camera in a store. It's different when you put it on a house and different elements. So,
Okay, so it was so dark that it is logical to conclude that the cameras that Sebastian would have walked by, did not pick him up. And that's something that is logical that people can accept. Absolutely. I think this is a good question. Did Sebastian ever have nightmares? Could he have had one that scared him so badly that he took off? Has he ever had bad nightmares?
The fuck?
He's had sleeping issues. I mean, look, he doesn't really sleep a lot. That's why he's been, but that's been his whole life. That's not just been like a segment. I'm pretty sure, I believe Seth has even mentioned this before as well. I mean, the only time, like I've seen a couple times where he slept really well, but I mean, that's when after a hard day of playing, if he's helped with outside work, but for the most part, he's had issues sleeping.
And that's a big help in understanding this. Has he ever done anything like hid under a neighbor's car or anything like that?
Well, I'm going to say we have never seen anything like that. There's been somebody that has said something to that effect, but I'm not going to sit here and say for a fact, yes, he has.
Okay.
Like I said, I don't have an answer for that.
I got a question. I got one for you. Do you think it's possible that he could have left in the evenings on other nights, like at 1 a.m, and came back through the front door and nobody would have known? Like on other, like let's say a dry run, for example. Like he got up in the middle of the night at 1, went out the front door, and then came back in, and nobody would have known, right? Because you don't have a camera, and he doesn't.
Not that I'm aware of. Not that Katie is aware of. I mean, I will say this, and this is for the record. I'm not going to tell you what he does and doesn't do at his father's house. Those are two separate households.
Okay.
Sebastian is one way at our house. He's a different way at his father's house.
Okay.
That is something that we've all had mutual respect on, all the parents together.
Can you answer, was he planning to go live with Seth?
Yes.
Okay. And was he excited about it?
No.
Okay.
At one point he was, but no.
Do you know why he changed? Why he wasn't excited?
Yes, because he was informed that he will be doing online schooling vice in-person school.
Okay. Was there a reason for that?
That's personal matters in my family that will not be discussed with.
Understood. And I respect that. Thank you. He was on medication.
I didn't know that.
Did he get his medication changed recently?
When you say recently, can you define recently?
Well, I mean, like, I don't know, maybe within the last few months. I'm trying to think of something that maybe would have changed his behavior for some reason.
It's really hard to say yes or no to that, just because he goes and sees his doctors, and then in there they will talk about his medication and things if they want to change or if it needs to change.
Right.
But I mean, as far as I know, I'm not. I didn't see any difference, but.
And is it? And again, this is just something that people want to know. Is it common for you and Katie to talk as long as you did that night?
Sure.
Okay. Seth is here. I've asked him to join us. Insightful One, if Seth jumps on, can you please put him on the screen, because I can't because of my computer.
Right. I got it.
Thank you.
Have you guys seen the dog scent track? That because you actually showed it to me, right? Remember on the map, Chris? I don't know if you're interested in. It was kind of an interesting route.
Well, and, are you referring to the day 1 through 4 dog tracks? Because some of those are.
Well, he had like a dog scent outside the front door and sort of around by where the fixed light was on the flashlight, and then north, and then around to like a retention pond, something like that. Just short of it.
Stacy, I believe Seth is here.
Yep, I got it.
Seth, I am so glad that you are here, my dear. Thank you very much. Seth, what would you like to say now?
I got a few questions to ask Chris.
Okay.
Can you hear me?
Yes, he can hear you.
Hey, Chris. So why did you texted me the other day about something I'd already sent Katie an email?
Say it one more time. All I heard was something about an email sent.
Why did you text me about an email I sent on Monday to Katie?
Because I didn't see the information in what you're referring to as Tony Mathis's phone number. I didn't see it. So that's why I asked for it.
I mean, come on, Chris. If we're going to work together, more than a week communication between the people that I'm sending stuff
Oh, he did come on the panel. Okay.
Okay, so.
Oh, and he's talking about Tony, too.
Okay.
Did you hear that?
Yeah. He said he got Tony's number. Yeah. Yep. But then
this was in the beginning of Tony.
Yeah, he said he hadn't even talked to Tony or whatever, something about 3 weeks. He signed a contract with somebody 3 weeks before.
Yeah. Seth was like, "Did you get my email?" And Chris was like, "What about an email?" And Seth was like, "I sent you and Katie an email with Tony's number or something." And then Chris was like, "No, I didn't see a number."
Yeah, you know what's really messed up is why are you emailing them anyways? That's your kid's mom. Why the fuck are you ain't got their phone
Right.
numbers? Like, what the fuck you emailing each other back and forth? I ain't heard of that shit.
And like, why is he saying this on a live stream knowing this is going to be drama?
Oh, good. Fuck. Hold on. Here we go.
I told you.
And you know what else really irritates the fuck out of me is how nice Chris is and to Seth and how he coddles fucking Seth. I'm like, you know what? You giving this man way more grace than the fuck I ever would right now. Like,
yeah, this is.
Here we go, Seth, and then Seth has a lot to fucking say.
We will work together.
Seth says,
I explained to you that I'm willing to work with you. You asked me some questions in regard to this dog handler. You asked me questions in regards to going on a social media platform. You've asked me questions about hiring a PR person that will speak for all of us and keep everybody off of these platforms. That's what you asked. Now,
the funny thing is, though, Seth is the only one that was panel hopping all over the fucking YouTube streets.
Yeah, see, I mean, from my perspective, and maybe it's just me, but like when I see a family member involved in these cases, or a best friend, or somebody that's close to the victim or whatever, when I see them start panel hopping, it's red flags for me.
Yes, girl, and he's been all over all these panels. And then you got TikTok Tony, who he's with right now. He's like, what do you call these channels? Seth was all over these trash hating channels. They're all trash. I'm like, are you fucking kidding me? You just called Pascal trash. You just called all these people, every fucking panel that Seth went on, you called them all trash. What the fuck? So he's been on like 75 panels.
So, like, I didn't realize this. So, because I haven't really been super following this. So, am I right to conclude that did I hear correctly that they said that Sebastian was supposed to soon move in with Seth permanently?
Yes.
Why?
Well, it's
Do we
been,
know?
well, there's some personal stuff that Chris said he didn't want put out there.
Okay, then okay, that's fine. It's not my business then.
It was supposedly Seth had him enrolled for school or whatever to do homeschooling. I think, in my opinion, it just seems like he was real scared. And if they were on the phone for 3 hours, he could have overheard his mom and Chris talking about having to move or whatever, and he could have got upset. Who knows? I mean, we don't know.
Right.
We have no idea.
Because the other thing was, I'm sorry, go ahead.
Oh, I'm just saying, but I could see why he would be upset and be scared to move in with Seth after seeing all this shit and the Mortal Kombat comments and, you know what I'm saying, showing him what a real beatdown is. And, you know what I mean? Like he's went to his mom and told his teacher he was going to beat his ass. He told his, he tells his teachers a lot of things. So it just makes me wonder, like, if he didn't leave because he was scared to move in with his dad. And also with autism, they hate fucking change.
Right.
I hate change anyways, but with autism, that's something that they really they don't like change. And I just, you know what I'm saying? It just makes me wonder if he didn't leave thinking he was doing something right or, being, taken off or whatever. And then something happened to him while he was out, like that kind of thing.
Right. It just seems like the other thing that could have set him off is, and again, maybe you already knew this, but I didn't know until they said something here where they said that he was going to go from living with Katie and Chris, going to school like everybody else, like all of the other kids.
One thing he wanted was friends. He was really he wanted
So
friends.
he was going to go from that to living with his dad and doing online school.
Mm-hmm.
And I'm thinking, I mean, I can't imagine that Sebastian was happy about that decision.
Now, I don't know if you heard anything that we were talking about, was it yesterday or the day before on here? But Seth has said other things on that Betty interview saying that he didn't agree with Sebastian being on pills, on medicine, and that he didn't want him on medication at his house. He believed he could treat it with coffee.
Oh my God.
Giving him coffee every 2 hours, blah, blah, blah. And you want to give him medication every 4. Anyways, so this kid is going, now Seth is every other weekend dad, right? No offense to him. But they did say that he it was an open thing. He could get them anytime he wanted. So he may have had them more often. I don't know. But anyways, so now this kid is going for what, 2 weeks or week and a half on his medication. He goes over to Seth's for a couple of days and is taken off his medication. That poor kid was probably spiraling, and he's got total schedule, you know, what do you call it? Security over there, repetition, you know, I can't think of the word.
Structure.
There you go, structure at his mom and stepdad's house. And then he goes to Seth's house where Seth said, yeah, he's sitting in his recliner sometimes playing on his video games. And I was hanging out in my bedroom, you know, and it just sounded like it was total chaos at Seth's house. And Seth or Sebastian wore undergarments. And when he was at Seth's house, Seth said, oh, he didn't need to wear them over here. We're men, we wear boxers, you know? So, I mean, there's complete difference between the two houses. And even Chris said that's Seth's house. He does what he does. We do what we do. So, I mean, because people with autism, they like things to be just the same. They don't like a lot of change. And it sounded like there was like huge change between mom and stepdad's house and Seth's house, you know? And so that could have made him spiral too, thinking,
Well, I
oh my
mean-
God, I gotta go live with my dad. I mean, he loves his dad. I mean, they've said that. And that Chris and Katie have said Seth is a great dad, that if he was involved in anything, he would be the first one there, you know, but
It's just the fact that the dad was not giving him medication.
Right.
And then he would go back and then be back on. I mean, that alone could affect his brain chemistry.
Exactly.
So many things. Oh my God.
Yeah,
Oh,
exactly.
wow.
Mm-hmm.
And if a doctor has diagnosed him with these things and has prescribed medication for these things, then he should listen to the doctor. And if he
Right.
has questions, he should talk to the medical professionals who are
Right.
caring for him.
Mhm.
And not just cold turkey taking him off medication, because sometimes that can be extremely dangerous.
Right. Right. And it sounds like that this was a newer diagnosis and that all these medications were kind of newer. So they might have been messing around with the medications too. You might have been getting different doses too now, because you know how when people first start getting on these kind of medications, they start low and then they increase them or they decrease them or whatever, however they react with them. You know, they're always constantly. I know my father-in-law, he had issues upstairs with a chemical deficiency or whatever. And they were always constantly switching his medications around and upping and lowering them and this and that, you know?
Hey,
So-
Queen, Gray Hughes is in the chat. I just noticed that.
Hi, Gray.
Hey, what's up?
We like him.
But yeah, I mean, God, that is not something that I knew
Yeah.
before they said that.
This is very important stuff. And also another thing is Chris and Katie have gotten their electronics back. Seth
Right.
has not.
Oh.
That's another important thing that you need to know.
Okay. Wow.
Mhm.
Okay.
And Chris and Katie have said that they didn't allow him to just willy-nilly go on the internet, that there was,
Right.
you know, they kept an eye on it, you know, whereas
Like
Seth,
most parents do.
right, whereas Seth is like, oh, well, he can sit in his recliner and play on his video games, which have internet access, I'm sure, and he was in his bedroom or whatever, so he wasn't paying attention. And he just said the other day that he set him up with a Gmail account, so that's more new information that we have. So, I mean, he could have been on with some kind of predator on the internet or anything. We don't know.
Yeah, because a lot of those games have chat features
Right.
built in them.
Right. And nobody is taking all of this in account. They're just like, oh, Seth
Right.
and Katie, or I mean, Chris and Katie did it, you know, but they're not thinking about this stuff.
No.
Like Gray Hughes said, hi, Gray. He says everybody's got to have a boogeyman, you know, and I guess Chris and
Yep.
Katie are the boogeyman.
Yeah, every single case usually has one. You know what I mean?
Yeah. Yeah.
Well, the tragedy pimps have to have an antagonist. Otherwise, how are they going to make their money?
Right. Right. And I just think it's so sad because we've talked to Chris and Katie, and they really do seem, I mean, I don't know them from Adam. I mean, and they could be guilty, I don't know. But they do really seem truly upset about this, and they do seem pretty genuine, you know?
Well, to
And
me,
were they the perfect parents? Was Seth the perfect parent? No. But are any of us? Have we
Right.
all made mistakes with our kids? Of course we have.
I listened to the discussions that you guys had with them, those 2 streams. I don't know if you did more than that, but those are the 2 that I watched. And I agree with you. They seem genuinely upset. I think Seth is genuinely upset. And I think that this whole thing is just very sad.
It is. It is so sad. And I really do have a good feeling that Sebastian's out there somewhere. And I really hope I'm right. And I hope he comes home soon. I pray all the time for that. I really hope he can come home.
Yeah. And I also think that with the medication stuff that I'm learning tonight, and the fact that he had internet access and all of these, just so many variables in here.
Right.
It's too much to ignore, to be able to like, oh, it's definitely one side or the other. I mean, I personally, I lean toward something happened involving one of those games, one of those chat rooms, something that contributed to whatever happened.
Yep.
Because that definitely is more likely than either side of the parents doing something. That's just my opinion.
Right. And Chris has said the dogs have been through the house, the police and multiple police agencies have been through the house, checking their house and doing different testing and everything else. I mean, if there was nefarious things going on in there, it would have been found.
Well, if the police have given back Chris and Katie's the devices from their home, if they have gone through everything and given it back to them, it means it's not evidence.
Right.
People to find out who they are first.
You know,
you're crazy because I would expect you to do the exact same thing if I gave you a name.
Let's see here. I think, okay, hold on. So Seth don't come back up after this, right? This is just where he pops up here and then that's it. He's done.
Yeah, Seth comes up and then there's a big conversation between Chris and Seth.
Right, that's what, okay, hold on, let's see.
I think it's right after Gray leaves, or right around when, just before Gray leaves.
Yeah, here we go.
You have a super chat, Queen.
Oh shit, let me see, baby. Slim Jim, thank you, love. Here, so if he was taken off meds against medical advice, that can result in CPS being contacted by school or the doctor if they knew. They are mandated reporters. Absolutely, you got that right. Very well could have been.
You asked me some questions in regard to this dog handler. You asked me questions in regards to going on a social media platform. You've asked me questions about hiring a PR person that will speak for all of us and keep everybody off of these platforms. That's what you asked. Now, if you think I'm not going to do my homework and dig into people and find out who they are first, you're crazy. Because I would expect you to do the exact same thing if I gave you a name.
Right? That's Chloe on her computer.
I don't know what's going on, but did that solve it? I hope.
Oh,
Seth?
Seth gone? It looks like he's
Uh-oh. I think, wait, is this Seth? Did Seth jump off? Let's see. We've got me, Stacy.
Yeah. How about I'll get off the panel. I'm sure that'll make a lot of people in the chat happy. But I just wanted
stop it.
I just wanted to say that, you know, I understand what I've seen. What I've seen from the beginning is that there was sides chosen. Now I know you're saying because of this and because of that, but it was Seth good, Proudfoot's bad, and everybody has been in those camps, and they never really got a chance to breathe, and that's probably why Katie went to be with him, because she probably was scared to stay at home by herself giving these lunatics like JLR, et cetera, running around, chanting and screaming.
That's what I
It's
said.
Oh, I agree. It's
That's
horrible.
what I think.
Yeah.
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 Yep.
So
Yeah,
that's
it
just
should not be that way.
That's just kind of where I'm coming from. I appreciate communicating with him. We've had nothing but good.
Listen to Gray laying the facts down.
Yeah, I mean, I always thought that from the beginning. It's like, why would she stay in a house by herself when people are stalking her and like driving by her house, taking pictures, threatening them?
YouTubers that are
I would leave too.
her friends wanting to buy guns and shit. Hell no.
Right? I would be like, I'm gone.
Right. And then she's also upset about her son, and he's gone. How would she want to stay in that house all by herself, going through the emotions she's going through?
Right. A boom. Gray said, can I get a boom? They all said boom in the chat too.
Right. It's ridiculous. You know, nobody can use common sense, and it just drives me crazy.
Well, common sense don't get you a YouTube check now, does it?
I know.
Because that's what it's for.
Stations, and that's it. I mean, that's all I can do, and I've never seen anything that made me go, God, ooh, that's it's weird. I mean, I don't know. I watched the same things you guys have, but anyways, yeah. See you later, guys out there.
Okay. See ya.
Take care, Gray.
Bye, Gray.
Does anybody know where Seth went?
I'm working on it.
Okay, thanks.
I do know. I think up in his area, he doesn't have like the greatest signal because a lot of times when we talk, his
You know what?
phone, he will drop.
Do you want to ask him if he wants to call me rather than go on the internet? Just call me on the phone, and I can put him on, and to be a really, really strong signal. I mean, it'll sound really good.
Well, I think it's just like
That's
his
why I thought she was on the damn phone when she said that. Because I mean, I couldn't. I know he calls back in and says something about his parents.
cell signal up there is not the greatest.
Oh, it's his cell. Okay.
Yeah.
But if he wants to,
I mean, if he's on his cell phone, let me.
Heather, if you want to give him my number, and
here's
Chloe
Chris
has it,
again, making
feel
excuses
free. And
for Seth.
if it's better for him to call me rather than to jump online,
I'm texting him.
okay, we can do that. So, hey guys, I don't want to talk about other creators in chat, so let's not do that. Okay.
Yeah.
So
agree.
Yeah, let's just. I mean, I don't want to give them any.
Right. So let's get to our next question.
Okay. Next question. Let me take a look at my notes. Yeah, because I just wrote some things down. Have you had? And I may have asked this and I forgot, Chris. My mind is sometimes mush. Have you had search dogs inside the house and outside?
Yes, ma'am, I have. Yes, I sure have.
And what did the dogs hit outside?
So, as you know, if anybody has followed Mr. Gray's, what he was talking about, the dog and the trail and the scent and the overlay on the picture. So, there anywhere from 13 to 18 different dogs have been involved in this search.
Mm-hmm.
Now, on day one, there was 5 dogs. 5. There's an audio dispatch tape that's been released. I don't know who released it. Whatever, I don't have it, but you'd have to dig it and find it. In that audio tape, you actually hear that the deputy sheriff does state that the dog hints toward a scent, and he takes over off to the retention pond and the construction site next door.
Okay.
Now, other dogs did the exact same thing. Now, am I going to say every single dog? No, but I do know of at least 3 dogs that went on the same scent trail, same path. The rest of the dogs, I'm not going to tell you that they are 100% honest and perfect and accurate, because honestly, dogs are only probably 25% reliable when it comes to a scent.
Okay.
Now, 8 days, I've had dogs in my house the first 8 days. In my house, outside my house, around my house, around the neighborhood. So, yeah.
So they've been there, and yeah, so they did, you're saying they did hit and they all went to that pond.
No, I
No?
didn't say all that. I just told you I've had 13 to 18 dogs in my house and around my house.
Mm-hmm.
I told you 3 different dogs hit on the same path that go to that retention pond.
Right.
I'm
That's
not going to say that every other dog.
Not every dog, but some dogs hit. Okay.
Right. So, but I want this to be crystal clear.
Okay.
So when people say every dog, that is not the case. 3 dogs went on the same path.
Okay.
That is all that we have on that. The rest of these dogs go in different directions, but it's all unreliable.
Understood. We do have a question from Michelle. Chris, was Ellie able to go in and search the cave they said had collapsed about 10 feet in? I haven't heard this.
Okay, so Ken Widener is the EMA director for Sumner County. They called in all kinds of stuff, got layouts of where these caves were. I don't believe, and I'm not telling you by the gospel, I don't believe they were able to get into certain caves because they were not safe to enter. The one that she is referring to that collapsed, honestly, we know that the one collapsed. We don't believe they had anything to it.
Got it. Okay. Let's see here. Let me get my notes. I was taking notes while we were talking. Let's see here. Hold on.
Hey, Queen.
So people have been asking, and I don't mean to sound insulting, but people are asking, are you searching? Are you putting up flyers? That's what they're asking.
Yes, we are.
Okay.
Yes, and here's why they're asking that question. No, you're not going to find pictures of us out there doing this because it's real simple. We, all 3 parents, initially were told in the beginning not to go out and search, that we needed to be available to talk to law enforcement.
Right.
Yeah.
Seth has been out there searching and doing his thing. He's had a bunch of people following him, whether or not he chose that or these people decided to do it on their own accord.
Oh my
That's
God,
not
she's
for me to
walking
say.
away.
But
What the fuck?
we, Katie and I, are not.
She has
have some
animals.
big, massive
Okay.
search party following us around with a bunch of people that are already threatening.
Remember the
death
cat
threats,
that was
by the
making
way,
so much
to
noise?
us.
Yeah, but her phone rang.
You know,
She answered
I'm not
it,
doing it.
muted herself, and walked away.
If you were in my shoes, you'd do the same thing. You
Oh, yeah, I
listen to
forgot
law
about that.
enforcement. You do what they tell you to do. Yes, we're out there putting up signs. Yes, we're out there putting up flyers. Yes, we are searching.
Chris,
she
I'm
didn't
sorry. Did you
hear
just say
that.
you guys are getting death threats?
Yes, we've been getting death threats. And they have been reported to the TBI. Everything gets forwarded, screenshot, and sent straight to them.
Wow. Okay.
Okay, everyone. I have Seth on my phone, on my JBL speaker. Seth, I want to give you a chance to talk uninterrupted. So please, go ahead.
All right. Mainly, Chris, the communication needs to be a little bit more prompt. If I send you an email on Monday and Tuesday, I'm not willing to wait a week to get a response back.
Oh my God.
I mean, that's unacceptable when we're trying to find Sebastian, buddy.
No, just wait for it.
I understand what you're saying. I respect that. But when it comes to you asking people to come into my house on my property, who I don't know Adam from Eve, and I really don't care what certification, who can vouch for these people, I don't care. I'm going to do exactly what I have always been doing. You send that to me,
okay, well,
we're going to review it, and then we're going to send it to
I'm
law
gonna interrupt
enforcement.
you, Chris.
Let law enforcement go that route, and then when
the
law enforcement comes
in for us, it
Hold
doesn't
on.
need to be on your property.
Hold
See,
on,
this
Chris.
is
Chris, hold on 1 second. Hold on. Seth, what did you say?
I said the person to be our spokesman to speak for all 3 of us doesn't need to be on your property.
Okay,
But Yeah,
You're correct.
you have spoken
You are very correct.
to him.
I have spoken to him.
See how she interrupted Chris and
And
made
I'm
Seth
going to
talk?
make
Let Seth
this
talk.
public.
Yeah.
I am back working, and I have
Wow.
work hours. I also have to sleep, and unfortunately, I'm on the opposite schedule of you. So respect that. I will do what I
When did
can
you speak
as
with
I
him,
can
Chris?
when I can.
I'm sorry, Seth, go ahead.
Wow.
When did you speak with him, Chris?
What has that got to do with finding Sebastian?
If he's going to be our spokesperson, I was just asking when you spoke with him.
I haven't come up with an answer yet. We've spoke with him. We told him we'll get back with him after we've done some consideration and talking with law enforcement. We'll get back to him, and we'll let him know our decision.
Are they talking about Tony here?
So,
Yes.
I know you're on board with that. I do. I mean, I know you're 1,000% on board with Mr. Mathis. I got that.
Oh, okay.
I'm not taking that away from you.
So, Chris, I understand like every marriage is different and husband-wife aspect. You seem very protective of Katie and her having conversations with or without you. But
As he
like
should.
I said before you came on, I do believe that Katie is the one who, and I'm not saying it's because she knows what happened to Sebastian, but she was the last person that was with him. And so she does hold the most information, at least up until the point that he went missing.
What information do you think she holds?
Well, I'm going to get to that.
Well, then do me a favor. Let's just get to it.
Okay.
Don't pour gravy on the mashed potatoes. Just serve the stuff up.
Chris, I'm really trying to be respectful, and this is a very
I am too. So please just get to it.
Okay.
No,
So
you're
we would
interrupting.
really love to hear from Katie about his body language that day. We've heard from others who are not necessarily good sources about his body language at the bowling alley and his body language here and there. And so we're just really trying to pick up on Sebastian's mood because it could help us understand what led to him walking away off the front porch out the front door.
Well, that is something that if she decides to answer, that's on her. But what I know is even on video, Sebastian was having a great day. He was in a great mood. He got to go to BJ's. He had a colossal popcorn. He hung out with family. He went and played video games at Strike and Spare. After that, he went and had dinner
Such
at
bullshit.
Roadhouse, Texas Roadhouse. He ate his whole meal. I mean, everything in the video, even the videos that Seth has seen.
Hey, Queen,
He
can you
doesn't
pause it for a second?
show any negative signs of he's upset or anything like that. As far as we all know, Sebastian had a great day.
No, I mean, it sounds like a really great day. I mean, they did a lot. I was just curious. And like I said, I mean, every relationship is different and you're protective of Katie and who she communicates without you. And I think that has, I think that has been a little bit difficult.
But right, hold on a second. But for the record, Katie can speak when she so chooses, and she's done interviews without me.
No, I'm not talking about interviews.
But she spoke without me.
Okay.
I want to clear up something that Chris said about Sebastian going to live with Seth. And Chris, you may ask, what does this have to do with Sebastian missing? It's all part of the narrative. It could mean he ran away. And that is, Chris, did you not say that he was not looking forward to going to live with his father?
Yes, I did state that.
Seth, did you know this?
Nope.
Chris, do you want to elaborate?
And I'll tell you why.
Yes, ma'am. Yes, ma'am. I will be glad to elaborate.
Become a question.
Hold on, Chris. Hold on. I'm sorry, Seth. Start over. And then Chris, we'll go to you. Seth, go ahead.
But I know why I was putting him in online school. He needed his therapy to actually have been started with ABA, so on and so forth, before I put him back into the situation, because he's not ready for certain things.
Okay. So he was going to go.
I'm not going to set my son up for failure. I want my son to succeed.
He was going to homeschool until he was ready to go back to regular school. Is that what you're saying?
Correct. And it's not really homeschool. I mean, it's just online school.
Okay. Online. Right. Online school. That's a better term. I'm sorry. I shouldn't have said homeschool. Right. Online school. Totally different.
Really quick, Chris, the day that they had on Sunday with the spaghetti pancakes and bragging to family and BJ's and Texas Roadhouse and bowling and all of these, like, it sounds like the best day ever. Was that like a normal weekend for them, or was it like, it just, I don't know. Was that like their normal weekend?
Right. Well, do me a favor. Let's pause that question, because you just diverted away from what she asked, and let's clear this out.
Okay. Go ahead.
We
Chris.
want the facts. Let's get the facts straight.
Okay.
So yes, I did tell you Sebastian was not excited about going to his father's house because online school. Seth
school.
was aware of this because Seth stood in my house with me, Katie, and Sebastian in my kitchen and had this conversation where Seth asked his son about, you don't want to go to online school? And Sebastian's retort was, no, I don't.
Wow.
But I don't really care about playing tit for tat. I understand that this may be a reason why he wanted to run away, so to speak, if that's the case.
Right.
But we're not going into this. We're not going to play this tit for tat on social media. We're not doing this.
Okay. Seth, go ahead.
Wow.
Chris, unbeknownst to you, had already talked to Sebastian. He knew this wouldn't be a permanent thing. And me and him had already spoke.
Well, that right there is a conversation you should have had with Katie and myself about what your plans were.
I'm sorry. Do you want?
Say that one more time. I'm sorry.
What Seth was saying is that if I had known the conversation that him and Sebastian had, then I would know the whole thing. But the downside is that's where Seth should have had that same conversation with me and Katie, and that didn't happen. But this goes right back to, here's the thing. If you're saying that because he didn't want to go live with his dad, he potentially ran away, is that a possibility? Sure, we'll put that out there.
Okay.
But quite honestly, what goes on between Seth, me, his mom, and our households is none of the public's business. If it had something to do with his disappearance, I would understand that, but it doesn't.
Well, we don't know that.
Well, I understand that. That's why we're making this clear.
And that's why I asked about his day, because
Let's
I didn't
go back
know.
to the day. Okay, go
I
ahead,
didn't
Miguel.
know. Okay, so Chris, you don't know me very well. I have 2 decades of experience working with autistic children in different capacities. So I do understand they are all different. I do understand that day may have been very overstimulating for him. So that's why I was asking if that was a normal day for him. And if it wasn't, that just gives me more information that maybe he was very overstimulated that day.
Oh my God.
Chris?
So, all right, so one more time, I'm so sorry.
I was just saying, in my experience with autistic children, obviously they're all different. But if this was not a normal day for Sebastian on Sunday when he went and did all of these things, and it sounds like he was gone from home for a while. If this wasn't a normal day for him, would this have been an overstimulating day for him? Is this something normal? Does he normally go to BJ's and bowling and all of these things on a weekend? Or was this kind of like a special thing? And if it was a special thing, what caused it to be special? Was there an occasion?
If it was a special thing, a mother and a son bonding and just having a good time.
I'm not being ugly at all.
I'm not. I'm making the
is this a normal day for them on a weekend? for them to do all
our days fluctuate. Monday through Friday, we're a working family, just like everybody else out there. And when the weekend comes, that's when you get a lot of stuff done. You go a lot of places, you do a lot of things. And a lot of times that's where, you know, you go and spend time with your kids and do extra things. Sebastian's not in sports like most kids. So we don't spend ball time at the ballpark. You know, when Seth has Sebastian on the weekends, he goes and does fishing and things like that with Sebastian just as well. I mean, Seth works long hours. I work long hours.
And I'm not saying any
so
of that is
you gotta,
suspicious at all, Chris. I'm just asking if that was normal. Because if it wasn't normal and he was overstimulated, that could be a reason for him to have ran out of the house.
No, he was
Okay.
not overstimulated.
Okay, so that wasn't one of the possible reasons for him to leave.
Here's what I'll say.
That's where that rumor started.
Everything is on the table.
Yes, there was a lot of rumors that got started from this stream. That being one of them. They said they said Katie gave him a special day because she did something to him. So she took him to go do all these special things before she did something to him. That's another rumor that came from this, you know, that from this shit.
Wow.
Nothing has been taken off the table, period. That's the same statement law enforcement has made. That's the same statement I'm going to tell you every single day in and day out.
Katie gave my son to your mother and father. I'm sorry, I shouldn't say that.
Say it one more time.
There goes Seth with his big ass mouth.
Yep.
Some mother and father. Oh, I shouldn't have said that. He's like, go ahead, say it again. I mean, what the hell, man? Let me hear. Listen to
Gave
it.
my son to your mother and father.
Oh, hold on. Did something about his son to his mother and father. Ready? Listen.
The same statement law enforcement has made. That's the same statement I'm going to tell you every single day in and day out.
Katie gave my son to your mother and father. I'm sorry, I shouldn't say that.
Wow.
Say it one more time.
He did that shit on purpose.
Fuck right, he did. Something about his son to his mother and father. Let me listen to this again.
He said, give my son to your mother and father is what he said.
He elaborates in a little bit.
Tell you every single day in and day out.
Katie gave my son to your mother and father.
Katie gave my son to your mother and father.
And that's where that rumor started.
Yeah, that's supposedly that's why he cleared up the Alaska thing at the very beginning, because now, and they're saying it again. They said it tonight on TikTok, which is why I played this live, this interview or whatever, because this is where it started, and he tried to correct it. But Seth started that rumor that his parents went to Alaska and possibly had him with him. That was on this. That was said on this.
I think it started before this, and Seth is just taking what YouTubers are saying, because he seems to, every time YouTubers say one more thing, then Seth kind of picks it up. But he'll elaborate on it here in a minute.
This is I don't know. He's the one that came up with this mother and father thing, and then he's like, "Oh, I shouldn't have said that." And Chris was like, "If you wanted to fucking ask my mom, you could have just called her on the damn phone. You didn't have to do all this, you know?
Right.
Like, this was not even necessary. If you know my mom." He's like, "You know my mom. You could have called her on the phone and she would have talked to you herself." He gets pissed, and I don't blame him. I would have been fucking pissed too. What are you doing? You're sending this fucking hate mob after my goddamn parents. What the fuck you doing? I'd be pissed. So I don't blame him.
Yeah. Hey, listen, Queen, I'm going to jump down, but I appreciate you letting me up.
Absolutely, baby. I appreciate you hanging out too and learning a little bit about this too, you know?
Yeah,
we're almost done anyway, so.
This is wild. I will say one last thing is that the part where Webslueths, I don't remember her name. What is her name?
Trisha.
Okay.
Trisha.
Right.
Yeah.
When Trisha pulled up her legal pad and she's like, let me look at my notes. Another creator who is now starting to do that flashed before my eyes, and I was like, oh, so that's who she's copying.
Right.
Y'all know what I'm talking about.
Yep.
Yep.
But yeah, thanks for letting me up, and you guys, you have a great night.
Bye, Toasty.
Later. Good night. Yeah. So yeah, he I don't know. We have like it looks like 30 minutes or something. 20 minutes. 30, probably like 30 minutes left of this. So if you want to jump down at any time, just let me know, baby.
I'm sorry, I shouldn't say that.
Say it one more time.
Do you not want to say that? But well, we can move on. So
No. I want to hear it.
And cheesy look. Liz said Chris's mother was helping Seth find a house. So obviously Seth had spoken to her prior to coming on here. So it's ridiculous that he even says this stupid shit here. But
And Seth even confirmed it yesterday when he said that, or the other day when he was on the interview with the woman we don't talk about. He said she was supposed to be finding me a house.
Yeah. Katie, I think Cheesy's in it for the long haul.
Yeah, I'm here for as long as you want to be. I don't care, whatever you want to do.
Hanging out with me, babe. I appreciate you.
Yeah.
That your mom and your dad have Sebastian. It's been brought up to me.
Seth, you know darn good and well you got a question about my
I'm just
mother.
asking.
You pick up the
Did
phone.
they take me somewhere
and you
to like a boot camp or anything like that? And Katie just thought I wouldn't accept it.
I don't think
Hold
Seth
on.
is being accusatory. I think he's just trying to clear up a bunch of BS that's been online.
Right, and I'm trying, and I'm telling you, if he's had this suspicion, he's got my mother's phone number. He can pick up the phone and call her. She is not afraid to answer any
Chris, I'm
questions.
asking you. I don't want to talk to your mom. I want to talk to you, and I want to talk to Katie.
Well, it's real simple, Seth.
To put it to the rest.
You have seen the video footage of Seth on Sunday. Don't tell me you hadn't. I know you have. You sat in the room with all the agents.
No, they didn't show me the video footage, buddy.
So you didn't see, you weren't sitting in a room with law enforcement, the district attorney, when they showed you a video, when you wanted proof of life, saying that you hadn't seen proof since Friday. When you've been at my house the first 3 damn days.
Chris, let Seth speak. Go ahead, Seth.
Chris, they showed me video proof of him coming out of Texas Roadhouse on Sunday.
On a Sunday night. You damn right.
Just Chris.
Seth, I got a problem with you sitting here making these accusations. Because if you got a problem with them, guess what?
Let's squash it.
I think we're just trying to talk things out, and I don't even know if this should be public, honestly.
Same.
Okay, here's all the public knowledge you need on this deal. Law enforcement has talked to my parents, my whole family. Once again, the statement is true, what law enforcement says. Just because you hear a rumor doesn't make it true.
Chris,
I don't think he said it was true. I think he's just trying to clarify.
I mean, right there, it doesn't make it true. And you know what? If I was Chris, I would be madder than fuck. And I would be saying the same thing. You want to say this about my motherfucking parents? You could have called my parents.
Yep. Me too. He was a lot more controlled than I would have been.
Yeah, well, I mean, if he, like I said, if they were finding him a house, he had their number. There's no reason why he needed to say, oh, it's YouTube banter, it's just YouTube rumors. No, it's not. No, the fuck it's not. That's my goddamn mom. That's Sebastian's grandparent at this point and has been. You need to stop your bullshit. You could have called her on the goddamn phone. There's no reason for this.
Yep. And that's the thing. They're trying to make it sound like Chris's family don't want anything to do with Sebastian and this and that. But Chris has said many times that family is family, whether you're blood or not. And it sounds like his family embraced Seth just as much as anybody else,
Yeah. Yeah, it's just... Notice Seth ain't talking like a big man like he was on Betty's. Yeah, totally different, huh?
Right, and the truth is coming out, see?
Clarify. No, stop. No, stop sitting here trying to defend his actions. Stop.
Okay.
The fact is, Chris, is I'm trying to squash the rumor. We're both here. Squashing the rumor.
Seth, there is no rumor. You know my parents were not with Katie on Sunday.
That's all I'm doing, Chris.
No, you're causing a problem because you know damn good and well where my parents were at their house on Sunday night. They weren't near Katie. They weren't near Sebastian. And if you got a problem, all you got to do is pick up the phone and call her. Be an adult. Be a responsible adult. And just call her.
Chris. Can you hear me, Chris?
Oh, I can hear you.
Because all I'm hearing is anger and attitude from you. What I'm trying
And you should. Seth,
What a dick.
should. Because what you're doing is bullshit and you know it.
Okay, stop.
Okay,
People are
alright,
talking
enough.
over each other.
Enough.
Yeah, it is bullshit, and he shouldn't have been fucking doing that. And that's it. That's all. Are you kidding me?
Right.
All I'm hearing is attitude and anger from you.
Well, do you blame him?
You want me to? You want to? Oh, we're just supposed to sit and have tea and laugh and smile and be besties while you're talking shit about my fucking mom?
Right.
Are you serious? Like, hell no.
It's like
bro.
what would have Seth done if Chris said this, if the tables were turned and Chris said this about Seth's mom?
Oh Lord.
You know?
Exactly.
He wouldn't been as controlled as Chris is.
Seth would have been fucking pissed if Chris would have tried to send the hay mob after them. If this, like I said, if the tables were turned, and he
Right.
went missing from Seth's house, Lord, do you
Yep.
know how much shit he would be dealing with right now?
Yep.
Way more than you know what I mean. Like way more than he even understands. What he
Yep.
knows, he doesn't get it. See, that's the reason why is because he was shown. You know, he was coddled and on the ass straight from the beginning, and everybody hated the mother. They're blaming the mom.
Mm-hmm.
All right, here we go.
Seth, go, and then Chris, go. Please, Seth, and then Chris. Thank you.
Chris, a unified front squashes rumors together. That's all I am stating.
Okay, Chris.
This is a rumor floating around, and I would like us to squash it.
Yeah, I think that is a great rumor to try to squash. That one's on Facebook, and the rumor is actually that about your mom, her car being parked at like Warsham's and him getting
Okay, so here's the answer. The final answer to this.
It's not just an online rumor because people have driven up to me and personally spoken about this.
Okay, ladies and gentlemen, can I make the statement?
I wish
This is very simple. This conversation has nothing to do on social media. You want to have this conversation, Seth? You call me, you get Heather, you get Chloe on the phone. Hell, I'll do you one better, and I will get Bobby and Carter on the phone, and we'll all sit down and have this little fucking powwow.
we're not going to have a powwow like that. But I would
Well, then guess what?
This situation, and I would love for it to be private because I believe a lot of what is happening right now should not be public.
So explain to me why you don't want Bobby and Carter involved.
I didn't say I didn't want Bobby and Carter involved. I said I was referring to your tone, which is very angry.
Oh, I'm very pissed.
I know that. I think we just all need to take a breath because no one is accusing anyone of anything. We are trying to dispel things because in turn, dispelling these things will
You're
take
so full of
some
shit.
of the BS off of you.
Whoa. That was uncalled for. And Chris, I mean, I do understand your anger, but I know these ladies. I don't know Seth. I just know what I've seen. But these ladies are not full of shit.
I didn't say they're full of shit. I was referring to Seth being full of shit with his comments.
Well, that doesn't help matters.
No, it doesn't. So when you brought him on the show and he wants to start this shit, that isn't going to answer questions. It's going to spiral into the shit that's in. So we can set this shit aside and answer the questions that you got.
Okay. I would like to move on very quickly, but I will say the public opinion is not going to improve unless we can take a deep breath.
That's exactly right.
And I know you are frustrated.
You have no idea what
I'm
I
not
am.
saying I know
You
how
don't.
frustrated you are, but I know you are frustrated. And I am not saying that's not valid, but this is not helping.
If it's not helping, then you shouldn't be talking about it on social media.
But
I'm trying
as
to,
a PI, you should have said, you know what, we're not going to answer that question. We're going to do that privately. That's where that should
I
have
did
went.
say that actually several times.
Amen.
Listen to that recording later.
So let's move on to the next question.
I just got to say one thing. You want the public's help. You want them to be behind both of you. And
we need them to find Sebastian.
Exactly. And it's a very good chance that somebody in the public will
And
find
that's
him.
my biggest frustration is that we all collectively have to deal with all of this instead of focusing on Sebastian.
Right. And it's a disadvantage to Sebastian. Really, it's sad because we're not any closer to finding him as long as we're all arguing like this.
Yeah. And mods in chat, you're removing these comments, I hope, because I've been removing some too. And we've got extra people, extra mods in chat. Anything rude that said, they're banned, they're gone. Okay. So we'll get them out there as quickly as possible. And let me go through chat really quickly here to get some more questions here. You've been on here for many hours, and I so appreciate this. I really, really do. So,
Can Chris hear me?
Yes, he can.
Can you? Well, you can't throw us in a back room. Somebody can talk real quick.
I wish I could. I wish I had that ability, but I don't. I can take you both off, and you can call him. Do you want to do that?
Let's finish this first, and we'll do that after the fact. Let's get these questions out of the way.
Chris, listen, you may not like my opinion, but when we got rumors out there, if you and I squash these rumors, then they stop being rumors, and everybody just looks at the people who are spreading them like they are shit. I was not trying to upset you. I'm trying to squash these stupid rumors that are literally filling up my privatized email address, their inbox, with crap. Which is crap. It's not helping find Sebastian, so if it gets squashed, then people will stop. Not everybody. Lord knows there's still going to be stupid people out there. But it will stop. It will, I mean, literally, it will stop.
And we see it hasn't.
My report is real simple,
Seth. I want is to find Sebastian, Chris, and there are rumors out there that we have to put an end to. You may not like them, but we have to put them into them publicly. Because right here, we can end rumors. So people know. When I told them to fuck off, if they didn't like it, they know that I meant fuck off because they don't like it.
So stop right there, Seth. Stop. Let me help you with something real quick. You want rumors to die? You want to stop with all the stuff that's coming up and flooding these PI's inbox? How many terabytes do you want of videos where you have gone out there and you've said some very harsh things that should never have come out? You never should have. And now don't take this the wrong way. That is a conversation for later.
Here to swing, bud.
Let me finish.
There are things that I put out there.
Once again, you can't talk to a fucking log.
Okay, what? Okay,
Chris,
so
let me finish.
Chris, that's not productive.
It's not. So let me finish. You all are playing one-sided here.
No, we're not.
I don't think that's fair.
So then tell Seth when I'm talking, let me finish.
Okay, Seth, let him finish.
Yes, Seth, please let him finish.
There's conversations you've had that should have never been out in the public light, and you know it. And because you did that, it started a lot of rumors. Own it, accept it, and move on from it. I told you on Sunday, I supported you. I would be there for you no matter what, how ugly this got. But I'm not going to stand by and watch you disrespect me, my family, my wife, or anybody for that matter. A lot of rumors got started because you went on social media and you opened your mouth and said some things you shouldn't have said. Accept it. I'll show you the videos.
You don't need to show me the videos.
Now, in hindsight, that is a conversation you and I need to have offline, away from everybody else, in our own private conversation. You and I, we sit down and we can talk. Literally, Lise, you had people watch us doing it Sunday at that vigil.
Well,
They were snapping pictures because they were trying to get some juicy information.
Trish,
So let's answer.
can we move on to the question?
Yes, please.
Yeah, let's. There's a question here in chat, and I've heard this. And Chris, this is a good one. I'd like to clear up.
Okay.
Is it true that Chris told Seth, "You will find your son at church"?
No.
Okay.
No.
That's
what he stated was, if I went to church, maybe I'd find my son.
So in other words, if you went to church and talked to the Lord, is that what you were saying,
Yes,
Chris?
that is what the whole conversation in reference was.
I have a question.
Not, you go to a church and you'll find it.
Hold on, Seth. I'm sorry, Chris, finish. I'm sorry.
I'm talking because why? I understand. I see where people got that.
Right.
But that is a conversation that Seth and I had privately. You know, I'm sorry, but we're not going to sit here and drag certain things into this. It has nothing to do with it. I told Seth, basically we should all go to church. We should pray. That's exactly what it was in reference to.
Understood. Seth, go ahead. It's your turn now.
There's a better way to said it, Chris.
Okay, and that's semantics.
For you to think that I don't go to church.
Seth, I didn't say anything about you not going to church or going to church. Can we go to the next question?
Sebastian?
No, it's not. Can we move to the next question?
All right. Thank you.
Okay. How about this? Because you guys have been on here for almost 3 hours, and I really appreciate it. And I do think Chris and Seth need to talk off air. Let's talk about what we do know. We do know, and this is how we started out the live stream. We do know that Sebastian was last seen publicly at Texas Roadhouse on Sunday. We know he was seen on camera taking out the garbage at some point. We know that there is a possibility that the cameras did not pick up Seth leaving the house because it was so dark.
Sebastian.
I'm sorry. What did I say? I'm sorry.
You
I'm so
said
sorry.
Seth.
Seth. I'm sorry. You're not missing Seth. You're right here. Sebastian.
I like to be missing.
Yeah, I understand. I hear you. Sebastian was not seen. A possibility that Sebastian was not seen leaving the house because it was too dark. Okay. There were certain scent dogs that hit on Sebastian. There were 3 of them that went down to the retaining pond. According to Chloe, that retaining pond has been searched.
It was actually been drained and it has been walked and searched.
Okay, so that's good. I think that's what we know about that night and the hours before he went missing. I think that's all we know for certain. Now, I want to ask all of you, what is the next step? Chloe and Heather, I'll go to you two first, and then I'll go to the two gentlemen.
I'm sorry, my dog was barking. What did you say?
That's okay. I said, what is the next step? What is the next step for you? What is the next step for the public? What would you like us to do? What do you think you guys are going to do?
Well, for us right now, we are really focused on getting Q in. Chloe and I are working on a report and some maps to try to give them an idea of areas that need to be searched or researched. I think really the next big step is getting us all on the same page and working together. And even though this is a mess right now, I think this is a huge step in that direction. And I'm hoping that, as I said, Chris had called me earlier and just right before the show started, and I messaged Chloe and was kind of talking to her about what you guys were going to talk about, because I wanted to, some of the things that he cleared up with me, I wanted to make sure she was aware of. But, reaching out to me and then reaching out to you guys on the podcast tonight, I think it's a huge step in the right direction. He's angry, but once we get past that, I think maybe we can all work together and start putting our heads together on where we need to look for Sebastian.
Thank you. Very good. Chris, what would you like to see us do? What do you think?
At this point, keep spreading the flyers, keep keeping his name out there in of good graces, not of in a negative light. Spread the words. If you know something, say something. Don't wait 2 weeks. Don't wait 3 weeks. I told Heather the same thing. There's so many tips come in weeks later instead of the moment that they come in. When you get these tips, you call 911, you call TBI, you don't call these PIs, you don't call Seth, you don't call us, you just call the law enforcement agency. Keep spreading the flyers, spreading the word, prayers. Trust me, keep the prayer warriors out there. We need them.
I agree. And I think, because of all of the noise, people have not been reminded to continuously search their properties. And like I said before, everybody else came on here. There's a lot of really large properties in the area, and the terrain is treacherous in a lot of areas. And things get missed. So I think it's important to center it back to the local level, first of all, because this has become national, and nationally people are giving their opinions. We need the community to come back together and search their acres and acres of property, because I believe he could be very close to home.
There you
go.
go.
I will say this much, that everything she said is exactly the same thing law enforcement's been pushing. If you're not comfortable searching, call law enforcement. They, I'm sure, can work in getting a team out there to search the property. Please, everybody that's searching, do not. I can't stress this enough. Please do not just walk on private property without having prior permission. Please.
By the way, there's comments in chat and we're removing them. Chris has been searching. Okay. He has been searching. Just because you don't see him searching, because you personally don't see him, doesn't mean he's not searching. So that needs to stop. Okay. That needs to stop right now. And Seth, what do you feel the final word should be?
I need people to keep the faith. I need people to keep faith that we will find Sebastian. I don't know. I don't know what people's mindset are right now, but it doesn't need to be about me. It doesn't need to be about Chris. It needs to be about Sebastian. Sebastian is the goal. Sebastian is what is lost. Sebastian is what used to be found.
Oh, honey.
And I think Seth has lost his way with it too, involving himself with these YouTubers and all the bullshit going on,
He has. And I really feel bad for him when he breaks down. But yeah, spreading all these rumors and stuff about Chris and Katie, that's not helping.
Exactly.
It's making a mockery and a circus out of this whole thing. And yeah, Sebastian does not deserve that. And Sebastian doesn't deserve that when he comes home. He's going to have to see, if he hasn't seen it already, he's going to have to see all this crap. And the
Yeah.
man that he looks up to as his hero, his superhero, and whatever, he's going to have to see that his dad said this stuff about his mother, you know?
KCG, you're not blocked. I don't know why you come in here and say that every time, honey. You're not blocked. There's no reason you would be. So you're okay. I see you. All right, here we go.
I'm sorry. I'm so sorry.
This phone number is here for me.
I am so sorry.
My son is missing. I need people.
And don't get me wrong, I do feel bad for Seth, but you know what? I feel bad for Katie. Katie cries in silence. Because she doesn't come out here and cry on these panels. She doesn't come out here and yell and start shit and holler. And she's not fighting with all these YouTubers. She ain't got issues with these YouTubers. You know what I mean? Like, you don't see her. She battles her battles silently. You don't see her crying and, you know what I'm saying, suffering daily. She is suffering fucking daily.
Yep.
Okay, daily, y'all.
And just because Chris is a stepdad doesn't mean he's not suffering either.
Right.
Because if you watched him in those first interviews, he really was distraught. He was sad. And then even if he didn't even care that much about Sebastian, which I doubt, he's seeing his wife go through this.
Right.
You know? But you could see in the first interviews that he really does care about Sebastian. And I don't care what anybody says. Those first interviews, you could see it even in Chris's face that he was really upset about this and that they had been crying. And you could just see it in their faces.
I mean, yeah, because you think everything's going normal. You're talking to your girlfriend, you're at work out of state or you're out of town, you know, like you're working out of town and
yeah.
You know what I'm saying? Everything's going fine. You talk to your wife like normal. Your son's going in to go to bed like normal. Everything's fucking not fine like normal. Then, you know what I'm saying? 6 o'clock in the morning, you get a phone call. He's gone. What?
Right. And you have no clue what happened to him. So you don't know if there's a predator out there or what. So now your sanctuary, your home, how would you feel if your home all of a sudden you no longer felt safe there?
Right.
You know, it's got to be horrible.
Yeah, for sure. And then to have
Plus
people
losing your son.
showing up there and people driving by and taking pictures of your house and getting on Zillow and going room by room by room and showing, you know what I'm saying, your entire house and everything, you know what I'm saying, the layout and making it easier for any predator to come do whatever they want to do because now they know how to get in and they know how the layout of your house is. And
right.
It's ridiculous, man.
TBI has already stated that most of their tests
Seth has no idea the damage he's done.
Fires. I have
Okay.
I have 100% faith that the humanity that still exists out here, that we can come together, heads up, eyes open, see something, say something. Contact FBI, contact TBI, call 911 for your local. Tell them that, you know, you think you just saw the missing child from Hendersonville, Tennessee. Get them on it.
Mm-hmm.
All right. At the same point in time, if you feel that they're not doing it, you just fix it. Law enforcement is short-handed. All it takes for evil things to exist is good men do nothing. And that's good females too. I'm not, you know, it's just for evil to exist and continue is good people they do nothing.
Right.
Don't fall into the simplicity. On your way to work, on your way to the corner store, on your way to Walmart, you might see my son.
Absolutely
You might see him, and I need you to say something. I need you to call 911 immediately. If you're not in Sumner County, I need you to call 911. After you call 911, call TBI, so that way they know that 911 has already been called. I have found that law enforcement groups do not communicate with each other. And I don't mean this as a negative, but I mean this as a Facebook lead came through. And I called Lebanon. Which is here in Tennessee, and they didn't even know that my son was missing.
Oh, jeez.
All right.
Mm-hmm.
I will second that with Seth. There's a lot of people out there that don't know locally.
Right. They don't communicate, and they need to. They absolutely.
See, and I've heard that more people know about it on YouTube than they do locally.
Right.
It's a bigger deal on here than it is in his own hometown.
Need to.
Well, I'm not saying communicating. I'm just agreeing that he is saying that there's a lot of
Not everybody gets the information that is necessary. Somebody forgets to do a pass down, and the next officer on duty doesn't get the information that he needs. So he doesn't even know. It's not his fault. The officer before him could have been working a 16, or have even been working more than a 16, which is illegal. But we still have to have law enforcement out there.
Mm-hmm. Right.
I just need everybody to work together. The rumors are killing it. The rumors are killing people's time. And that's the one thing Sebastian doesn't have.
Right.
So if you've already called PBI with your information, but you think it might be a rumor if you heard it from Joe Blow down the fucking road, you're not helping find my son. You're part of the problem. People out there listening that are doing the death threats, I don't see you at my door. You're going to sit there and pick on people. You're a coward. You are a coward. And if somebody has my son, understand that I love him. And I need him back.
Mm-hmm.
I need him back. Not that I want him back. It's I need. Because my life has stopped. Because
Seth,
my son is not here. And I find it hard to function.
Can you ladies get him
a
a hold of
regular
me?
life without my son here.
I'm sorry, Chris.
Seth.
What did you say? Go ahead, Chris.
Right. Seth, I know what you're doing and I understand the plea, but hang tight, man. You and I we need to get off this panel. You, me, Katie, PIs need to get on a phone call.
Absolutely.
Not on here. Our message is simple. Find Sebastian, you see it, you say something, you call it in. Don't wait. Don't go down this track, man. Don't. I'm looking out for you. Don't.
Can I just say one thing? I don't want to ever discourage people from reaching out with information that they think might be pertinent. Now, getting the same tip 100 times from everybody on social media, just sending the screenshot, did you see this? And we've already seen it 500 times. I mean, that's a little excessive, but I don't ever want people to think like, oh, this might not be important, because that might be the one tip that actually was important.
Mm-hmm.
So I have a different message to send. I don't want anybody to feel discouraged. Please reach out to us. Please reach out to PBI. Do not keep anything silent because you don't think it's important.
Absolutely. And I wanted to reiterate, like I get a ton of messages, and even if I do not respond to you, that doesn't mean I haven't looked at it, and that doesn't mean I'm not looking into it.
Mm-hmm.
So please, I get them on Twitter, I get them on Facebook, I get them in my emails. If I don't respond, it's not because I'm ignoring you. We are vetting things that we know are probably nothing.
Right.
But we're still vetting them.
I mean, that kind of goes back to what I was saying earlier. It's regardless of how everybody out there feels about me personally, regardless. Let me help everybody with something. And this might help you understand where we're all standing. There are some folks out there that have children. And I would like for you to take your step back and you can look Go look at your children. You get to look at them. You get to hold them. You get to hug them. You get to give them kisses every night. You get to say, I love you, and all the fun jazz that you get to do.
Mm-hmm.
Right now, there are 3 parents that cannot do that right now to one child. One, regardless of how you feel about me, because I can tell you now, I'm not the most liked person in the world, and I'm perfectly okay to accept that. But if your heart's in the right place and you're doing this for the right reasons, it's not about me. It's not about Seth. This ain't about Katie. This is about 15-year-old Sebastian Rogers, our son. And all I'm asking for y'all is to please tone everything down, focus on the positive, keep pushing the message out there. And trust me, when we find Sebastian, when he comes home, let the party begin. But that's all we're going to ask of y'all is please just keep spreading the word and be supportive and just keep pushing Sebastian. That's all we're going to ask.
Thank you. Seth, any final words?
No.
Okay. Ladies and gentlemen, I can't thank you enough for coming tonight. I apologize for the rude comments in chat. Our mods were deleting them as quickly as possible. Those people disgust me. They're not welcome here. And
Thank you so much, Trish. If this had to happen publicly as it did, I'm really glad it happened here.
well, and again, we'll do anything we can to help and anything we can do to facilitate the talking. We don't need to do anything publicly. We'll help any way we can privately, and we won't say a word. So anything you need, we are here. Okay. Thank you, everybody. Thank you so much.
Thank you.
Take care now.
Thanks.
Bye-bye.
Bye.
Bye.
I've seen this quite a few times, but
Is
it's
it just
still a
us?
lot. Wait. Is the
I
show
think so.
over?
Yes. No, we're still live. We're still live.
Okay. I was like, okay, yeah, it's just us.
Okay. Yeah. I don't. Yeah, we were trying to get rid of the comments in chat as quickly as possible. And people, and people were saying, "Do you want me to be a mod? Do you want me to be?" And I didn't have time to make anybody a mod or anything. But you know,
Well, I got ping in and then 8675309.
Okay, good. Because the comments, the bad comments were coming fast and furious, and it was so frustrating.
I've never seen anything so disgusting before.
I know, and it's like,
Honestly.
really?
And we've been doing this for what, 4 years now?
Yeah.
I mean, in some form or another, and
Yeah.
it's
I've
horrific.
been doing true crime social media for 20 years. I've never seen as many rude, horrible comments as I have on both sides, But
And we're talking about chat comments, just to clear up for everybody.
Chat, not here. But I do want to say something. People were accusing me of favoring Seth over Chris. I was, because Chris was so angry and so aggressive. And I was trying to calm him down. And I wanted to but he was just kept exploding, and that's just not going to help. And I was trying to get that message across to him, and I don't know if I did, So it
also,
was.
You were trying to make sure Seth got a chance to speak. That they both got a chance to speak.
And Chris had been on there longer than Seth. So anyway, it was just it was very frustrating. So I will admit that I was helping Seth more for 2 reasons. Chris was so angry and was just exploding, and I was trying to give Seth time to respond. So that's why. Anyway, I do, Elizabeth. I feel like Chris is his own worst enemy, and I don't know how to get through to him. But he's just making it worse by getting angry like that. It doesn't help, because here's the thing. You're not going to change the idiots out there that come in and say these horrible things. You're not. You're just not. And by yelling at them, calling them names, it's not going to help. It's just going to make you look like an angry person. So
it's hard. But as we know, you've got to ignore
those people. It
And
is
that's
hard.
so hard to do.
Yeah, it's hard, but you need to. I mean,
But here's the thing. These two families, like I said, they didn't know. One day they're going along, all of a sudden they're boom in the middle of social media. And unless you've been in it, it's almost impossible to ignore these things. And you want to respond because you think, okay, if I get out there and respond and tell the truth, then everybody will see. Well, it doesn't matter because the trolls will be the trolls, you know? And if anybody found that upsetting to listen to, you could have left at any time. And I offered to end it so these two could talk, and Chris said no. Chris said no. So I tried, you know, and if they want to talk on this platform, I am more than happy to let them talk.
I see a lot of comments in the chat that people are trashing this channel a little bit. Well, they're not trashing her, but they're disappointed in her. And I've watched this channel before. I don't watch it all the time, but I have seen some of her videos where she isn't always like this. I've agreed with her before. So just because we disagree with her in this video doesn't mean she's a bad channel. I want to put that out there. Can you hear me?
Yes, I can. And my stream.
Oh, okay.
Now, yeah. I shut that other stream off. So we were sharing Webslueths. I shut that off because it was like my sound was going in and out. So
Yeah, I could hear it fine. But anyways, I don't know if anybody heard me, but I don't think Webslueths is a bad channel. I've watched her and she has been a good channel before. So
I like
I do too. If you're disappointed in her on this one, wait till the next case and look at her then, because you can't always agree with everybody every time.
You know, this happened a few weeks ago. This is not like right now. You know what I mean?
Yeah.
This was when things were, a lot of rumors were just started. There was a lot of harsh feelings, you know what I'm saying? The belt thing was kind of, fresh and Chris hadn't had a chance to really explain it. Then things came out and got worse. So, I mean, you just have to take it for what it is. We learn along the way too, just it is what it is.
Right. And a lot of people turned away from Chris when they heard about the belt thing. That was when I saw the big change in people with Chris. And whether you agree with it or not, he's the parent, whatever. But I don't believe these two did anything to their kid.
I think he treats Sebastian just like his own. And honestly, just like Chloe had said in her post, just like we've said, I think he left on his own. And, there's either someone coerced him, like the internet thing, or he, left on his own because he was upset with what was going on. And, something happened along the way. She said, I don't think he's too far away from home. I don't either.
I just hope he's found soon.
I do too. I really do too. And then, you know what else caught me off guard too is he said, son, tell him who you are. Tell him what your name is so they can get you home.
Right. Yeah, I hope he's out there alive and well. I hope he's safe.
I do too. I hope he's found soon because it's really shitty that this is even going on. But I think it's going to take a lot to come back from too. So.
Oh, it is. This family is never even if Seth comes home safe. I mean, not Seth. I keep saying that. Even if Sebastian comes home safe and sound, this family's never going to be the same ever. Their lives are never going to be the same.
Yeah, and that sucks. That really sucks.
It does.
But,
because if he does come home safe and sound, that's going to be a glorious time. But they're they're really not going to be able to enjoy it much as they could because of all this crap that's gone around. Anyways, yeah, I'm ready to go to bed.
Yeah, I was gonna say my StreamYard's being weird too, and it's 3:00 in the morning here. So I
Here
will
too.
talk to you later, love, and I'll see you in the morning time.
Thanks for having me. Bye.
Of course, thanks for hanging out. We'll see you guys later, love. Thank you guys for hanging out. I appreciate y'all for being here. I will catch y'all on the flip side. We'll be on here tomorrow sometime. Good night, y'all.